And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different, something special. Welcome to the CranKy Ducklings, and we are here with a Cheeseadelphia Summer LAN day number 1, or the only day, really, the group stage. Oh my god, it's great to be back here again. We apologize for not covering World Team League. WTL was earlier today. I believe it's still ongoing, actually. I haven't spoiled myself. I haven't looked at the matches, but WTL is currently ongoing. Usually we do cover it. Usually we cast World Team League, but here we're live with something a little bit special, an offline LAN event in the land of the Americas, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Epic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss, the blue Protoss player. It is Chelsea Fan. And if you're in the chat, predictions should be open, so place your bets on who you think will take this first series. I apologize for the abrupt start, so we can go over the group stage, we can go over the lineup of players that we have, of course. We're a little bit biased, but of course Dolan is going to be there, is going to be a part of the event, and we'll be covering some Dolan action later on down the line. We have players like Dolan, we have Rob, we have Creature, Disrespect, and many others. We'll go over them once we wrap up with this series, but for now, we are jumping on in. Oh, my apologies, actually. My apologies. I'll open up the predictions soon. We'll get it going. For the time being, we're getting into our openers so far. It's going to be a double gas opener here out of Epic, something a little bit more aggressive. Likewise, Chelsea Fan opening up with a standard opener as well. Now, as we settle into this series, Epic is one of the favorites, one of the big favorites here, one of the big names in the entire tournament. We've seen plenty of Epic in the past couple of seasons of EPT, especially EPT Americas. Epic has some killer TVZ, has some of the best TVZ out there, but as there we go, I believe predictions should now be open in the chats. To just have to fix that up. Predictions are open. But I'm curious how Chelsea Fan will approach this. I'm a little bit unfamiliar with Chelsea Fan as a player. I'm familiar with, some of the more notables like Dolan, like Epic, like Disrespect, Starkiller, but Chelsea Fan is more of a ladder hero from my understanding, so I'm curious how Chelsea Fan will approach this, as we do end up shutting down the first SCV. The bunker will not complete, so nice little pick off here from Chelsea Fan. Reapers moving out across the map just to be a nuisance, just to get some damage done. Bunker is going to be cancelled, and we will maintain control of the low ground. Here we go. For those that are curious, ideally, if the bunker were to finish, we can deny mining time on the low ground for as long as we can until the bunker goes down. But last it doesn't complete, the bunker is cancelled, and Epic is going to pose a bit of a threat here for the time being, but will eventually be zoned away. Behind this, we have Epic going for the CC on the low ground. Again, it was a double gas opener, so a much faster factory from the side of our Terran player into a 1-1-1 setup. So with this, we can get into drop play, we can get into double Cyclone production, get into earlier Widow Mines. For now, Cyclones are on the way, and the Reaper is posing a threat, but alas, it's going to be completely shut down. Nice pick off here from Chelsea Fan. Not bad. Not bad, as Reaper is cleaned up. We can of course resume mining. We're getting into our tech of choice. Not going to be a Stargate. We're going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink Stalkers. Let's go. And if you're a little bit more native or a little bit more engrossed in the NA scene, in the NA region, I would love to know more about Chelsea Fan, so let me know. From all I'm aware of, they are a GM on the NA ladder. They are a GM player, but again, I haven't been able to really see or cast or watch too much of their games, so really this is my first introduction to Chelsea Fan. I'm not familiar if they're like overly cheesy, overly aggressive, more macro-oriented. I'm kind of being introduced for the first time, so I'm ready. I'm excited. Show us what you got, Pappy. Show us what you got. Let's go. Likewise, you also saw the clean feed earlier, or the feed of the player area, so I'm going to be showing that up from time to time whenever we have some downtime, or whenever we can have a gander in between matches, in between series. We'll be jumping on that. For now, we do have our initial drop across the map, going to be Marine and Widowmine. The initial Cyclone, likewise, also being active as well. We could try to go for the Artosis Pylon here on the high ground. The Pylon looking very vulnerable. We could try to pick it off. Likewise, we could even go for the Mineral Line instead. Chelsea Fan, I said just Chelsea, is going to be poised right outside the natural waste, so we do come across the initial Cyclone. Cyclone is forced back. We have the drop lined up to go into the main. And so far, Chelsea Fan is a bit out of position. We're ready here at the natural, not quite in the main base. The drop is coming in. We're going straight for the mineral line. Widowmine does borrow. We do react in time. Thankfully, we pull away. Mine shot, does not get baited out. And probes are going down. We get 2 worker kills so far. Nothing too major. Good reaction so far out of our Protoss player. Stalker's getting in position. Mine shot is baited out. And we will eventually clean this up, but not without losing 1 more Stalker. Up! Can we get it? One of us? Oh, not quite. Medevac does escape. We clean up the Widowmine at least, but alas, Epic does get out. Just barely. At the same time, third base is being taken. There's a Cyclone in position. We'll chip away at the base, but should not force a cancel. Yeah, the Stalkers, they do manage to get in position just in time. Resume mining time. And overall, Chelsea fan didn't lose too much. It was 3 probes and a Stalker, but that was a lot less mine time. That was a lot of time where these workers weren't doing much. That does impact the economy. You can see here the economy swing in favor of Epic, of the Red Terran. So good damage done. Does escape with the drop, does get back home. Speaking of, back at home, we're getting into our 3-1-1. 3 axes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Pretty standard setup here by Epic. Just, you know, getting ready here for any kind of Blink Stalker aggression. We have our, of course, our tank in the main, tank in the natural. And we should be safe against something like a 3 or even 4 gate Blink Stalker build. From Chelsea fan, we're just going from Blink into Charge. Okay, we're taking up even further. A relatively healthy gateway count with 3 gateways, another 3 on the way working towards Charge. Basically, Chelsea fan is building up a gateway-heavy composition and is avoiding high-tech units. I'm referring to Colossus, for example, or early Immortal production. So we're going to be lacking splash damage for the time being. As Epic does continue to harass here, getting 2 more probes at the third. Stalkers are active and they can catch any kind of drop play, any kind of move out. But last so far, the Raven getting some damage done. 2 probes so far. Can come in and get even more. As the Raven is kept safe and sound, we can see that we are working towards splash damage eventually with the with the Templar Archives, working towards Storm and Archon production. But here we go, Epic does move out, is spotted by Chelsea. Pick up the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down, but ideally want to force a siege or even pick up a medevac. Not bad. Medevac goes down. We barely get a second medevac as well. We snipe 2 medevacs. Snipe the Cyclone, distracting the main army and buying time for extra warpins. We recall back home and we're getting ready for the push. Shield batteries on the way, but there's going to be an overcharge. Charge going to be done as well. At the same time, Raven into the main. It is getting damage done. We get another 2 probe kills. Another 3, another 4 probe kills even. But what about the main push? What about the main army? Tanks are sieging up, but the charge will do collapse in. And the tanks are going to go down. Nice force field as well. And Chelsea fans should shut down the first 2 tanks. But what about the bio army? We're slipping on forward. Nice target firing on the medevac. Medevac barely survives. And we pull back and, hey, back at the third base. We have shield batteries. They're full of energy. We have the overcharge as well. Whew. Nice hold. Nice hold here by Chelsea fan. Across the map, Epic is about to expand, take a third base, but we have held, we have survived. Likewise, Raven is still not dealt with. We've gotten how many kills in total? 8 probe kills so far on that 1 Raven. And here comes the second wave. Now, thankfully, this time, no tanks. You know, we've cut tank production at this point. It's just Marine, Marauders, and Widowmine. Storm, unfortunately, not quite done. It's going to be a tough hold here without Storm. Let's see if we can pull it off. I mean, we still have those shield batteries, still have potential. But, we bleed off some Zealots. Yeah, Zealots are going down. Epic with the second wave, catching Chelsea fan off guard. Decent mine shots here on the Zealots, and again, the Bio Army. We're looking to overwhelm, looking to snowball out of control. Overcharge is popped, it's going to buy some time. But numbers-wise, Chelsea fan is just not able to keep up. We need another warp in. Yeah, we need another warp in, and alas, we just do not have it. There we go, 7 more Zealots on the way. We're barely holding on. Overcharge now on cooldown. Shield batteries are out of energy. And here comes Epic for round number 3. And Storm is finishing up in a couple of seconds. We'll win already. We have Storm, but no energy. No energy for the High Templar. No Storms available. And without it, how can we hold on? We have 8 High Templar on the way. And force to morph into Archons. Again, Chelsea fan barely holding on, barely surviving. Epic doesn't want to back off. He wants to pick up whatever he can. Decent feedbacks, but again, that means no more Storms. No Storms available. We kite down one of the Archons. Hey, these are brutal losses here for Chelsea fan. We're just bleeding out too much. The problem here is that even though Epic isn't killing Chelsea Fan, even though he hasn't really broken the economy, like, it's impressive this defense so far, but we've been trading with the army. Sniping High Templar, Archon, Stalkers. Because of that, the army here of Chelsea Fan has just never been able to build up. We just haven't been able to gain any momentum here with the army. And Epic is snowballing out of control. We're taking a 4th base on location. We're rallying across the map. And Chelsea Fan just cannot keep up. Not anymore, not with these losses. I'm loving the Zealot run by. If this can force Epic to turn back around, then maybe we can buy some time. But Epic, he doesn't care. He doesn't care, not anymore. Rallying across the map. Nice storm here on the bio. Oh my god, we just stand in it. And we have 1 storm left. The storms are good, but alas, are they going to be good enough? Yeah, EMPs do connect. That was the final storm for Chelsea Fan. And Epic just trading too well, snipes 2 more Archons, overcharge is popped, but we're being kited out of range of the overcharge. Zealots across the map, hey, they got some damage done, but they're going to be cleaned up. We pulled away the SCVs, and it looks like Epic has finally done it. Even with these reinforcements, Epic, he should have enough. I mean, the medevacs are running out of energy at this point, but yeah, the bio army stands strong. GG gets called, and Epic will take game number 1. GG. Solid game 1 there out of Epic. What I will say though is that Chelsea Fan was able to hold his own for quite some time there. I was quite impressed, especially with the initial hold. I'm referring to the tank push. If you remember, the very first push from Epic involving 2 tanks was shut down quite nicely. Was shut down quite nicely. Oh, hold on 1 moment. Was shut down quite nicely, but when it comes to the second push, the third push, Chelsea Fan just didn't have enough time there to recover, to get any kind of breathing room, to be able to hold on, to be able to, again, just stabilize essentially, and with that, Epic does take the first game. It did feel like, unfortunately, even though Storm was done at a pretty reasonable time, we didn't have any High Templar ready for that either. We weren't able to warp in, gather energy, and able to hold our own. Because of that tech and that upgrade also didn't really come into play until much, much later. And here we go. We're jumping into game number 2. Epic takes a lead, and as a reminder, this is a best of 3. Best of 3 Swiss format group stage. And we'll see if we can pull it back and even force an ace match. Personally, I would love to see it back and forth, but again, our Terran player here is the favored player, is looking to make a deep run in this tournament, and we'll see if they can close it out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Epic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, representing themselves, is down to the series, looking to bounce back, looking to force that ace match. It is a Chelsea Fan. Let's go. And we saw in the previous game, Epic did go for a standard opener into a bunker. This time, we sent our first SCV out across the map. There is no racks back at home because it's being thrown down across the map instead. We are opening up with a proxy. Oh boy. Oh boy, Epic looking to spice things up here in game number 2. Now, Chelsea Fan thankfully is going for a probe scout. With this probe scout, should confirm that we are missing the racks back at home. Should confirm that, alas, something is not quite, or it's not quite as it seems. But the problem here is that it could be a hidden racks at the natural, could be a hidden racks at the third base. It is not uncommon for Terran players to fake out a proxy, so Chelsea Fan has to piece this all together and has to still confirm what exactly is going on. We have a piece of the puzzle, but not the entire picture here. As the probe does confirm the racks is not at the ramp. Is gonna check further back in the main base. Meanwhile, across the map, we're just setting up. It's gonna be a gate Cybercore expand. Standard opener here from a Chelsea Fan. SCV does dip in, Reaper's on the way, and we should be looking to throw down a bunker behind the mineral line, maybe a bunker next to the pylon. We'll see what we do decide to embrace here. Thankfully, Chelsea Fan is going for a safety Zealot first. Typically, we would skip the Zealot, but because we feel like something's wrong and something is awry, we're going for the initial Zealot just to make sure we're safe and sound. And meanwhile, Epic back at home going for the factory. There it is. We're going for the eBay block here on the low ground. Zealot has arrived. And the Reaper should be able to shut down the first probe. Not a bad pickoff. The probe does fall, but with the help of this Zealot, we should be able to shut down this eBay. So Reaper does slip into the main base. We've gotten 1 probe kill so far, and can we minimize our losses? That's going to be 2 probe kills, and we're getting a 3rd. Ooh, 3 probe kills in the main. This is already becoming too much. We're getting a 4th. 4 probe kills. The Reaper is low, but with good enough control, we should not lose it. Yeah, the Reaper does stand strong, and is it looking to get a 5th worker? Yeah, we get behind the mineral line. 2nd Reaper has arrived, and we're getting out of hand here. Getting almost 5. The Adept is going to zone away these Reapers, thankfully. Adept does zone them away. Meanwhile, the Zealot was sent across the map. Okay, unfortunately, that means that the eBay is still going to be being a nuisance here, and we're stuck on 1 base. And we're going to be stuck on 1 base. We get another probe kill, and this is getting out of hand. This is just becoming far too much damage here. Soon to be game ending. That's going to be 8 probes already. 9 probes! Ay, ay, ay. We will clean this up. We will defend, yeah, we will defend, but GG gets called. Just far too much damage. Of course, the eBay on the low ground as well, and Epic will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Game 1 was more back and forth. Here in game 2, it was a little bit bittersweet here. Again, just far too much damage dealt in the main base. Game ending, not just that, the fact that there was no expansion, the fact that there was no dealing with the eBay on the low ground either, so we were just stuck on 1 base. The economy was crippled, and Epic back at home was, yeah, just kind of sailing into his next step in towards his factory production, eventual expansion. Epic was looking solid. He was looking quite solid there. GG, well played. A rough game 2 there by Chelsea fan, but a shout out to Chelsea fan for game 1 especially. Didn't look too bad whatsoever, and yeah, was able to hold on in there against a more notable pro player. So GG, well played. What I will say as well is that thankfully, because of the format of the tournament, Chelsea fan will have more matches ahead of him. Best of luck. And speaking of, let's take this moment to have a look at the bracket itself. Exclamation mark B. Oh, yo, I got a button for that. Hold on. Bam. Ah, there we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, let's quickly head on over. And a big shout out to Tugboat SC2 for the Twitch Prime. Oh my god, Pappy. Thank you. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the support and do appreciate the sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to the support that we get in the chat, we're able to cast as often as we do and bring you as much StarCraft as we do as well. Thank you. Thank you. When it comes to the group stage here, we have round 1, and we can have a look at the entirety here of the group stage even. We have plenty of notable players here. Epic, of course, with his initial 2-0, does come out with his first win. We have other big notable players like Rob, Disrespect, Creature, Starkiller, Dolan as well. One of our own, one of the CranKy Ducklings, some big names, and coming into this, I'm really curious to see the form of these players. Starkiller, if you're an old school player, if you're an old school viewer, Starkiller should be familiar to you. Starkiller was very active back in the day. I'm talking 2018, 2019, 2020. Starkiller was a very, very active player and did step away. Did go on a bit of a, or did retire actually for a while, and Starkiller recently came back. We casted Starkiller a couple of months ago. I think it was during the DreamHack Austin, the Texas LAN that was happening during the qualifiers for that. I remember messaging Starkiller. I'm like, yo, is this the return? And he was a little bit tentative to actually confirm that. He's like, he's just like playing for fun. He's back and he's enjoying himself. He's not taking things too seriously, but Starkiller has been laddering. He has been improving. And I'm excited to see how Starkiller is looking in this tournament and how he compares to everyone else. Looks like we have some other updates coming in. Disrespect, he's another big Terran player in the Americas, another player that we expect to go far in this tournament. Creature is another one. Creature, he came back to competitive form last year, if I remember correctly. Creature, he retired for a while, and I think it was last year where Creature started playing in OSC events really regularly. He started playing in a lot of online tournaments and started being very active in the online tournament scene. And then he kind of stepped away for a little bit as well around like Christmas time, and now he's back. So I kind of have some high expectations here from Creature. I do think he's, like, again, he's not too much out of practice, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually looking quite in form, depending on how much practice he had. Dolan, of course, Dolan, he's our boy. For those who don't know, Dolan, he's one of the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own, so we're a little bit biased, and I will stay away from Dolan in the group stage. I'll try to feature some other players, but when it comes to the playoffs, we'll be there for Dolan. We'll be there for him, don't you worry, and we'll try to showcase him. I don't want to be too biased, so we'll try to feature other players when we can. But Dolan, he's our boy, and we saw him on the clean feed earlier. Great to see him there alongside all the other players, and I wish him the best. I do wish him the best. Best of luck to the Danger Dolan. Quack, that'd be Quack. Likewise, Rob from not Rob from production. Maybe you might be familiar with his older ID. I believe that is Tesla, if I'm not mistaken. He used to go by a different ID a couple of years ago, but Rob, I believe he was also shown on the cameras earlier, and Rob is also competing here today. Rob is a wild card. I don't know how active Rob has been as of late, so yeah, I'm curious to see the form of Rob as we're getting some more updates. Starkiller just got his win as well, and a shout out to all the other I would say maybe less high profile players here. There's two Meows, yeah. Two Meows. There's Hamin, there's Okrats as well, Gloopglorp, Chelsea fan, of course, as we just did mention. Yeah, some players that, again, I'm not really too familiar with, but, you know, it's possible that maybe they played in Cheeseadelphia's in the past. Regardless, big StarCraft fans nonetheless, and they're being a part of the region, they're being a part of the community, and I hope they have a great time at the event as well. And, yeah, it's always a lot of fun coming together for a LAN and meeting other like-minded individuals, right? People that are also fans of StarCraft, whether it's old school fans or maybe new fans as well. Regardless, people that are passionate about, you know, something that you're passionate about as well. So that's always one of the great things about these LANs, is you're able to kind of meet other local players and, yeah, even make new friends. So best of luck. Best of luck. We'll keep an eye out for any kind of crazy upset that could occur. We will keep an eye out. Star Killer, exactly. Just catching him with the chat. Serenade 40 supply struggling to end the game. Yo, Z-Far in the chats. Cuídate, papi, cuídate. Respect the players, papi. Respect the players. Thanks for covering the tournament. Of course. Oh, shout out to, sorry, I missed it earlier. I was kind of like engrossed in the game. Pluguidus? Plug, thank you so much for subscribing to Twitch Prime. Thank you. Do appreciate the support, and of course we're always there to bring you as much StarCraft as we can. We haven't covered Cheeseadelphia in the past, but we're more than happy to. Always more than happy to. Oh, the StarCraft. SC2 tournament in my hometown. Crazy. Yeah, I believe this is a part of a circuit. Winding it back a little bit, Cheeseadelphia, this is the Summer LAN. There was a Spring LAN earlier, and I believe we're building up towards like a big major event. So if you happen to be, you know, local, if you happen to be even in a neighboring state as well, then look into it. You know, maybe you could be there for the next one and be a part of it if you're interested in that sort of thing. The spring edition of this tournament was back in March. There was a March edition. Now we're here in summer, and I believe this is going to be another Cheeseadelphia towards the end of the year. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. I don't think there's any dates announced yet, but I believe after this tournament ends, I'm sure they'll be posting about that. As it's going to be, I believe, a spring, summer, then winter, and then like an end of year like championship. Where they invite players that had deep runs in these tournaments in the past. I believe. Cheeseadelphia has been running tournaments quite regularly for the past few years. Yeah. A regular pattern. Thanks for the heads up. I'm hot garbage at the game, but I do enjoy watching it. We're all garbage. It's fine. We're all bad. Don't worry. Hashtag relatable. Didn't know what this was going on. Yeah. It's going to be going on all day. I believe it's a one-day event. For now, we have the group stage, and then after this, we'll have the playoff bracket as well. So we're in for a long one, Pappy. We're in for a long one. And you can see that all these results are coming in. The first round is almost done. You can see here we have Creature with the 2-0, Starkiller with the 2-0, Pardessa. I'm not too familiar with Pardessa, so I might be able to catch them later on in the group stage. I'm curious, as they also take a 2-0 over Hanmin. We have Disrespect. So far, again, no upsets. I mean, the notable players, they're getting their wins so far. Again, Rob and Dolan likewise in the middle of their series. And once all of round 1 concludes, then we can start piecing together round 2. As a reminder, this is a Swiss format, so I believe winners will face off against winners and losers will face off against losers as well. So that's why the round hasn't been constructed yet. A shout out to the people working behind the scenes on Cheeseadelphia as well. Shout out to the admins, the organizers. Much love, much love. As looks like we might have a series here. I think Dolan just got out of game. I know I said that I would avoid Dolan for now, but because we have to wait for round 1 to wrap up, we might just jump in. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just messaging Dolan. I'm like, man, I didn't see you with your jersey. He's like, I didn't know there were going to be cameras, Bobby. Este Dolan. Alright, we're jumping in mid-series. We are jumping in mid-series into game number 2. We go. We won't have predictions for this match just because we're jumping in to game number 2. And here we go. We're looking to conclude round 1 of the group stage, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own, Pappy, one of our own. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player representing Team Nova X. It is Too Tall, aka 2 Mews in the bracket. Sorry, 2 Meows. The cat versus the duck. Oh no, look away. Doesn't bode well for the duck. Not gonna lie. Stay away, Pappy, stay away. But Dolan is leading the series 1-0. Again, they were playing out their series or their first game while we had our own match ongoing. And now we're jumping into game number 2. Oh my, all the emotes. Aye. But we are settling in. Once again, I'm not too familiar here with our Zerg player, but I'm more than happy to be introduced to 2 Meows. Oh, the cheese. The mouse. I think I understand the emotes, Pappy. Oh no, what's going on? TMI, Pappy, TMI. What have you eaten? Oh, that's nice. That's pleasant. They're playing music in the bathrooms. Oh my god. Look away. Too Tall maybe getting a little bit too excited in the main base. We're all good. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. Going over the game, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Rax Expand out of Dolan. Nothing too crazy. No cheese, no aggression, no proxy. We're just easing our way into game number 2. Not too familiar with what happened in the first game, but for now, everything's looking as it should. Dolan is known for his crazy aggressive builds, but especially in this matchup, we should be seeing some more standard play out of Dolan. Not afraid to embrace and whip out the mech at times, that is true. So we'll keep an eye out for that. For now, the first Reaper gets across the map, and the Lings are here in position. Gonna be able to zone the Reaper away. One Ling will go down. Ooh, Dolan going for the drones. But good control from our Zerg player. We do pull away, and the drones are kept safe and sound. So far, so good. Oh. Queen is coming in. The Reaper getting a little bit frisky, but we will back up. We will retreat. Oh. Yeah, Dolan not being too greedy does back off. Meanwhile, we're loading into Crimson Core. This is one of the features of this map, is this mineral wall. We have a mineral wall here right next to the natural base. We can mine through and gain access to a very safe third location. Oh my god, meanwhile, that is a very fast lair. That's a 3-minute lair timing. Too Tall. What do we have in store for us here? Okay, you have my attention. Reaper does dive into the main base, but is going to be shut down. So far, good control. And up, the Reaper does fall without the scouts. Checking the vision here of Dolan. We have not seen the lair. We have not seen the tech. Second gas on the way. Now, this could be for a Nidus-based all-in. This could be for maybe additional gases and 2-base muta. I mean, the fact that we're mining through these minerals to expand and take a third base tells us that maybe we're not expanding anymore. Never mind. We pulled away from the mineral line. There we go. Roach Warren's on the way. And with this fast lair, we could rush towards Roach Speed. We could go for something like Dropper Lords. Meanwhile, we're getting into, oh my god, not just Banshees, but that is a Fusion Core. BCs? We could do one of two things. We go into BCs, or we can double down on, I was going to say Hyperflight Rotors, but I believe you don't need the upgrade for that. So yeah, Battle Cruiser should be on the horizon. Meanwhile, it's going to be mutas. Okay, 2-base muta out of Too Tall. I mean, 2 is in the name. True. Too Tall for 2 bases. 2-base muta. Okay, it all makes sense. Checks out. Interesting choice here. It's risky. It's very risky going for 2-base muta. Obviously, the goal here is to preserve our gas. Just hold on to our gas and make sure we can try to get away with this greed. Try to make as many mutas as possible. Meanwhile, Hellions have arrived. So far, so good. The Queens are holding their own. A nice hold position micro here from the Zerg player. Does wall up. And the problem, because of this map, because of the layout, Dolan, for all he knows, we've expanded, right? He saw the drone mining earlier. He saw that Too Tall was working towards an expansion, and we can't really scout and check, not without an airbase unit or not without a scan. So for all Dolan knows there could be an expansion here. Could be a third base. Meanwhile, we don't really care. We're just working towards our BC. Battle Cruiser's on the way. We have our third CC in production as well. Spire is about to finish. Now, when it comes to this Spire, if we were aware of the BCs, we could rush into Corruptors. Mutas can be okay, as we're embracing mech. BC, we mentioned mech earlier. BC into mech. Let's go. Dolan is going to be embracing this style, and against one BC, the mutas, they could bring it down. They could go toe-to-toe with it, but once the BC count gets higher, the mutas are that much less effective. I'm curious how this turns out. Bearing in mind we have limited anti-air. Because it's mech, there are no Marines, but we do have Cyclones. Cyclones have arrived, BC's on the way. The Banshee does confirm that the third base just started. So Dolan should be aware. There we go. He scans the main base. He misses the tech. He misses the Spire. And mutas are coming in. Mutas are on the way. Dolan, he did miss this. And he's not ready for this. Workers are going to be going down. We do have the Cyclones. They're going to be targeted. First Cyclone does fall. The repairs are not going to be good enough. Cyclones go down. BC has made it back home. And now we get damage done. SCVs are falling left and right. We get 3. We get almost 4 workers. 3 SCVs is okay. Too Tall trying to avoid that BC. Getting a 4th SCV. Heading towards the natural. Getting a 5th. A 6th and a 7th. And this is starting to rack up. 10 SCVs. Not bad. 12 workers go down. Dolan, he's stuck back at home. The one downside here is that, sure, we killed a lot of workers, and actually, I was going to say that our base counts, we just got into our third base, but Too Tall has been droning. That's a lot of workers. We're up to 63 drones. Mutas, they head into the main. The mine shots! Ooh, massive. Oh my god! Massive connection since the Mutas did stack. Ay, ay, ay. And that's going to cost us every single Muta. 2 Mutas, they barely do survive. But very nice positioning there by Dolan. Does shut the Mutas down. Behind this, we're expanding, of course. We're saturating the third base. But the beasties can now reign free. Now we can move out. There's not that many Mutas to keep the Terran army pinned back at home. As we're embracing Hurricane engines, Blue Flame. BCs are moving out, finally. And I believe, yeah, they do have Yamato. Yamato is done for Dolan, and this move out, it's gonna hit like a truck. Back at home, we have been droning quite heavily. We barely have an army to work with. Looking at the army size, we have 6 Roaches, 2 Mutas, 9 Lings. We need an army. There we go, Corruptors and Roaches are on the way. At the same time, Ling Runway does distract Dolan. Dolan, he turns around. He's racing back home. SCVs are going down. We get another 4 SCV kills. Too tall, he's becoming too much. Dolan races back into his main, is stuck at home, and this means that back at home, Too Tall is able to get away with his economy. Gotten up to 3 bases, forces the recall, forces the teleport. And Dolan's now in a rough position here. We're stuck at home. We have to try to catch up, try to saturate our 3rd base. And I would love to see a double expansion. Too Tall is taking a 4th. I would not mind seeing like a 5th base from here. Double expanding, taking up, being greedy. This is a bit much though, as yeah, Too Tall, he does get caught out. Yeah, bleeding out Corruptors, bleeding out Roaches. The rest of his army has arrived though. Not bad with my connections. But the Cyclones are getting picked off. But we're running out of Corruptors here. Without Corruptors, the BCs, they can clean everything else up. At the same time, we did have a run by Roaches into the mineral line. 12 more SCVs going down, and Dolan's getting picked apart. Yeah, maybe having a little bit too much fun early on and just wasn't able to confirm what was going on. Roaches in the main, Roaches at the 3rd, 18 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And Dolan will eventually recover. I mean, hey, we've got triple CC, we've got triple mule production. Speaking of, the mule hammer has been thrown down. But again, the Zergclair can get away with so much. We're droning up to 80 at this point. Full base saturation. We're taking all of our gases. Hive is on the way. And we're incorporating spell casters. I would love to see infestors, Neural being researched as well. What I'm a little bit concerned by, if I'm not mistaken, our upgrades are a little bit lacking. We've got 1-1. We haven't yet begun 2-2 or any further upgrades yet. Likewise, no Adrenal, but we're getting there. Right now, we're more focused with just building up an army, and I mean, Too Tall, looking good, looking strong. Dolan's struggling a little bit here, especially because we're playing mech. We just don't really have much of an army to work with. We're just stuck at home. If we ever move out, we're vulnerable to another run-by, right? Another run-by, another counterattack. Dolan just can't move out, and you know what that means? We could be here for a while. we could. Oh, we don't teleport in time. First BC does fall. And Dolan may just have to embrace, I'm referring to like a slower turtley mech style, you know, turrets, sensor towers, tanks, planetaries. But before we can get there, Too Tall is about to max out. Yeah, walling across the map. Cyclones, they're trading well for themselves. Tanks are sieging. And there's no Ravagers behind this. But we're getting on top of the tanks. The first one goes down, the second and the third. And the Fungal does graze the army. And these are solid trades here for Too Tall. Breaks through the defensive line, gets onto another tank. The BC falls. And Too Tall, he's just snowballing out of control at this point. We can file down or even caustic spray down the base. More SCVs falling. And behind this, Too Tall can just remax. We can just remax, rebuild. There's nothing slowing the Zergclair down. We are muling, which are true. We barely hold on, we barely survive. Clean up the Roaches. But again, it's going to be an uphill battle here for Dolan. We've got a lot of catching up to do. And I'm loving this from Tutul. We're taking up even further. Now we get 2-2 on the way. Now we have a greater spy for Broodlords. Hydra Den just in case we want to work towards something like Hydra Lurker. I wouldn't really advise Lurker play against Mech, but I mean, with this kind of economy, we can do whatever we want. We can get away with a lot here. Tutul even taking the base right next to Dolan. Bold move. Bold move is what I will say. There are other safer bases to expand to, but sure, why not? This could even be a bit of a staging ground for the Broodlords. Like, with this base being taken, we can spread creep towards the third base of Dolan, throw down Spore Crawlers, throw down Spine Crawlers as well, morphing the Broodlords. And speaking of, there they come! The Broodlords are on the way! Oh, he knows, Papi. And Dolan, once again, he's got a lot of catching up to do here. I mean, sure, we've got a line of tanks again, we've got Cyclones. This is going to be good against a Roach-based army. But what about Broodlords? Right? It's like, what about a Sky Zerg army here? We need Vikings, we need Ghosts, we need BCs, we need something that shoots up. Not tanks. We have some Cyclones, sure, but yeah, the Broodlords, they reveal themselves. Tutul has not been resting on his laurels. Has been taking up. Cyclones are trying to dive forward, but again, they just cannot close the distance. Not onto Broodlords. Here we go, Tutul coming in from behind. We get a Ling run back here towards the natural. And Roach is on the right-hand side as well. And what can Dolan do? Like, what's the answer to the Broodlords? Thors are on the way, but yeah, we lose control of the natural base. Broodlords pushing forward. We collapse on top of the tanks. And despite this army, Dolan, he just can't do much against this. GG gets called, and Tutul will make a series out of this. Tutul takes game number 2. GG. Whew. We're going to the ace match. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3 here. Again, a crazy opener out of Tutul. As a reminder, winding it all back, Tutul, he kind of faked out a third base. Specifically because of this map, it's hard to confirm whether or not there even is a third. So Tutul just started mining. He pulled back, stayed on 2 bases, rushed into a lair, rushed into 2 base Muta. And remember, didn't get scouted. The Spire was missed, the lair was missed as well, and Dolan was in the dark. Because of that, wasn't ready for the Mutas and wasn't ready for the follow-up either. Really, we rolled the dice a little bit. We rolled the dice, and yeah, it all lined up for Tutul. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to game 3. Oh boy, and it would be rough here if it were to go in the way of Tutul, but also like a pretty big win here for him, and I'd be happy for him as well to take a series. You know, of course, Dolan's my boy, but hey, you know, it's a group stage. We can bounce back. I want to believe we can. We'll see. We'll see how this story ends. We'll see where this takes us as our players are getting ready for the ace match. They are getting ready. Meanwhile, this is the final series of the rounds. I believe we've wrapped up with all the other matches. And this is the only series going to the ace match as well. The only one. The only one. Here we go. Now again, we missed out on what happened in game 1, but game 2 was very interesting. It was very stylistic as well. Trying to rush into 2 base Muta, I don't think is going to be as successful on some of these other maps. We're going to be loading into Side Delta. A much larger map, much more wide open. Trying to get away with that kind of hidden tech is going to be more difficult. What I will say though, is specifically on this map, 2 base play is favored a little bit more. You won't be able to hide your build anywhere near as well, but because of the ramp coming into the natural, it's much more defendable, easier to wall off. So something like Roach play or a committed Roach push is something that I can definitely see working here from the side of Zerg. We'll see though. We'll see what Tutul is fond of. We'll see what he tries to embrace as we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Side Delta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Dolan. and spawning. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Zerg player from LAN of the Americas going for a 15-15. Interesting. Representing Nova X, it is Too Tall. You don't often see 15-15 openers here in this matchup, so I'm curious as we should be going for yep another extractor trick. So it's going to be a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. You see this more commonly against Protoss players. Against Terran, this is actually ideal against 2-Rax Reaper, and we are setting up for 2-Rax Reaper from Dolan. Okay, Too Tall, he's popping off. Let's go. So what I'm referring to, the opener here from Too Tall is very safe. It's very safe. The reasoning why it's so safe is because we get a fast hatchery into a faster spawning pool. We delay our gases. That's the downside. The downside of this build is that gases are delayed, which means Link speed is delayed. But we get earlier queens. Earlier queens come out, so against something like 2-Rax Reaper, which is exactly what Dolan is going for, we should be able to defend quite well against this and minimize our losses. With earlier queens, these Reapers won't get anywhere near as much damage done. Now what Dolan can do with this is delay the third. And contain Too Tall on 2 bases. The other important thing that's going on here is that Too Tall has yet to take a gas geyser. So this looks like a gasless opener here by Too Tall. Not just a 15-15, but a very delayed gas. Usually this means that we skip link speed entirely, and when we take our gases, we go into roaches. So we mentioned how roach play was, I would say, a little bit more favorable or maybe easier to get into on this map just because of the layouts. Looks to be the case here for Too Tall. Meanwhile, Reapers are moving out. Now, this shouldn't be mass Reaper. This should be, I want to say 3, maybe 4 Reapers at most. Then we expand and build up towards a 2-on-1. This could build up towards 3CC 2-on-1. I'm curious what our next building structure is going to be here for Dolan as Reapers do get across the map. Ooh, that is a 3rd Rax. Okay. Aggression. The Reaper gets across the map, doesn't get much done. Again, we have the Queen already done. We have Lings out as well. What I will say is that usually with a 15-15, we would skip these Lings and defend only with Queens just to drone up a little bit harder. So Too Tall just being extra safe with these Lings, just being secure. So we even did move out across the map. We have our follow-up, and we're getting into... This isn't a 2-base all-in, but hyper-aggressive. What I'm referring to, it isn't just 2-Rax Reaper, that is a 3rd and 4th Rax on the way. It's going to be a 2-base 4-Rax by a push. We have a 4-Rax. Oh boy. That's going to be a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines is going to be a very strong stim timing. Now, the way this works is that this hits without medevacs. Again, there's no factory, there's no starport, no medevacs. We're going to have a lot of Marines, and this is a bit of a double-edged sword. What this means is that every stim counts. We won't have any medevacs to sustain our army. Every stim is going to be hurting the bio army here at the push of Dolan, so we have to preserve those stims. We have to make them count. We cannot waste them when we go for our push. Meanwhile, back at home, roach production. Roaches are on the way. The Reapers are still being an annoyance. The goal of these Reapers, deny the third. Deny the 3rd base for as long as we can. Contain Too Tall on 2 bases. And Too Tall is investing in link speed. Interesting. So once again, Too Tall playing it safe is making sure he has links to work with. At the pro level, usually this is skipped just because we're not really going to be using links too much because we're embracing roaches. But regardless, Too Tall just, wants to play it out safely here. Reapers go for the scout. They confirm link speed is on the way. And they get a drone as well. Not bad. We're scouting for a lair, scouting for gases. We confirm there is no extra gas, there is no lair. Reaper goes down. Lair just now begins. And Dolan will not... Oh, there we go. He confirms. Dolan does confirm the lair and does confirm the roaches. So Dolan is aware of the army composition, backs the hell off, unable to delay the 3rd any longer, but the 3rd base did take quite some time to really get going. So a nice delay nonetheless. And that bio army, it's getting larger and larger. Now, from the side of Zerg, we haven't scouted the main base. This is concerning. I mentioned before, this could be a 3CC 2-on-1. It could be an economic follow-up with a fast 3rd. It could be a 2-on-1 with factory into starport into drop play. Or it could be this. It could be a 4-Rax, right? It could be either 3 of those or even more variations. And Too Tall doesn't know. Too Tall is playing blind. He at least sees all the Marines, and that will give him a bit of a tell. So he is thankfully making safety roaches. But he doesn't know how committed this is. That's the big problem here for Too Tall. as he is somewhat droning up, and if he drones up too much, that could be the end of him. We have an infestation bit on the way. We are teching up. This could be for safety infestors. That I would not be against. In this kind of position, because we have no Ling Bane, the Bio Army is going to hit so hard that Fungal Growth will be pretty impactful. Lings do slip in. 3 SCVs go down. Oh boy, but that's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of man with gun. Stim has completed. And what do we have to defend? We have how many roaches? 11. 11 roaches. Queens are coming forward as well. With some clutch transfuses, I think we can hold on. There we go, we stim in. We stim on forward, we focus out roach after roach. They're falling one after the other. We do get a transfuse, but with the help of the Marauders, it looks like we have just enough. I say that, reinforcements are coming in, and we hold. Too Tall does hold on. It was a costly trade. You can see here, 10 roaches went down, 8 Lings, an Overlord for 22 Marines. And we survive. Now behind this, Dolan was not all in, 3rd CC's on the way, but that was committed. And honestly, that needs to get more damage done. Ideally, this gets into a mineral line and kills drones, or resets the queen count. We needed a little bit more damage here, just because of how late our 3rd base is. 3rd CC should be being landed by now, and it's not done. 3rd base isn't done, a 2 Tall, Hive is on the way, safety infestors are in production as well, for those fungal growths. And honestly, I really like the Zerg's position here. It's not too bad. Like, our tech is looking nice, our economy is looking better than that of the the Terrans, which is what's important. Sure, the 3rd base was delayed, but it's up and running. And from here, we can even take a 4th, which we're about to. So, 2 Tall looking strong, looking solid. Behind this, Dolan's still building up. And he is working towards what looks to be a tank push here. This time with medevacs. So he has more support, he can sustain himself. The pressure is now on Dolan to be active. To be active on the map. This I'm not too fond of. We have an Ultra Cavern on the way. Interesting. Okay, I was about to say that if we had range upgrades, this wouldn't be ideal, but we actually have only 1 Evo Chamber with Carapace upgrades instead. First Fungal does connect. Oh, the Chain Fungal! We catch out the Marines. A full medevac goes down. Should say a full medevac worth of Marines go down. And 2 Tall is defending, is holding. Dolan could be reinforcing with 2 more medevacs. Now, these ultras are going to be interesting. I say that just because, sure, they have some carapace upgrades, but no melee upgrades, and no kind of splitting yet either. So it feels like these ultras are a little bit premature. We're already building them before we invest into any ultra upgrades whatsoever. Bold move here by the Zerg. It means that these ultras are going to be quite squishy, actually. Going to be quite fragile, more so than usual. Drop comes in, 4 drones go down. Not bad. We get an Overlord as well, or even a Queen. Jumping back into the main. At the same time, Dolan pushing in towards the 3rd base. Multi-pronged attack here, and Dolan is pulling 2 Tall apart. Does got the Ultras. Ultras, they pop out just in time. Meanwhile, the drop on the right-hand side takes down 14 workers. Ay, almost a full mineral line. 14 drones go down. Looks like that is going to be triggering a counterattack, but remember, again, these Ultras are not ideal here. Can we break through? Bunkers are on the way. Drop comes back in, and drones are going down. We're forcing the push. Yeah, 2 Tall is committed. Bunkers are not complete. But do the Ultras have enough support? Yeah, first tank is going to go down. Nice split here by Dolan. Yeah, the Ultras are going to be melting. Meanwhile, across the map, yeah, drones are falling left and right. 2 Tall is all in. And the Ultras are going down. Yeah, they're 1-0 Ultras. GG gets called, and Dolan defends. He cripples the economy, and Dolan will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take the series, but a shout out to 2 Tall because he did not look bad whatsoever. And even here in game 3, I was favoring 2 Tall coming into the mid game. Like 2 Tall, he had a solid economy, he had some nice tech with the Hive. I wasn't fond of the Ultras, I'll be honest. I wasn't too fond of that decision to invest into Ultras just because they were Lair Tech Ultras, or like not even. They had that +1. That's all they had. They had +1 carapace. +2 wasn't even done by the end of the fight. So yeah, an odd choice to invest into that. And the other big downside of this army composition of going Ling Roach Ultra, none of it shoots up. Specifically, none of it can really deal with the drop play that was going on, and Dolan took full advantage of Too Tall, just pulling him apart left and right, dropping into the main, dropping into the third, dropping into the fourth, pulling apart the Zerg player, unable to deal with those metamax, and forced the all-in the end. Forced an all-in that we didn't necessarily have to go into if we were more defensive, and GG. GG, well played, but a shout out to Too Tall, because again, didn't look too bad here. I definitely see potential in Too Tall, and I wish Too Tall the best of luck in the upcoming matches and in the upcoming rounds. GG. GG, well played. With that, we can have a look at the bracket. Let's calm things down and switch on over. Let us have a look, as it looks like the bracket has been seeded. Exclamation mark B. Oh, I got you. Hold on. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. And we have that second round. Oh my god, some of the big names are facing off. Dolan versus Starkiller. We have Epic versus Creature, Rob versus Disrespect, and Paradessa versus Too Tall. Okay, likewise, we also have Chelsea Fan versus Okraut, Gloopglorp versus Hanmin, and NJW Boom versus Shmubdub. Interesting names. Interesting names. So best of luck to everyone. We have a choice to make. Honestly, I'm looking at these three matches. I'm looking at Dolan versus Starkiller, Epic versus Creature, and Rob versus Disrespect. Really good matches. Really good matches coming up here. Part of me wants to jump on Dolan versus Starkiller. Not gonna lie. Dolan versus Starkiller looks like a lot of fun. Epic versus Creature looks really good as well. Rob versus Disrespect. Yeah, we have to make a choice. We have to make a choice. I'm catching up. Catching up in the chat. Speaking of, I do see NJW Boom in the chat. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Yeah, we may just... I feel like Dolan versus Starkiller is going to be a short series. I'm getting that feeling. I'm getting that vibe. May just jump on him here. May just jump on him. Let's quickly have a look. Let's try to find our players. Try to find our players here. But yeah, some really good matches going on. A shout out to Bel Air as well. For those who are unaware, Bel Air is casting in German, is casting in the German language over on his own Twitch channel. So we do have two streams going on, English stream and a German stream. We will try to spread out. We'll try to spread out and cover as much ground as we can. And it sounds like Bel Air is going to be covering NJW Boom and Shmubdub. There you go. As we are going to be, I guess, going on a short break. Okay, we're going to be going on a short break. Our players, they need a little bit of time to set things up, so we can actually take a moment here to even spy on them a little bit on that clean feed. So we'll be back soon. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with Dolan versus Starkiller. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break, the brutal OST, and of course spying on the players as well, as we have returned with our third match of the night with round number 2 of the group stage. We're now getting into the thick of things here with some of these bigger names facing off against each other. Up next, Dolan versus Starkiller. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Bam, place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. As a reminder, this is a bet, this is a prediction for the entire best of 3, not just the first game. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, they're similar colors. Let's go. In the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings. Struggling a little bit in that last series. We'll see if he can look a little bit stronger here in round number 2. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the returning veteran of the scene, representing Majorino Esports. It is Starkiller. Going for a 15-15. 15 hatchery into the 15 spawning pool. Very similar to what we saw previously. At the same time, Dolan also going for a 2-rack Reaper. I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting deja vu at this point. Dolan going for a much more aggressive start here with 2-rack Reaper. Meanwhile, Starkiller opening up safely with a 15-15. Just to reiterate on the last series, the way this works is the Starkiller is going to be delaying his gases in favor of earlier queens, earlier lings as well, and I imagine building up and working towards roach production. Should be building up and working towards roaches, but we'll see if that's going to be the case here. We'll see if Starkiller does spice things up even further. As opposed to too tall earlier, we are indeed going for an earlier gas geyser. Okay. My eyes are on Starkiller. We'll see what this gas is going to be used for, whether we embrace link speed or if we rush into earlier roaches. Starkiller is known for aggression. Winding it back a little bit, Starkiller does have a reputation of being hyper-aggressive, being very cheesy as well. And I'm sure Dolan is familiar and Dolan is aware. Oh, hello, as this is not 2-rack Reaper. Okay, interesting. It's gonna be 2-rack Marine here out of Dolan. With our first 2 Marines, we will hunt down the first Overlord. It is racing towards that pillar. And can we get there in time? Up! It looks like we cannot. The Overlord will go down. That will supply block Starkiller. A nice pick off here from Dolan. And we're building up towards a bio push, I imagine, towards a larger Marine count. Still hunting down more Overlords. Moving out a little bit earlier. Likewise, because of the 15-15, we do have initial links moving out, but last Marines will come across them. Yeah, we barely do catch them. Links have to race back, and Starkiller, I was curious. If you remember, I was wondering what the gas is going to be used for. It is not roaches, not link speed. We're rushing to a very fast lair. Oh my god. Okay. And roaches, of course, as well. So we have a roach warren here on the low ground. We have our lair already almost halfway done. Dolan has arrived to deny the 3rd base, but we spoke about this previously about how this map is a little bit more conducive to 2-base play because of the ramp, because of the high ground, because of how defensive your natural is. 2-base play is seen a little bit more commonly on site Delta, and that's what we're seeing here from Starkiller. That's what we are embracing. Let's go. As behind this, we do have Stim on the way, building up towards, once again, 4 racks, or building up towards a 4 racks on 2 bases. Big delay on the 3rd CC, delay of course on the factory and on the starport, and this is going to hit like a truck. A very strong Stim timing coming out from Dolan. If this was 2-base Muta, I would be concerned quite heavily here for Starkiller. Thankfully, 2-base roaches are already on the way. I'm going to be concerned though if Starkiller builds up towards a push. As we are already making roaches very early on. Starkiller cutting drones very early here. Not even a 2-base saturation. Just on 2 gases, building up those roaches. And I think I want to favor Dolan here in this scenario, where Starkiller is building up towards what looks to be an all-in, essentially. We're building up towards a roach timing towards a big all-in. The bio army is spotted. Now, I was going to favor the defender, and I was assuming that Starkiller was going to be the first to move out, but my apologies, it's going to be Dolan instead. Dolan is pushing, and Starkiller will have an abundance of roaches to work with. we should be able to hold on. I do now favor Starkiller in this next fight, but we'll see. We'll see how this all comes to pass. That's still a lot of Marines. But we do push up the ramp. Roaches are in position. Yeah, we have the concave. And we do force the defensive stim. As Dolan has to race back. Bleeding out too much. Roach speed is done. And we can chase down the Marines. Yeah, we can chase them down. Stim has run out. We force a second stim as well. Oof, brutal. So much damage being done as Dolan is racing back to the high ground. Marauders are on the way. And we need as many Marauders as possible. As Dolan is now in trouble. And no bunker either. Aye. No bunkers. Without bunkers, can we hold on? It's going to be close. It's going to be close here as the Roaches, they try to push up the ramp, but last Marauders have arrived just in time. We do pick off a depot. Depot does fall. Does make up for the earlier loss to Overlord. And we do go for concussive shell. Stim is done, so is combat shields. Not concussive shell though. Big delay. Is going to be not quite restarted in the main. Not quite, as Dolan does hold, does survive, and Dolan is building up towards a third CC, towards tank production. The game will progress. Likewise, Starkiller back at home is droning. Is droning up, saturating his third, taking gases, and we're building up towards the mid-game. As the dust does settle, I do favor Starkiller just because of our economy, just because our third base is getting fully saturated. Dolan still has a ways to go to get his third base up and running. Now, there is going to be potential for Dolan to catch up, specifically with medevacs. With our medevac production, we can be active with drop play. We saw how well Dolan was able to just pull two tall apart earlier in the previous ZVT on this map, and we'll see if we can do the same to Starkiller. As the bio army is moving out, and the goal here should be to get some economic damage done, to out-trade Starkiller even, to be more efficient, and to try to recover. Starkiller does take the fourth at the triangular third location. If Dolan was aware, he could deny this. For now, does stim in. Going for the dive. But Roaches, they have time to respond. And they do collapse on the army. Drones are going down, though. Yeah, we got 6 drone kills. We target fire even more. 9 drone kills. It's going to cost us a lot of the bio. But that's going to be, oh my, 15! 15 workers go down, basically the entire mineral line. Dolan does evacuate, does escape with most of his bio. Looking at the trades here, that was 10 Marines, 3 Marauders for 15 drones, but that will trigger a counterattack. Meanwhile, Dolan diving back in, back at home. He's got tank production, he has Marauders, he's safe and sound. Oh, and he's gonna get even more done. Oh my god. We catch the Queen, 4 more drones. Yeah, Starkiller being pulled apart, and there's no anti-air. There's no anti-air, there's nothing to shut down these medevacs. Queen does rotate over, and now we're not done. Moving out with another double drop. And because Dolan has yet to take the third base, he's not exposed, right? He's not spread thin. He's safe and sound on 2 bases, and can keep dropping. Now, eventually, Dolan will need to expand, and with that, he will now move out and expose himself and be spread thin between 3 bases. With that, Starkiller could try to punish this. Could with a counterattack. Until then, though, Dolan is in control. Catch a roach. Going for the Queen, won't quite get it. At the same time, Dolan does hit the third, and we are out of position. Starkiller, not where he needs to be. Not where he needs to be. 4 more drones go down. Aye. Dolan still being active. Oh, the biles! Ooh, they barely don't connect. So we even have a Liberator. Thankfully, Ravagers will deal with this. They force the Unsiege. Third base not being taken. No saturation yet here for Dolan. You can see he's actually banking resources. His macro is slipping. As Dolan is supply blocked. Thankfully trading out some units. But it looks like Starkiller, he's had enough. Yeah, Starkiller, he's had enough. He wants to break out. Dolan has 1,000 minerals in the back. We're still supply blocked. Dolan, with the supply block, this push may end the game. Straight up, Starkiller may just have too much. Third base is gonna be shut down. Dolan, we need to make some units, Bobby. Aye. Boys are gonna be fallen. boys are going to be falling. Tanks are seized, but tanks are exposed. And Starkiller is going for the kill, going for the throat. And again, if it wasn't for the supply block, Dolan may have had enough. But he's losing every single tank. There's one tank left. And the natural base has been broken. And Bar's going to be connecting. The one tank still barely standing strong. And this is already game-ending damage, though. The army does race back home. Bar's going to be connecting. And Starkiller is going to be cleaned up, but he gets 41 SCVs. And even though Starkiller was losing drones earlier, we still have an economic lead. We still have 52 workers. Starkiller still looking strong. Dolan is forced to heavily mule. And taking a bit of a step back here, I still want to favor Starkiller. He has the better economy, has the higher worker count. We have 2-2 on the way. Able to rebuild and replace what we just lost. Can Dolan bounce back? I mean, that is a lot of mules. Oh my god. Okay, never mind, we're okay. I mean, look at the economies here. It is now swinging back in favor of Dolan. And we do have some deepers in production as well. Thankfully, we're breaking out of the supply block eventually. Can Dolan recover? Things looking a little bit bleak here for the Terran. A lot of pressure on him to get damage done with these drops. Moving out once again. Drop is spotted. And we have our Ravager in position. Dolan does zoom towards the main, but alas, we have roaches in position. Yeah, Starkiller's got an army in every single base. He's ready for the drops this time. Dolan is moving out though with 4 tanks, has potential with this army. Again, he's very Marauder heavy. And he may be able to bring down the 4th. You know, Starkiller, he is defending all bases, that is true, but he's spread thin. He's got supplies stuck in the main, stuck at the 3rd, and stuck at the 4th. And it looks like we're going for a counterattack. As Starkiller moves out, Dolan moves in. And do we commit to the base trade? Yeah, we sim on forward. Reinforcements are called out. We do catch 2 tanks. Massive pickoffs. And we're committed. At this point, does Dolan turn around? Oh, he thinks about it. He does think about it. He's going to commit. Here we go. Roaches, they push towards the natural. Likewise, Dolan pushing into the natural as well. Remember, Dolan can lift. Well, we got to keep going. Send it, Papi. Send it. As we set off the army, tanks are headed towards the 3rd base. Marauders towards the natural. Boys are being pulled. There is a roach army. And meanwhile, across the map, we see Starkiller camping the production. Denying anything out of the Raxes. Out of the factories. But it looks like Dolan may just have too much. He's shutting everything down. Nothing left at the natural. The main base is still standing strong here, but only for so long. Starkiller does evacuate, though. He escapes. Oh. He escaped with 4 drones, and hatcheries are on the way. At the same time, some buildings are lifting. Only some, though. The CC's going to fall. Massive pickup. 3rd base does go down. A lot of chaos is ensuing. The main base and the natural will survive, though. But again, we have bases out on the map. We have buildings. And Dolan just, trying to go for the elimination. Dives into the main. Oh, I just realized we didn't have link speed. Link speed is denied. And in a head-to-head fight, oh, do I favor Starkiller here? I may. 25 roaches for Starkiller. Now his army is split up, true. The army is split. Dolan is looking for expansions, looking for bases. He has found that hatchery. Is aware. Meanwhile, there's still gas geysers left over. There's gases here at the natural, gases at the 3rd. Dolan getting in position. He's going for the expansion. Starkiller is in position as well, ready to defend. Dolan bringing everything together. Oh, big tank volley is going off. Not bad. Yeah, Dolan trying to force a fight within tank range. It does kite back. Tank shots once again, and Dolan is out trading Starkiller. Now reinforcements have arrived. But against Starkiller, he had so much just out of position, and it looks like Dolan, he has enough. GG gets caught. He cleans up the Roaches, cleans up the Ravagers, and Dolan will take the game. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Went down to the wire, went down to the base trade of all things. And Dolan does take a lead in the series, but that could have gone either way. Again, I was concerned that Dolan was losing too much. I was concerned that Starkiller had too much of an army to work with, and that in a head-to-head fight, it would go in favor of Starkiller, but thankfully for Dolan, he was able to fight within range of his tanks, and Starkiller initially didn't have his entire army together. He was split up, he was pulled apart, and yeah, Dolan able to take advantage of Starkiller towards the end there. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We have a lead for Dolan, but now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Oh my god. As that was a bit of a roller coaster ride of emotions. Not gonna lie. We had some ups, we had some downs. Dolan was popping off with his drop play, but then he got supply blocked, insanely supply blocked, and in the aftermath of that, Starkiller likewise had the superior economy, but it all came down to the base trade in the end. And we'll see how this story ends here. We'll see if we can get an ace match, or if it ends in favor of the Terran, as we're loading into game 2 on Alkyone. Let's go. Spam this truck for Dolan, the duck. Let's go. I think we have some other Kobe passes for Dolan. I can't remember. I can't remember if that's the only one. But back in the day when we had our pro team being a little bit more active, we used to have Kobe passes for all of our players. But here we go. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our American Terran player, the blue Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the teal Zerg player, representing Matcherino Esports, making his return here to the competitive scene. It is Starkiller. Down in this series, but looking to force that ace match. Personally, I would love to see a game 3. We'll see if we get that lucky here as Starkiller. Where are we headed? Okay, Starkiller starting off with a proxy hatch. Initially, though, we do come across the 2-ranks Reaper here of Dolan. SCV's under fire. Another SCV comes down, and Starkiller is going for a pull first back at home. And we'll expand. Okay. No proxy hatch. A bit of an odd move. It is not common to... Oh, so we can go for the gas steal. Let's go. Gas is being taken. Love to see it. But not common to go for a drone scout like this. I'm pretty sure if there was no low ground setup here for Dolan, Starkiller would have gone for the proxy hatchery. But upon seeing the setup, Starkiller will instead go for the gas steal. Will do what he can with the drone. And set up back at home. As the gas does complete, Reapers are on the way. Now, this was a pull first opener out of our Zerg player, and with this we have a faster queen, but this wasn't a 15-15. The hatchery is a little bit later here for Starkiller. I do actually like Dolan's position a little bit more. We'll see what Dolan can get done. We'll see if he can, for how long he can delay the expansion and contain Starkiller to 2 bases. We shall see as the first Reaper is moving out. Again, as a reminder, the goal here of this Reaper aggression is to contain the Zerg player, deny the 3rd base for as long as we can, and maybe even catch some drones. As the Reaper is a bit adventurous, taking a lot of hits. Does rotate back around. Second Reaper moving out. It is going to be how many? Yeah, just 3 Reapers. 3 Reapers for Dolan, and it looks like the same build. 2-Rax Reaper into a 4-Rax follow-up. We saw the same build in the previous game on site Delta, or something very similar. If you remember, on site Delta, Dolan went Marine first, not Reaper, but did lead into the same follow-up. As Marine's going to be amassing, and Stim will be on the way. Reapers, they dive into the main, getting a full scout. Boys are being pulled, they do block them off. There we go for the full surround. Nice catch here from Starkiller. One Reaper barely does not escape. Oh, that was a brutal loss. That was 3 Reapers for 2 drones. Not worth it for Dolan. Yeah, it did overextend. Was a little bit too cavalier there and was punished. And now what are we going for? Double Evo chamber? What? Okay. No early Roach War, no early Lair. We're going for early upgrades, followed by the Lair. Interesting. I was curious. We did take an early second gas. Dolan did confirm. Looking at the vision, he saw the second gas geyser, which is why Dolan reacted and responded with a bunker. Dolan expecting some Roach aggression. That's why we also started Marauder production as well. So Dolan is expecting Roaches, and Roaches, they're coming, but a little bit later here, as the Roach Warren is thrown down behind the natural base. And 1-1 is on the way. So this is going to be a very interesting timing. It's going to be a very strong 1-1 Roach speed timing here for Starkiller. But can we get there? Because the reality is, Stim is going to hit first. This bio push should hit first here from the side of the Terran. Gas guys is being cleaned up. And we'll see how this all turns out. It's a very peculiar setup here, and yeah, I'm curious how many Roaches Starkiller will have in time for the first push. Roaches are amassing. Starkiller, he's on 2-base saturation. No third yet. 1-1 is still a ways off. We're almost halfway done. But I guess because we have fully saturated on 2 bases, we're just making nothing but Roaches, which means we should be okay for that bio push, as Dolan is about to move out. Now, we do have a couple of Marauders incorporated, which will help when it comes to the Roaches, but we're going to have so many of them. We have 6 so far, but we have 9 more on the way. Yeah, 15 Roaches, 2 Queens, potentially even 3 Queens. See how much damage Dolan can get done as he's moving out. If we're not fast enough, we could even get a kill on the third. Yeah, there we go. Force a cancel. Third base is denied. So far, so good. Dolan backs up. I mean, basically, he just saw a 2-base all in. Like, he confirms the lack of third base. We're done. We can retreat from here. Roaches are spotted. Dolan doesn't take the bait. 1-1 is done. 2-2 now starting up. Roach is still being active. Dolan does catch a couple of free Roaches. Bit of a miss rally there by Starkiller. Starkiller consolidating his army, bringing everything together. Dolan does confirm. Late reaction though. Dolan, yeah, does react a little bit too late. Alas, he will stand strong. Does go for the fight, but bleeds out the Marauder. Yeah, both Marauders go down. Dolan has to get the hell out of here. Does have the tank on the high ground. Yeah, we'll hold on. Yeah, catching extra Roaches. Not a bad trade by Dolan. Shaving off Roaches, pulling back. Third CC not yet on the way for the Terran. There we go. Third CC now starting up. And so far, again, it's been quite nice for Dolan. Looking at the trades, 14 Roaches for 17 Marines and 4 Marauders. This is going to be a little bit more ideal for Dolan, gas-wise. Now we're rotating around. The Overlord does confirm the army positioning. Starkiller getting ready. We have Ravagers. Oh, the supply block is brutal. That's 5 Overlords on the way for Starkiller. And the supply block is hurting so much here. And the tanks are getting within range. The volley's going to be going up. Up! Oh, nice hot pickup. Oh my god, Dolan! Calm down. Does save the tanks. And we'll race back home. Speaking of, oh, we only have the 1 extra tank. Dolan is setting up. Starkiller rotating around, heading towards that third. More Ravagers morphing in. 2-2 is about to finish up. Starkiller hitting his 2-2 timing. But Starkiller has barely been droning. We're still on 43 drones. I'm a little bit in shock here. But barely any saturation at a Starkiller. He's essentially 2-base all in. Has a third hatchery just for larva, essentially. And we're gaining ground. Pushing forward, but the tanks are sieged up. And we just cannot break this tank line. The roaches are falling. Ravagers are exposed. We do bow down the CC. Oh my god, almost goes down, but not quite. Not enough. And once again, Dolan pulling back to the tanks. SCVs are starting to fall, but the main army for Starkiller, it's crumbling. A big overextension. Roaches, Ravagers, we get completely cleaned up, and Starkiller has no economy behind this. Again, here, we're not saturated in the main. We barely have any workers here at the third. 43 drones for the Zerg player. We just cannot keep up. Not in a longer game. And Dolan has expanded. He establishes his third base. Drops the moving out. Not too much in these drops, thankfully, for Starkiller. But Starkiller, he needs time. He needs time to drone up. He needs time to recover. We've got a lot of catching up to do. As that's a kill, not a cancel. That's a kill in the expansion. Dolan dropping into the main. The hot pick up there at a Dolan. Nice control, nice micro. Saving all the units. Dropping towards the left-hand side, just distracting Starkiller, containing onto 3 bases. And behind this, Dolan is just macroing up. Investing into more tanks, second factory. Armory is on the way for 2-2. What I will say is that the big advantage that Starkiller has is the upgrades. Right, 2-2 is pretty nice to work with. But outside of that, we even have a hive on the way. Just very tech-heavy. Working towards the hive, just now droning up on 3 bases. Getting up to 64 workers. But here comes the move out. Here comes the push from Dolan. And Starkiller this entire time has been droning, and he's not ready for this. He's not ready to go toe-to-toe with this kind of army. Starkiller, he's got 5 Ravagers, 14 Roaches, a handful of Lings, no Banelings. Ling speed just finished. Dolan, he has arrived with a massive army. We deny the 4th base once again. And this is going to be a tough hold for the Zerg. Dolan pushing forward. Leapfrogging forward even with those tanks. Lings, they dive in. And we do take down the first 2 tanks. Not bad. What about the Bio? What about the Marines and the Marauders? Tanks are falling, but yeah, we just stim and we just win. The Roaches, the Ravagers, they all go down. And we just cannot handle the Bio army here of Dolan. Not anymore. As Starkiller, he was just outscaled. Again, he was just not set up for a longer game. He was completely all in earlier. And for him to fail to break the third and to fail to kill Dolan, I mean, that was game then and there. Reinforcements are on the way. But there's so many medevacs. There's like 1 medevac for each Marauder. And the Marauders, they're not going to go down. Again, there's only 2 Ravagers left. We're down to 1 Ravager. Reinforcements trickling in, but GG gets called, and Dolan will take the series 2-0. Advancing on and looking strong here in the group stage. GG. GG, well played. Dolan will take the series, but this was still a very close series. Game 2 was a little bit more in favor of Dolan, is what I will say, but game number 1 was so close. Game 1 was very back and forth. It went down to the wire, went down to a base trade of all things. It was a very, very close game 1. Game 2, Dolan a little bit more, you know, secure and maybe even just warmed up after those previous games. But we could have definitely seen an ace match between these 2 players. GG. GG, well played. Predictions are paid out in the chat, and we can now take a moment here to have a look at the rest of round 2. Do we have any updates? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Looks like we have a lot of updates coming in, actually. Oh, do we have another? Do we have another series for us? Here we go. We have Epic. Epic takes down Creature 2-0. Big win there for Epic. Again, Epic is coming in as one of the favored players for the entire tournament. And we'll see if anyone can bring him down. Likewise, Chelsea fan takes down Ulkrats 2-0 as well. We have Gloop Glorp taking down Hanmin 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Do love to see it. Likewise, Too Tall or Two Meows takes down Pardessa 2-0. Nicely done there by Two Meows. We also, of course, just wrapped up with Dolan vs Starkiller. I don't know if there's an update for Rob versus Disrespect. They just got out of game. They just got out of game, and they may have yet to report their series. It may be done. They may have just... Yeah, I think they wrapped up. I can see them talking. I can see them talking. But it looks like they have wrapped up here. Speaking of... Yo, there we go. You can see Disrespect, he's the player with the black and green jersey. I believe that's the Apprentice Esports jersey, actually. Let's go. We also have Epic. Epic is behind him. Epic, of course, with the Psystorm Gaming jersey. We have Dolan is the animal without a jersey. You can see him here with the jacket. Este Dolan. I was messaging Dolan, and I was asking him what was going on, and he said that he didn't realize there were going to be cams. He didn't know there were going to be cameras, so didn't think he needed the jersey. Este Dolan. Shaking my head, Dolan. Shaking my head. You look good in the jersey, Bob. You look good in it. Next time. So Dolan is our lovely player here next to Epic. The two Terrans talking with each other. Maybe our two finalists for the tournament. We'll see. Shout out to Joe. Joe, of course, he's been handling the stream, handling the cams even. Oh, do we have a game? Looks like we might have a game, actually. One moment. One moment here as we are loading in. There won't be predictions open for this, as I don't have time. But we are jumping in mid-series. We're jumping into game number 3, and oh boy, one of the final matches. Actually, this is the final series of round 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Green Terran, representing Apprentice Esports. Shout out to Apprentice Esports. I didn't realize they had a jersey, and he is rocking that jersey live at the venue. It is Disrespect. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss, representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. Here we go. So we have arrived. We're here. We're in the ace match. It all comes down to this, the final series of the group stage. And this could go either way. Always do appreciate Disrespect. He's a very active player. He's always there for the online America's qualifiers and America's online events. Very active player. Likewise, Rob did take a bit of a step back, but also his peaks were quite high when it comes to EPT Americas and how he did perform. So I'm ready to embrace the final game here. As for now, we're going for a Racked Expand. Single gas opener. Just the one gas here from Disrespect, so he's going for a faster CC, a faster command center. Rob likewise going for a Gate Cyber into expansion standard opener out of our Protoss player, economic opener out of our Terran player. So there we go, the CC is on the way. I want the cheese, Bobby. Oh, let's go. Literally Saturday for Dolan. He's just chilling. He is, Bobby. He is. Este Dolan. Shaking my head. Thanks for covering some StarCraft stuff. All the SC2 channels that I have followed decided to show battle aces today. Oh, good, all good. All good, happy. I do apologize for not covering World Team League. I mentioned this before. Usually we cast WTL over the weekend, but today we did not, as we were otherwise busy, of course, with Cheeseadelphia. They were clashing, unfortunately, Cheeseadelphia and WTL, so we didn't want that to occur. So we're going to be catching up with World Team League in a couple of days. We'll do like a catch-up cast instead. We'll do a catch-up stream. But for now, we are focusing on our final game here. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Rub. Twilight Council into Blink. Standard setup. We do have our second gateway on the way as well. Meanwhile, Disrespect, likewise, interesting. Okay, going for an economic racks expand into a 3 racks. So you very rarely see this nowadays. It was very meta, was very common a couple of years ago, and now we see it sprinkled in every now and then in a TVP. Basically, we're building up towards a stim timing, towards a bio push. Against a Stargate opener, this could be deadly. Against a Blink Stalker opener, I want to give the edge to Rob here to be able to respond, to be able to react, and to be able to defend. The goal here, though, is to recognize what's going on, and once Rob realizes how aggressive this is, that we're building up towards that stim push, we need to be active with our Stalkers and delay the push. The goal here is to be active with our Stalkers and try to force out stims, chip away at the Marines, and pick away at the army as it moves out across the map. Similarly to what we were seeing previously with Dolan versus Starkiller, it's going to be a stim timing without medevacs. Because there are no medevacs, there's no sustain with the army either. So again, our goal is to whittle away at the Marines. And that's an extra gateway on the way. Uh-oh. Not just an extra gateway. Okay, Rob, going for quite an aggressive build. We have 1 gateway in the main, we have 3 gateways at the natural. This is 4-gate Blink. And now I really have to favor Rob here. Because of 4-gate Blink, even though Rob hasn't scouted, even though he doesn't really know what's going on, he's going to be aggressive. He's going to be in the face of the Terran with mass Blink Stalker, and we can see already the Marines having a hard time against those Stalkers. Like in a head-to-head fight, we can blink and control well against this. As Stim is not yet done, the Bio Army is spotted. And Rob should soon be moving out. We're just waiting for our reinforcements, waiting for the Warp Prism. There we go. Stalker Army is soon to be active. And Rob does need to engage as quickly as possible. As Stim is, ooh, as we catch the first Stalker. Not bad. A bit of mismovement there by Rob. But this is what we spoke about. Again, Marines are going down for free, essentially. There's the first Stim. So far, nice blinks. Do manage to get away. Second Stalker goes down. When we do catch the rest of the army, we go Blink once again, able to get away. And we do preserve most of these Stalkers, catching reinforcements. But the Bio Army dives into the natural. And can we get any probe kills? We're going to clean this up. Yeah, we get 2 probes. The army is cleaned up, and now we can go for a big counterattack. The Prism's already across the map, and now Disrespect is in trouble. We just lost the entire army. Like, what do we have left? We have 2 Marauders. 2 Marauders, 6 Marines, no tanks, no bunker in the main. And because Blink is done, we don't have to push into the natural. Sure, we have a bunker, but the main base is exposed. We can avoid the natural, we can go straight into the main instead. But now, I mean, may as well just go for the bunker itself. Boys are being pulled. Oh, so far so good. Disrespect does hold. And Rob can rotate around. Disrespect, yep, does race back into the main. We'll see if he can survive this. Rob diving forward. The army's in position. Decent juggling. Boys are being pulled. And it looks like Disrespect, he should barely have enough. Yeah, he does force out the army. Does force it back. Costs him 5 SCVs, but Disrespect holds. Disrespect does hold on. Oh! And looks like we do have a bit of a pause here. Hopefully everything is okay. As a reminder, this is an offline LAN event, so we don't have our standard setups. We don't have, you know, our home setups that we're used to. So hopefully everything's okay. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a hotkey issue, but it has been resolved. Here we go. We jump back in. Rob rotating over to the main, picking off some SCVs. Disrespect is going to be distracted for a moment as Rob dives back into the main base. And we do get eyes on the 3rd CC. Gonna get a couple of SCV kills. I mean, for Zealots, these are better trades for the Protoss. Catching 9 SCVs. And 9 SCV kills. Back at home, Rob getting his third base saturated. We have Dark Shrine on the way as well, working towards DTs. It's a very aggressive style here from the Protoss. Disrespect is holding, but still stuck and contained to 2 bases. Disrespect does confirm that there's an expansion, there is saturation. But here we go, the Dark Templar have been morphed in. Do we have a scan? We have one, thankfully. We have one scan available at the natural CC. But the Dark Templar are split up. Yeah, one in the main, one of the natural SCVs are going to be going down. Going for the army. Going for Marines. Oh, we just muled! No shot, we just muled! Now was not the time. GG gets called as we did not have a scan. And Rob will take the series 2-1 with the Invisible Man. GG. I was waiting for the first scan, and after a couple of seconds, I was like, something's wrong. What's going on? Oh, we muled. Unfortunate timing there for Disrespect. GG, Rob will take it. GG, well played. There were 2 fresh mules at the natural, and just like that, there was no detection, there were no scans. The game ends. The game ends then and there. Congratulations here to Rob, as in NA fashion, does take the series. And now we're getting ready for round 3. My condolences to Disrespect, but again, he is a contender here to go far in this tournament, and we may even see a rematch in the playoffs. We'll see. For now, switching our scenes over. Let's have a look at the bracket itself. Exclamation mark B. Oh, I got you actually. Oh. There we go. We have our bracket commands, and do need a moment to set up our challenge. There we go. Just scrolling down to round 3. Okay, who do we have? We have to jump on Epic. We have to jump on Dolan versus Epic. Of course we do. Well, as so far in this broadcast, or in this tournament, Dolan and Epic have yet to lose the series. Now they face off against each other in round 3. We also have Hanmin versus Okrats. We have Rob versus Starkiller in a PvZ. We have Schnubdub versus Gloopglorp going on as well. 2 Muse versus NJW Boom. We have Creature versus Chelsea Fan, and Disrespect versus Pardessa. Okay, round 3 is going to be popping off. And as I mentioned before, we have to jump on Dolan versus Epic. The TVT, we're going to embrace it. We have to. We have to. Let's go. Both players so far undefeated in the tournament. So far. And that's soon about to end. Only one of these 2 can make it through into the playoffs without any kind of blemish on their record. Only one. As I believe vetoes are underway. Just messaging some players. Make sure we're ready. Let's have a look at the player. There we go. Oh, they're there. We have Starkiller and Dolan. Of course, conversing with Joe. Is that some chocolate milk? What do we have? What are we drinking? But we have Starkiller, we have Dolan. In the background, in the top left, there's Epic and Disrespect chilling next to each other. I don't know. I think Rob is next to Joe. We saw a player in a red t-shirt. I think that's Rob, if I'm not mistaken. I'll be honest, I don't know what Creature looks like. So we probably have already seen Creature on the screen at some point on the cams, but he's an animal puppy. I don't know what he looks like. So we've yet to point out Creature. I'm sure we will. I'm sure. Stalker, hi, let's go. Shout out to Eddie. I see Eddie in the chat. There's disrespect walking around. Oh, the Terrans. The colluding. The Terran players. Catching up. Smurge. 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 It is the last weekend of Battle Aces beta. I didn't get to play, unfortunately. I didn't get to embrace Battle Aces. Is that creature? There's a player with their back to us. I don't know who that is. I'm assuming it's a player. I'm not too sure. But if you're in the know, let us know. If you're familiar. Is this in Philadelphia? It is. It is. Of course. If you may be tuning in for the first time, this is Cheeseadelphia, the Summer LAN. Cheeseadelphia has been running for many, many years at this point. A big shout out to Nerd Street Gamers for like hosting the events and for holding it at their venue, I believe, as well. Cheeseadelphia has been around for a long time at this point. It's a big LAN that occurs almost annually in the Americas, and yeah, it's really cool to see everyone coming together. I think it was in the previous Cheeseadelphia where we had players like Jon Snow, we had Vindicta was there as well. We had some other big players rocking up. Pili Pili was there. It was earlier in March. And I believe this is all building up towards kind of towards a big offline finals, towards a big main event. I believe there's going to be a spring, summer, and winter edition of this tournament, and then kind of like the big championship finals. I don't think there's any like details about the future events. I don't think there's any details yet, but once they're announced, you know, keep an eye out. Keep an eye out on Twitter, on social media, and I'm sure we'll be told. Sure, we will be told. Stolen to hold a sign above everyone's heads like captions. I'll message Dolan. Yo, Epic telling us that he might off race actually. Okay. Just as a heads up for the eventual predictions, Epic, he did play Zerg for a while. I do know that. He did used to compete as Zerg for like a year even. Something like that. And he might decide to off race for the group stage specifically. So we'll keep an eye on Epic to see if he does. But I'm asking Dolan who Creature is, so he can let us know. They haven't managed to catch it before. All good, all good. Yeah, yeah. So if you happen to be like local to the area, then consider dropping by. Whether it's for this event or maybe a future event as well. A future Cheeseadelphia. Usually it's on their own stream channel, but happy that Ducklings get to cover it this time. Yeah, yeah, I think usually they have people like Tempo or Fear Dragon or some of the other kind of local like NA talents usually cover Cheeseadelphia. For whatever reason, I think this time they weren't available. This time they weren't available to cover the event, but we were more than happy. We were more than happy to jump in. For those who don't know, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, we are. I mean, I'm not from NA. I know I speak English. I'm from Australia. I'm here. It's what time is it? 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. We love our NA players. We love the NA region, the NAC. We cast a lot of NA events, but we're not quite from the NA region itself. I would love to go to something like a Cheeseadelphia or like a DreamHack Atlanta or something like that at some point, but it's quite expensive flying over. It's quite a trip. Quite a trip. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Fear Dragon is going to EWC. No idea about Tempo. Rarely see him stream anymore either. I saw Tempo stream. We raided Tempo like a month ago or something. He's like, you know, irregularly active. He pops up every now and then. pops up every now and then. Get that quack into my veins. Ah, back. Is it super late, Lights? Aren't you tired? No, we're fine. We're fine. I intentionally slept during the day today. So, for those that are curious, whenever we cast an event like this, like Home Story Cup or like an EU event or an NA event like this, or SC2 Safe House, right? Like last month. I just go full degen and like I sleep when the sun is up and I'm good to go in the evening. This is also why we didn't cover WTL, World Team League, just because I wanted to like make sure that we were like fully rested and ready for this tournament, just because it's probably going to be a long one. We're wrapping up with the group stage, and after this we have the playoff brackets, and yeah, let's go. I'm sure it's going to be a full day event. And then we're going to do it all again tomorrow. What? Let's go. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's already super late. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All good. Not the first time we've cast an event like this. I mean, we've had like 14-hour marathon casts. That was when we casted EPT Oceania into EPT Taiwan, Hong Kong, into EPT Europe, and then NA. I think that was last year. Last year when we did, we were the B stream for EPT, all 4 regions. We did every single region. That was like 14-hour cast. Yeah, we're experienced. we're good, Pat. We're good. I think that was in 2023. I think 14 hours is our longest cast. I don't think we've ever exceeded that. Not that I want to. I don't think I do. Don't think I want to go through that again. It was similar when we did we covered Rebirth. I think Rebirth was a 12-hour tournament. Rebirth, for those that are curious, was a Chilean tournament. This was back in 2021, I think. 2021, 2022. Was a big Chilean tournament that we casted. Light sleep schedules like Miyamika's build order. Oh no. Doesn't make any sense. True. I need a live VIP cardboard cutout and bring it to a LAN. Ah, then I can finally be there. Amazing. That can't be healthy. It is, Poppy. For StarCraft, it's worth it. It's worth it. But it looks like our players are just still setting up. They're getting ready. They are getting ready. Conducting their vetoes, getting some food. Getting ready for a long day of StarCraft. As a reminder, it's a one-day event. Once we wrap up with the group stage, we will embrace the playoff brackets. When it comes to the playoffs, I'm not too sure if we're going to be holding matches. I'm sure that maybe the quarterfinals will be played all at once, and then we'll go over the semis one at a time. Or maybe we'll do it in batches. I'm not too sure. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. He's sustained by the power of Smurge. Let's go. No, I'm not smurging yet. I'm not smurging yet. Oh, Dolan is smurging. Oh my god. He's got the hoodie up. He's got Dolan. It's too early to smurge, Papi. Calm down. No. Dolan embracing the darkness. with the hood up. Will it help? Will it hurt? Will it hurt him? We'll find out. But it looks like our players are getting ready. Players are getting ready. Veto's underway. Likewise in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets. Oh, okay. Dolan, he's telling us that Creature has a black root jersey on. So if you ever see a player with a Root Gaming jersey, like a black Root Gaming jersey, that's Creature. And I don't think I've seen him yet. Don't think I've noticed him. But there we go. Now we know who to look out for. Now we know. I'm asking if Rob is the one with the red shirts. Trying to confirm. Does he always wear that? Is he a creature of habits? Maybe. And here we go. We have our lobby. We have our game. I mentioned before that Epic was thinking about off racing, and it looks like he will. God damn it. But Dolan, he confirmed that that Rob is the player with the red shirt. So, yeah. I thought so. But here we go. We're getting ready for our next series for our ZVT, not a TVT. Now, I believe Epic is going to be off-racing a Zerg here in the group stage, and he might switch to Terran in the playoff brackets, just to kind of hide his builds a little bit. But he's still a very strong Zerg player in his own right. And here we go. You can hear the beeps. Lobby is made. Vetoes are done, and we're diving into game number 1. If you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open. Best of luck. Best of luck. As game 1 is going to be on site Delta. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of site Delta, we have our red Zerg player, usually Terran, but off racing a Zerg, representing Sidestorm Gaming from the land of the Americas. It is Epic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran, one of our own, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. Here we go. We have our ZVT again. Epic, was it 2021? It was a couple of years ago. It was relatively recently where Epic did suddenly race switch to Zerg for like a year of play. Like Epic, he committed to his race switch into Zerg. He played for a year, competed, and honestly, he got quite good. He got quite high on the NA ladder and was getting some good results against other American players as well, or NA players. Eventually, Epic went back to Terran, but yeah, his Zerg is nothing to really scoff at either, and because of that, even though I would want to favor Dolan, especially after how we've seen him compete against Starkiller and even Too Tall earlier, do you think that Epic has a chance here to make a series out of this? Even if this is perceived to be his more so off race. But we'll see. We shall see. As Dolan's moving out with his first worker. Back at home, just going for the Rax Expand. This time, no 2-Rax Reaper. We're not going to be embracing that quite yet. And Epic did go for a pull first. Okay. Pull first here from our Zerg player. 6 Lings are on the way. Going to be zooming across the map. And this should be confirmed by the SCV scouts. Oh my god, we're rushing into a Roach. This is gonna be a fast series. Calm down. Roach Warren's on the way. Now, the scary thing about what is just happening here is that the SCV is gonna be denied. The SCV does confirm the hatchery is late, does confirm the early lings, but the SCV does not confirm the Roach Warren. Oh wait, never mind. No, wait, I swear there was a Roach Warren on the way. We canceled. Okay, the mind games. The Roach Warren is cancelled despite not being scouted, and okay, we're gonna be calming things down. We will calm down. Dolan getting ready back at home. We have our first Marine. Add-ons on the way. And Epic doesn't really commit with his initial lings. Does stay back. Meanwhile, the Reaper of Dolan is looking for the lings, is aware that they're out on the map somewhere, and is on the hunt. Back at home, Epic now expands, takes the natural, and is now taking his third base as well, so working towards the mid-game, working towards a longer game here. So we're just going to be settling into Site Delta. Reaper has arrived, dives in, takes a lot of hits, and gets shut down before we break into the main. No scout from Dolan. For all he knows, there could be a Roach Warren, there could be a flood of roaches on the way, and Dolan is in the dark. We can see that there isn't, but Dolan doesn't. Dolan is unaware. Back in the main base, going to be a 1-1-1 follow-up. Very aggressive build here out of Dolan. Big delay on the third CC in favor of what looks to be Banshee play, as we can set up for an add-on swap. And speaking of, the Starport and Rax do swap places, going for Banshee production, and getting into Hellions. Did I say Banshees? Never mind, we go for the add-on swap, but we're going for a Liberator first. Okay, I'm curious if we're bold enough to go for something like a Fusion Core. Lings, they slip in! Oh, Lings, they do slip into the main base. Marine does go down, we get into the mineral line as well, and SCVs are falling! Ooh. We got one SCV, just the one for now. And Dolan does clean this up. Behind this, oh, we're gonna be doubling down. Armory's on the way. Thankfully, after Lings got cleaned up, we are doubling down here into Hellbats. Hellbat production is on the horizon here, as the Overlord is coming in for a secondary scout, and there's no anti-air. Remember, the Marines, they went down earlier, so there's nothing to stop the Overlord scouts, and Epic will confirm. Back at home, just happily droning up, investing into our queens. Spores are now on the way. And the Overlord does get behind the mineral line, and the armory is scouted. And that is a sign here for Epic to either throw down a Baneling Nest or a Roach Warren. Just to be safe, just to be secure. As Hellions do rotate around. Queens, they're all pulling together. I mean, true, we could just defend it this was purely Queen and Ling. Hellions, they dive into the natural. So far, nice trades against the Lings. Lings, they get annihilated. The Queens are out of position. Yeah, the Queens are a little bit too slow. The mineral line is exposed. Good reaction at Epic. He does pull away, but we just go straight for the main base. We go for the main instead. Workers are lining up. We get 5 drones so far, and we're not done. The barbecue is real. We get 10. Oh my god, 10 drones. We come back too soon. We get 10, 20 workers going down. Oh my god. And who cares about the Hellbats? The Hellions on their own. They eviscerate the economy. 25 worker kills. Liberator not quite getting too much damage done. But the Hellions, they got more than enough. And we're following this up with Thors? Okay. Thor production has begun. I'm not too sure why, as we didn't really scout anything. No extra gases. The lair is not done either, but sure, we're setting up for a Thor drop. Okay, Dolan, playing in style. He shuts down the economy and he follows this up with a Thor production. Hellions are amassing as well. We have Blue Flame, of course. It's going to be Mech. Did gloss over that. But Mech is on the way for Dolan. And how better than to embrace Mech with Thors and drop play? Why not, Papi? Why not? Speaking of the Thors, they are here. They're moving out across the map. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have some Spine Crawlers in position to help defend against Hellions. Queens at the natural. Queen in the main. But really, there's not much on the ground. There's not much to work with. Roachborn is still on the way. We only have Lings. And the Thors, they've made it. Initially going for the Overlord. This will buy time. Overlord goes down. At the same time, Ling Runbite does come in, but we have Hellions in position. The Lings, they do nothing. Now we dive into the main. And drones are being targeted. Queen does distract the Thors. So far, we haven't really dealt too much damage with this yet, but we have a lot of potential for damage. As Queens, they zone away the drops. Medevacs are going to be targeted. Yeah, the first Medevac does fall, but we do save at least one Thor. The juggling Papi! Oh my god! We juggle back. We barely will escape. At the same time, the Lings are distracted. Hellions are going straight for the mineral line. Thankfully, there is a spine crawler, but we don't care about the spine. We ignore it. We go straight for the mineral line instead. Drones once again getting roasted. Hellbats, they are morphing in against pure Ling. They're ideal. And Dolan, he's just pulling Epic apart. Epic just one step behind. It all started with the Hellion run by. And it ends with the Thor drop. Behind this, we're just building up tanks. Third base fully up and running. Fourth CC on the way. Liberator is sieged. And do we have any queens left? We have 3 queens. Just 3. And that's a kill in the hatchery. Epic in a moment of desperation going for a massive counterattack. For this, what can we really do here? What can be done? We do get into the mineral line. And we threaded the SCVs. We get 2 SCV kills. That's something. And Dolan is content with his damage. He just backs up. Just races back home. Epic does thankfully have a 3rd and working towards a 4th, but Epic has been busy re-droning, spending so much lava on drones, not on army. And Epic is falling behind. Oh, the lib! Oh, unfortunately doesn't quite connect. Liberator will eventually go down to the queens, thankfully. He is shut down. Back at home, Epic working towards Ling Roach Ravager. Ling Main Roach Ravager even. It's not a bad composition. The problem here is that Epic needs an economy. He needs time. He needs time to recover, time to stabilize. And this entire time, Dolan has been building up a massive mech army. Tanks, Hellbats, Liberators. All things mech. And when Dolan decides to move out, I don't think he can be stopped. I'll be honest. I want to believe here in a miracle that Epic can maybe force the army to turn back around. Maybe go for a run by, go for a counterattack and delay the push. Maybe catch the tanks on siege. Like, there's a chance that we can maybe force some mistakes and catch Dolan off guard. But it's not going to be easy. The pressure is on Epic. Pressure is on, and hey, we can maybe catch out the Hellions. Not bad. 3, 4 Hellions go down. Meanwhile, the tanks do siege. We bow them down. Ooh. Catching a tank. Very nice pickups here from Epic. Picking up a handful of units here and there. It all does add up over time. And this is what he needs to just whittle away at the army, picking off 1, 2 tanks whenever he can. Because a head-on fight is not going to go his way. But the army has Raju bow down. Oh, barely not the tank. It survives. Yeah, the files, they don't quite connect. Liberator siege is up. Dolan is maxed out. He's pushing in. The files, honestly, the tanks, they do bunch up. Yeah, the bars are going to be insane, but last we just mow our way through the Roach Ravager, they just melt. The Roach Ravager in an instant does crumble. Dolan is just pushing on forward. And now within range of the 4th base. And the 4th base is cut off. Lingbane is rolling in. But Dolan is just rallying across the map. There's no holding back. Not anymore for Dolan. Going to be a kill in the 4th base. Now we're pushing towards the 3rd. Ling Rumbai is maybe going to get a tank. Yeah, does force friendly fire. We get something. does get a tank. And Epic just trying to hold on as best he can. He has double expanded towards the south, has taken more bases, but barely has an economy. Dolan, he's on 99 SCVs. A little bit excessive. Doesn't need that many workers. But it's fine. At this point, he can get away with it. He can get away with anything he wants. And GG gets called as we snowball out of control, and Dolan takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take a lead here in the series. Unfortunately, even though Epic did scout the Hellbat push, even though he saw the armory, he wasn't quite prepared for it. He had queens, yes, but no kind of follow-up tech to work with. He was relying on Lings and Queens. Very risky defense there from Epic. And Dolan was able to bypass the queens, rush into the mineral lines, and he got 25 drone kills over a mineral line worth of workers. And that was almost game then and there, right? That was just an insane amount of damage, and recovering from that position is so difficult. So difficult, especially at this level of play, where that was game-ending damage. Really, we had to rely on Dolan to make mistakes, and Dolan followed it up in style, going for a Thor drop of all things. Very fancy moves out of Dolan, picking up all the queens, and it did snowball into a win. But now we're getting into game 2. We can wipe the slate clean and bounce back and try to force the ace match. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Zerg player representing Psystorm Gaming from the land of the Americas. It is Epic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from taking the series and advancing on into the playoffs. It is Dolan. And as we settle into game number 2, a big shout out to Bad Panda. Sorry, Panda no even. Thank you so much, Mr. Panda. Thank you, thank you. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Gracias, papi, gracias. Quack, quack. Thank you so much. Hope you all enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the tournament. And if you want to support the tournament, not just us, not just the CranKy Ducklings, if you want to support Cheeseadelphia, Matcherino. Matcherino in the chats. Hold on, I got you covered. There is a Matcherino for this tournament. If you want to help support the NA scene and the NA region, then Matcherino is the place to be. I believe it's to help boost the prize pool and help support the players, so do check out that Matcherino link. Otherwise, thank you so much for the support. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. As we are settling in. Bad Pantano is great. Oh god. Wait, is that Bad Panda no? Is it? It sounds like you're scolding the panda. Like, bad panda. No. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Panda no, thank you. For now, we are settling in. It is going to be a Rax Expand standard opener here out of Dolan, going for the Rax into CC. Meanwhile, back at home, this time, we do see Epic going for a standard Hatch Gas pool. As a reminder, on side Delta, Epic did go pool first. This time, we avoid the pool first. We're opening up in a much more normal manner. Oh, NO is for New Orleans. Oh, okay. I see. Papa Panda versus Bad Panda. No. Aye. Okay. Panda New Orleans. I see. I understand. So we're not scolding. Okay, we're not. The panda didn't do anything wrong, is what I'm hearing. I mean, may have done something wrong, but we don't. I understand. As for now, we are going to be settling in. Behind this, Dolan going for a third CC before Starports. A very economic follow-up here from Dolan. Much more standard play here from both players. We're embracing Oceanborn. as a general rule, pandas don't do anything. True, true. I mean, they eat, right? They eat a lot of bamboo. That they do. But now though, Epic taking his third base, droning up. Meanwhile, I spoke about how standard this game was looking, and it was looking standard until now. Do you see what I see? Fusion core. It's going to be 3cc into a fusion core here. Dolan looking to embrace the BCs. And when we see BCs, it's most likely going to be mech. It's going to be mech once again out of Dolan. We have Hellions initially here from map control, followed by would-be BC play. Thankfully, there is no second starport. Meanwhile, Epic does throw down the Roach Warren. Okay, so it's going to be Roach play from our Zerg player, and I imagine mech play out of Dolan. For the time being, Epic is in the dark. Hasn't seen too much. I did get eyes on the tech lab though. Never mind. We saw the tech lab on the starport. This tells us that it's at least going to be Banshees, so we should soon be seeing some Spore Crawlers. Speaking of, there we go. Spore Crawler at the third base. We have a Spore, not quite in the natural, but in the main. So Spores are being sprinkled throughout the bases. Getting ready for at least Banshee play. And that is Stim. My apologies. I thought it was going to be mech, but no, it's BC into Bio. It is going to be Bio play. Meanwhile, the Scout does confirm at least the second racks in production. Overlord is coming in. And we'll get eyes on everything in the main base. Marines are going to be rotating over, but very few Marines to work with. And the Overlord may even scout the Fusion Core. Yeah, the Fusion Core is spotted. Epic does see everything. And back at home, we need extra queens. we need queens, we need more spores. One in each base is going to be good enough. And we have additional queens in production. So Epic is getting ready. Hellions are moving out. We have roaches to help deal with them. So far, so good for the Zerg player. So far, so good. As Hellions have yet to dive in. At the same time, BC does teleport across the map. But the Queens are in position, and we get 3 drone kills, 4 drones, and not much more. As the BC is going to be stuck at the same time, Link counterattack. Ooh, does get quite an amount of counter damage. 5 SCVs, 6 SCVs even. And Dolan, he's in trouble. The Hellions get shut down across the map. The Roaches were in position. They were ready. And the Lynx are wreaking havoc in the main base. Marines are going down, SCVs as well, and we're still not done. Getting another SCV. And Dolan just not ready for the counterattack whatsoever. This is game-ending damage. We're still not done. 15 workers, 16. An entire mineral line worth of workers go down. 16 SCVs and a depot. The Hellions, they did nothing, and now we're vulnerable to a counterattack. Now is the time for everything to move out. There's nothing to defend. We have like a handful of Marines. That's it. If Epic were to move out with these roaches, Dolan would have nothing to hold on. Thankfully, Epic is pulling back. He's droning up. Epic taking a slower approach here, but Epic, he has a massive lead. If the opener did nothing, the BC did not do enough. And Dolan has some catching up to do. As the Lynx, they come back. Not again. They come back. They get a kill on the depot. Dolan trying to stabilize. Massing up more Marines, tanks. And there's a lot of pressure on this double drop. Now, we have seen Dolan pop off against Starkiller, against Too Tall as well. We saw Dolan get a lot done with his drop play. But to be honest, Epic has a much more mobile army, and he can keep up. Can and he will keep up with the drops. Epic not losing any drones outside of the few that he lost against the BC. And Epic, he's stabilizing on a 4-base economy, 74 workers, looking solid. And Epic will soon max out on Lingbane Roach Ravager. And Dolan is stuck at home. Like, sure, we have some drop play, and ideally we need to get some worker damage done. We need to get into a mineral line, catch queens, trade as efficiently as possible. And so far, we do well for ourselves. We do okay, but Epic, he will soon pull the trigger And there just is barely anything at home to defend. We have 2 tanks, no bunkers, barely any SimCity. Epic just waiting to max out. Then it's going to be all or nothing. Waiting for our upgrades as well. 1-1 is on the way. We have our infestation bit. That's going to be for Hive Tech. 5th base as well. And it's going to be a miracle here if Dolan can somehow survive this push. It does focus on some Banelings. Not bad. Nice control out of Dolan. Is forced to back off. Hive is on the way. Epic, unfortunately, is lacking anti-air, so this drop play is actually keeping Epic pinned back. So Dolan is buying time. It's buying quite a lot of time as we unload. But the Banelings, they get some decent connections. Marines are going down. And Epic should be pushing. Again, we're maxed out. We're up 70 supply. Now with the Hive should come Vipers, and that'll be a way to deal with these drops. Dolan's still being such a nuisance here. And Dolan, he's catching up. Slowly but surely, he is catching up there. In terms of that army. But here we go, Epic, he's had enough waiting. He's had enough time here. He's had enough of the Terran. And we're rolling into the splits. We do react, but a little bit too late. Banelings, they are crashing into the mineral line. 15 SCVs go down. Ravagers are exposed. Dolan not trading too poorly here against the army, but he lost the entire mineral line. That's 19 SCVs falling. And Epic, all he has to do is back off, remax, and do that again. Just keep on knocking down the 3rd base time and time again. And eventually Dolan will run out of steam. Now, currently his army is quite comparable to Epic. He has a pretty decent army to work with. Epic is setting up a surround. And Dolan's pretty all in. At this point, yeah, Ling run by catches reinforcements. 2 tanks going to be going down. It's all or nothing for Dolan. He turns back around. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Dolan is racing back home. More workers going to be falling at the natural at the 3rd base. Marines have made it. We will clean this up. But, again, what are we really saving at this point? What is really left at home anyway? That's going to be 29 SCV kills. I'm afraid to look at the kill counts. How many workers are full in this game? 65! Almost as many workers as Epic has right now, and now Dolan has to move out. Still all in. Epic is remaxed. Ultras are on the way. Now, thankfully for Dolan, we're still spending supply to harass across the map. But Banelings do turn around. Banelings not going to get the best connections. They do get shut down. Not a bad start here for Dolan. Is pushing forward, is pre-spread. Epic getting ready to collapse in. And there's quite a lot of Ling Bane waiting for Dolan here on top of the ramp. We have Ling Bane, we have Ultras, Kindness Plating's on the way. And we're just waiting for Epic to pull the trigger, and here we go, he collapses in. Queens do pin back some of the Ling Bane, but we just overwhelm the Terran army. There's just not enough Terran, not enough fire. GG gets called, and Epic ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Epic does tie us up. Again, it was just a really brutal moment for Dolan. It was just a bit of a snowball effect, or the dominoes started falling when Dolan moved out with his BC, and when he moved out with his Hellions, he had nothing at home to defend. So as he was harassing with the BC and Hellions, he was being eviscerated back at home. There was just workers going down left and right, nothing to hold on, and the Hellion BC really fell on its face as well, just barely dealt any damage. And from that moment, Epic was in the driver's seat. He had a lead, he stuck with it. did maintain it, and GG. We're going all the way to Game 3, the ace match. Oh boy, again, so far both players have been undefeated in this tournament, but now we're going to be settling into that ace match, and how will this story end? Epic, he's still committed to Zerg, still not switching to Terran. I appreciate the commitment. Epic did just message me, he said I'm glad I at least won one game, but nah, he's too humble, Papi, too humble. Could still take the series. Let's go. We're loading in to Alcyone. Triple Evo chamber. I did notice that. Was Triple Evo. And here we go. I mean, they've both been defeated. True. I should say, they haven't dropped a series yet. They've dropped maps. Haven't dropped a series yet, what I should say. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our American Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Psystorm Gaming, usually Terran, but now facing a Zerg. It is Epic. Tying up the series in that last game, looking to claim the entire best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? Representing the CranKy Ducklings, it is Dolan. Opening up, 2-Racked Reaper. The gloves are off, the aggression is on. Dolan opening up with a second Rax into Reaper production, a very aggressive build here from our Terran player. Meanwhile, Epic going for a hatch first. Going to be hatch gas pull here out of Epic. And we'll see how much damage Dolan can get done. As a reminder, winding it back here, Dolan is going to be active with 2 to 3 Reapers. Only a handful of Reapers here to be active and to harass across the map. And this will lead into a follow-up 4-Rax push. 4-Rax with a stim timing. At least that's how Dolan has been playing this out, typically here in today's tournament. In the group stage. Epic for now just opening up in a standard fashion, droning up, taking our gases, getting into our spawning pool. The Overlord will not scout. It's going to be a delayed scout here for Epic. I don't know if you noticed, but we actually prioritized scouting for a proxy. We moved out towards the third base on the right hand side and the linear third base as well, so this will mean that the scout across the map will be much later than normal, and Epic won't have as much of a heads up as to what's going on. So a risky move here out of Epic, just ensuring that there is no proxy. Meanwhile, Dolan is on the hunt. He's looking for the Overlord, and Dolan will find it. And the Overlord is caught out, and we're a ways away from the pillar. The pillar is all the way here on the right-hand side, and this first Marine is soon to be joined by a second Marine as well. Yeah, we collapse in. The Overlord will not make it and will be shut down. Nice pick up here from Dolan, and that will supply block Epic. Meanwhile, Epic is going for the third, but the Marines are on the way. Marines are on the way. Something that I should reiterate as well is I assumed this was going to be 2-Racked Reaper. My apologies, it's 2 racks into Marine production early on. Interesting follow-up here from Dolan. So no Reapers initially. The downside is that this means that the third base isn't denied. It means that, I mean, initially it isn't, but these Marines, they could pull it off. Going for the Overlord. Stutter stepping forward. Oh, second Overlord goes down. Another supply block. That is brutal here for Epic. Now we're going for the hatchery. Queen has arrived. We'll fend off the Marines. And we have a Roach Warren follow-up. Okay, Epic going to turn this defense into an offense. Second gas on the way. Roach is going to be amassing. Meanwhile, Dolan is building up towards that 4-Rax. We spoke about it earlier. Big stim timing on the way for Dolan. Stim is on the way. 4-Rax's Mass Marine is going to hit like a truck. At the same time, Epic, we're not droning. Epic, he's cutting workers at 21, and nothing but Lings and Roaches on the way. Epic is going for his own all-in. And who do I favor? Now, if Dolan had opened up Reaper, he would have scouted this. That's the upside of going Reapers. We would have seen the Lings, would have seen the early Roach Run, would have scouted the lack of drones. Dolan's in the dark. And that means no bunkers. No bunkers for Dolan. Dolan, he doesn't know how aggressive his opponent's being right now, and we are vulnerable. We have a wall, but the wall is going to be broken by the Ravagers. The Zerg is on the way. Dolan is in the dark, has no idea what's coming. Stim not quite done. And can Epic pull this off? As the army is revealed, the boys are being pulled. And they have to be. The Wiles won't quite connect. Once again, though, we do connect with the army. Nice bile there from Epic. Gonna be delaying the army. Stim gonna finish up in 1 second, and it will finish. Yeah, Stim is now done. The boys being pulled back. They do go back to mining. And the Tech Lab may fall, but alas, the upgrades have completed, and Dolan, he can fight this. He can engage. As more Marines and Marauders are on the way. Tech Lab does fall. Dolan's in with the army, and we're collapsing in. Yeah, there's not enough buffer. It looks like the Marines, they snowball out of control. We clean up the leads, we clean up the Ravagers, and Dolan, he will shut this down. And GG gets called. There's nothing left. Epic was completely all in, and Dolan will take the series 2-1, coming out in first place in the group stage. GG. GG, well played. Dolan will take the series 2-1. We'll take down Epic, and again, Epic and Dolan are looking to be the top players in this tournament. Dolan will take it here in the group stage, but this was Epic playing Zerg. I should reiterate. I should put some emphasis on this. Epic's main race is Terran, and I'm sure we'll be seeing some TBT action later on in the tournament. Regardless, GG, well played. Dolan will take the series, and let's head on over to the bracket to figure out what exactly has been going on. Let's go. Let us go. Oh my god, we're done. we're wrapped up with round 3. Looks like our series was a little bit longer here. Oh, we'll catch up with the players soon. But Dolan takes on Epic 2-1. We have Schnubdub taking down Gloopglorp. We have Disrespect taking down Pardessa. Any other big results? We have NJW Boom. Oh my god, all the notifications in the chat. Thank you so much, Blaker Dudes, by the way, for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the bits. Gracias, gracias. Blaker Dudes always donating those bits. We do appreciate it. But any other updates? Rob takes down Starkiller 2-1. Disrespect took down Pardessa. And what was the other update there? Creature takes down Chelsea Fan 2-0 as well. And that means we have 1 round left. Okay, so it is going to be round robin. One moment here. As we scroll down a little bit further. So my apologies, I thought it was I thought the format was a little bit different, but no, it is round robin. And Dolan up next is going to be facing off against Rob. Has Rob gone undefeated as well? Hold on. Yo, he has. Okay, my apologies. Rob, likewise, he took down Disrespect earlier. He took down Starkiller. Rob has not taken a loss in a series yet, and now he's up against Dolan in the final round. So we have Dolan versus Rob. We have Epic versus Disrespect. Likewise, Disrespect has been having some ups and downs as well. Do think that he's quite comparable to Epic, so best of luck in that TBT. We have Creature versus Boom. Okrats versus Gloop. We have Starkiller versus Pardessa. 2 Meow versus Hanmin, and Chelsea Fan versus Schnubdub. Okay, so we're going to be following Dolan versus Rob. That's going to be our next series. If we have time, I would love to jump into Epic versus Disrespect as well. We'll be jumping into that. Oh, we can see the players. Oh, I think that was Creature. I think Creature, he just walked by. Okay. Just see our players chilling out, interacting. And as a reminder as well, once we wrap up with the group stage, then our lovely admins are going to be, of course, seeding the brackets and getting the playoff bracket ready for us. And we'll be jumping into the quarterfinals. There might be a bit of a break in between the group stage and the playoffs. Just a moment so that, you know, we can get some food and get a break. And, of course, get some water and hydrate ourselves. Shout out to Rob. For those who don't know, Rob is, sorry, not Rob. Joe. Joe is our lovely producer, sitting there in the chair. He has allowed us to have access to the clean feed, or the player cams really. So big shout out to Joe. Also helping to organize the entire event. Big shout out. Schnubbed up versus Gloopglorp. It's yo, only the finest NA players, Poppy. Only the finest. Gloopglorp versus Schnubbed up. God damn it. I can't even say it. Oh, hello, Rashi. Hello. I see Rashi in the chat as well. Who's that guy in the front in the teal shirt? I believe that's Joe, right? Am I crazy? He's handling the clean feed. Handling the clean feed. Oh. But it looks like vetoes are underway. And we're getting ready for our TVP. Rob is on Roots Gaming, if I remember correctly. Here we go, we are setting up. Here we go. Looks like vetoes are done. The lobby is made and we're jumping into our final round. Round 4 of the group stage. If you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. So far, both players have not dropped a best of 3. They've dropped maps. Definitely, they have dropped maps. We've seen that occur from both Dolan and Rob, but neither one has dropped a series yet in the group stage. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion. We have our American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss, representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. We go. As we are going to be embracing our final series of the round. I'm going to be embracing that final series. And we'll see how we open up. Now, Dolan, he's known for his aggression. He's known for his quirky builds, but we haven't really seen that today just because of the matchups. We've seen mainly Dolan against Zerg players, not against Terran and not against Protoss. And against Protoss, that's where Dolan can really shine. He's got a lot of cheese, a lot of all-ins, a lot of chaotic builds here available in the TVP matchup. So I'm excited, I'm ready to embrace some Dolan nonsense. Yeah, give it to us, buddy, give it to us. Now would be the time. Unless he wants to save it for the playoffs. It's possible, it's possible. Might want to save it instead for those playoffs. Probe Scout dipping in. Getting eyes on the opener. It is going to be an economic opener here out of Dolan. It is a single gas geyser, so a Rax into expansion. So economic start from Dolan. Rob being as annoying as possible. Tasing away at those SCVs. And is going to be locked in. Now, typically we would see a recall to save the probe, but depending on how low it is, it may not be worth it if it were to go down. Yes, Stolen does try to sort it away. Behind this, we do have a standard opener as well, just a gate cyber expand. We're easing our way into our setup. Interesting, and we have our first racks here in the main, but we have hidden the second and the third racks on the low ground. Okay, we have a 3 racks here out of Dolan. Once again, a very aggressive follow-up from our Terran player. We should be building up towards the stim timing. With 3 Raxes, that means mass marine, stim is going to be on the horizon, and a massive bio push. Thankfully, Rob is opening up Twilight Council, not Stargate. Now, we saw this previously, I think it was with when we casted Rob versus Disrespect, where Rob opened up 4-gate Blink against the 3 racks of Disrespect, and he completely shut it down. Again, if this was Stargate and Phoenixes, Phoenixes that have a really hard time dealing with a large amount of marine Marines early on in a TVP. Phoenixes can get you killed, but when we open up Blink like this, when we open up with the Twilight Council, we will be active with the Gateway Army, and we can chip away at the Marines. And Blink is on the way. Blink is on the horizon, and we'll see how many gateways get thrown down. There's 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or even 4-gate Blink Stalkers. There are different kind of variations and different forms of aggression. Well, we have our answer. I was like, how many gateways? 4 gates. We have 2 gateways already done and 2 more on the way. It's going to be 4-gate Blink. A very aggressive build here out of Rob. And again, I'm getting deja vu from his series against Disrespect, where Rob is poised to shut down this bio push from Dolan. He is going to be ready for this, or at least he should be. As Dolan still has to bide his time, wait for those upgrades to kick in, waiting for Stim and Combat Shields. Is waiting for the upgrades. The Adept does confirm the Bio Army. And Rob is being active. Again, his goal here, what he needs to do is move out with these Stalkers, engage with the Marines, force a Stim. Pick off as many as we can before the army gets across the map. So far, a good response here by Rob. Gets 1 Marine so far. Picks up a Marine, gets a 2nd Marine. Stalkers are taking some hits. Stim has completed. Likewise, Dolan has to be careful with how and when he does Stim. And it looks like he will rotate around towards the left-hand side. Rob will check the Zonaga. Does miss the army. The Prism! No! Up! Oh, as Dolan does barely miss the War Prism. And Robbie's pushing in. Is pushing forward. Dolan does come across the Prism. We force the Stim. Prism goes down. Massive pick off, but at the same time, Stalkers, they dive into the natural. Going for Concussive Shell. We do deny the upgrade, but there's no way out of this. There's no high ground vision either of the Stalkers. They're all going to go down. Massive pick off. Rob, big overextension. No, he does overextend. Losing everything at the natural. And Rob, he had a good start. He had a very good start, but alas, there was no way out, and now Rob has nothing left. Rob, he barely has an army. He's in trouble, and Dolan is pushing. Dolan is moving out. What do we have at home? We have a shield battery, soon to be 2, 3 shield batteries on the way. Immortal production has begun. Oof, but yeah, just an awkward overcommitment there from Rob. A bit of a misplay. Scan does reveal the position here at the natural, but we could honestly just rotate over towards the 3rd and force the army to fight out of range of all these shield batteries. Like that's a lot of shield batteries. 3 shield batteries here at the natural. We could just avoid it. Yeah, we just hit the 3rd. And we just dive on the 3rd base. Nexus is under fire. Rob will save the probes. Nice recall. Does save the workers, but he cannot engage. Rob, he cannot fight out of those shield batteries, out of range of the shield batteries. And he's stuck at the natural. That's 400 minerals down the drain. Rob forced to expand elsewhere. And honestly, Dolan could have done it again. He could have just rotated and gone for the 4th base for a 2nd time. Does scan. Dolan taking his own 3rd CC. And building up towards his own bio setup here on 3 bases. And Dolan is looking quite comfortable. And I feel for Rob. I mean, at least he took it well. You know, he was laughing after the sip up there. It's okay. it happens to the best of us, Papi. It happens to the best of us. Oh my god, as we do land a good storm. Okay, not bad. We have 3 more High Templar behind this. Storm is done. And Dolan does have to respect the army. He has had a good start, but you have to respect the storms. As a tank has arrived. Again, there's not really much to this army. There's not really much support or buffer for the High Templar. It's very fragile. It's a very tight hold here for Rob. Dolan's going to be expanding, taking his third base. Dolan Spadunov going for a double jump on the right-hand side. Rob does push forward. And as the main army's distracted, Dolan, he does slip by into the main. Yeah, not much in position. Rob is distracted, double jump does dive in. Forge is exposed, we just go for the mineral line, probes are going down. It's going to be 12 workers so far, and the Artosis pylon's going to be falling. We depower everything in the main base. GG gets called, and Dolan takes game number 1. GG. A solid game there from Dolan, and again, Rob did not have a bad start. Did not have a bad start whatsoever. I do want to emphasize that. Did not have a bad start, but did overextend, did kind of misinterpret or misjudge the situation. He pushed into the natural, and then there was no way out. There was no way out of the natural base. There was no high ground vision, so even with Blink, we were trapped. We were stuck. It was that moment where you could see the moment in that game where Rob dove in, and he dove in, and then he realized the moment where he messed up. He's like, oh, what have I done? Mistakes were made, Bobby. Mistakes were made. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. We are going to be settling in, and game number 2 is going to be taking place on Ghost River. Okay. A map that we have yet to feature the entire day today. We have yet to feature Ghost River. We're jumping in for the first time. Let's go. Let us go. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping we can get a little bit more out of this, but the pressure is now on the Protoss. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have our American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Rub. Rubby. And in the top left hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran player himself, leading the series 1 game away from claiming it all and coming out in first place in the group stage. It is the CranKy Ducklings, Dolan. Here we go. And again, I don't think game 1 was really too indicative of the skill of Rob, just because, again, Rob, everything was looking solid, everything was lining up for him to shut down the 3 racks, to shut down the bio, and to be aggressive, and everything quickly just fell apart there. Just, again, a miscalculation and caught off guard, and everything went south real quick. But I want to believe we can bounce back as, oh, interesting, we're opening up double gate. Okay. Rob, we've had enough. We've had enough. Not going for a standard opener, going for an aggressive start here from the side of the Protoss. Meanwhile, Dolan doing the same, opening up double gas. As a reminder, on Alkyone, we did have an economic opener, a Rax Expand. This time with 2 gases, Dolan is going for a faster factory instead, going for a delayed CC. Now, this makes sense on Ghost River. We didn't really get to talk about it, but there's a reason why we've rarely seen this map. There's a reason why we have not seen it at all today. It's because it's very aggressive. It is one of the shortest rush distance maps in the map pool. Very short rush distance by ground. From natural to natural, it's not long at all here to move out. And not just that, not a lot of bases to take. It's very congested as well. Does lead towards more aggressive builds, which is why we're seeing a 2-gate. So 2-gate opener is going to lead into additional adepts early on. Their production has begun. Likewise, Dolan playing safe, going for the faster factory. And we'll see where this leads us. This could be for a Widowmine drop opener. This could be for reactored Cyclone production. Could be for Reaper Hellion. Dolan has options with how aggressive he wants to be with this. Meanwhile, the first Reaper has made it. We do get eyes on both gateways. Dolan is aware. Oh, and does get a probe already. Not bad, but the Reaper will go down. Not the best trade there for Dolan. As the Adepts are moving out across the map. Back at home, Dolan, because he did scout the 2-gate opener, CC on the high ground. Very safe position here for Dolan. The CC will not be delayed, will not be denied. Cyclone production has begun. Getting to a 1-1-1. And Adepts, they can't really get much done here. They can maybe get the SCV. Oh, not quite, as the worker does head on over towards the left-hand side. Yeah, the SCV is safe and sound, at least for now. If it does rotate over to the other side of the building, then we can focus it down. Oh, speaking of... Oh, there we go. SCV does fall. So RNG not working in favor of Dolan there. We do delay this a little bit, and the Adepts do shade in. And we shade into the main base. Ooh, we do cancel. As one Adept does fall, and we're going to get the second Adept as well. Just barely. 2 Adepts for 1 Cyclone. I would say not a bad trade for Rob. 2 Adepts for a Cyclone, but ideally, especially with a 2-gate opener, we did want a little bit more damage, and there are more gates on the way. That's a lot of gateways. So once again, 4-gate blink. We got here in a bit of a different way, but 4-gate blink nonetheless. Rob wants to be active, wants to be aggressive, and this time will not lose his initial warp prism, I imagine. Meanwhile, across the map, Rob being active, tank production starting very early on. We already have the 1 tank. Dolan going for a tank push. Before we can embrace the Blink Stalkers, Dolan is going to be moving out. Yeah, the tanks are spotted. Nice scout here from Rob. He's aware of what's coming. And it's on Rob to prepare. There we go. Oh my god, that's a big reaction. 3 shield batteries. 3 shield batteries on the way. Now, what is terrifying about this push as boys are being pulled is that we can actually go straight for the main base. But here we go. The Medivac does take a lot of damage. Tanks will be landing. Ooh, Medivac goes down. Big pick off. And we're going to pick off a tank as well. Yeah, Dolan bleeding out a lot here already. 1 tank going down. That's the backbone, the back line here for Dolan. Is the backbone of his army. Overcharge is popped. The first Stalker goes down. We're down to 3. 3 Stalkers left. The overcharge still standing strong though. As Dolan is running out of units, running out of Marines. Liberator has arrived. The repairs, they barely do keep the tank alive. Only for so long. Second tank falls, and what does Dolan really have left? He's going to try to keep pushing. But Rob is holding. Robbie's holding the line. Third tank is on the way. Bunker is thrown down. Can Dolan still pull this off? Blink is about to finish, and we can come in from behind. Yeah, we come in for the blink. Liberator is exposed. Going for the tank even. And Robbie's pulling this apart. Tank goes down. Liberator thereafter. And Dolan is down to only vanilla Marines. Just a very nice defense here from Rob. Bunker may be able to finish up, but again, there's just barely anything left that we're working with here. Another snipe on the Liberator. And we're going to shut down this. Yeah, we're going to shut down this depot as well. Depot? This bunker. And once we clean this up, what does Dolan have left? Back at home, backup bunker. We have the tank sieging up. We have an economy to work with mules. But from here, Rob, he can just expand. Taking a third base, he has map control. He's moving out with his Stalkers. We'll delay the bunker. And Rob is looking solid. Basically, the players are looking quite comparable to each other, but the big downside for Dolan is he's stuck at home, right? Like, Stim just now started. We lost our Medivacs, lost our tanks, lost our Liberators. We're just stuck on 2 bases, and Rob can take full advantage of him and saturate the third. saturate the third base, take up into Charge, Storm, Robo, into Colossus or Archons. You know, pick your poison. Rob is free to do whatever he wants. And Dolan is contained. Is going to be contained from here. Now, Dolan has an option, and we may decide to go for a 2-base all-in. I would not be opposed to that, just because of the dire situation for the Terran player. We may just build up towards Stim, towards all these upgrades, and just pull the boys on 2 bases. Like, that is a viable option here for Dolan. And if Rob is too greedy, if we cut too many corners, if we probe up too much and take a 4th base and throw down 2 forges, for example, then Rob could be cool with his pants down. Dolan isn't out of this yet. As Rob does try to pick up an SCV. Has to calm down. Scan confirms a 3rd base. Gets eyes on the High Templar. Storm about to finish. And we're going to have 3 Storms available. Pulling the boys into Storms is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy here. Here we go. Dolan does go for the Unsiege. And do we pull the boys with this? So far, just moving out with the main army. Moving out with what we have. More add-ons on the way. Okay, Dolan not going for the all-in. That's a Ghost Academy. Okay. You have my attention. We're going for a longer game. Taking up into Ghost. Catching a Stalker. Dolan pushing right down mid. And we have to try to avoid those storms. Charge is done. And we dive on the tanks. High Templar pushing in. And even without storms, the Gateway army is just too much. Yeah, the tanks get shut down. Not even a single storm. We didn't even need it. Didn't even need them. Stolen has to retreat. Not bad tank shots. Going up with the Stalkers. But the Immortals are getting on top of the tank. Storm on what little is left of the bio. GG gets called, and Rob will tie the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive start there from Dolan, but it all fell in its face. Really good control and really good positioning out of Rob to shut down the tanks, to shut down the Liberator. Just picked Dolan apart in that push. And yeah, with that, Dolan just didn't really have much left. There's a reason why I said that maybe we could just go for a 2-base all-in and pull the boys in a longer game. Dolan just could not compare to Rob. And even if we did pull the boys, pushing into 3 High Templar full of storms, it's not easy. Not easy at all. And with that, we're going to game 3. We are going to the ace match, and we're loading in to Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, looks like the rest of the bracket is getting underway as well. A lot of results are coming in. We'll catch up after the series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Protoss, a player tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. And can he keep the momentum going? Can he take the series? Representing Root Gaming, it is Rob. Oh, mate, Robbie. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Dolan. Oh. Hi. Oh, Vice President Dolan. I don't understand the memes. But okay. As our players are going to be opening up. It looks like Dolan doesn't understand either. Okay. I don't feel too much out of the loop. But Dolan is going to be opening up double gas. Double gas opener here by Dolan. With this going for another faster factory. Now, we saw in the last game this led into a really early tank push, but that doesn't have to be the case. I mentioned before that with double gas openers, we have a lot of options, right? We could go into a tank push like we just saw, or reactored Cyclone, we could go into a Widowmine drop, we could go into reactored Reaper Hellion. We'll see what Dolan goes for. I'm sure he will adjust and we'll go for a different kind of form of aggression this time. Meanwhile, once again, 2-gate. Once again, a 2-gate opener out of Rub is going to be opening up with Adept Aggression. We saw that in game 2, this didn't really do too much damage, and Dolan was able to shut it down, and it should be the same here in game 3. As Dolan did not open up economically, and his CC is not exposed, currently at least. Reaper's moving out across the map, Factory's on the way. We are not set up for an add-on swap, bear that in mind. So not going for the reactor on the Factory. Not early on, at least. Reaper's moving out. And there's a CC on the high ground as well. Dolan playing it safe, does confirm both gateways. Dolan is aware of the more aggressive opener out of Rob. And that's why he does respond with a safer location for that command center. So far so good. Looking very similar to game 2. Meanwhile, Dolan going, same build. Okay. It's deja vu for a reason. Same build from both players. It's 2 gateways into Blink, into I imagine 4-gate Blink as well. I would not be surprised if Rob goes for the same build. Likewise, Dolan going for a very fast tank production into a medevac, into a second tank, into a push. Okay. let's just do it all again. Let's wind it back, Bobby. Wind it back. Meanwhile, the Reaper this time gets a little bit extra done. 2 probes do fall. Adepts have arrived. So far, they don't really get too much in the main. As the CC this time is further back, is safe and sound. The other important thing to take note of is that Dolan this time did not make an early Cyclone. Adepts say, we'll shade in. They threaten to shade into the mineral line. Second Adept goes down. And we only have the one Adept in the main. And does scout the tank. Yeah, big moment for Rob. Does confirm the tank production. And should be getting ready back at home. Once again, we should be seeing some shield batteries. For now, Stalkers are on the way. It is going to be 4-gate Blink out of Rob. Robo in production. Stalkers are warped in. And here comes the push from Dolan. Now again, because Rob saw that early tank, we should be seeing a reaction. And there we go. Shield battery just now on the way. Just the one shield battery this time. From Rob. And Dolan need boosts on fort. He wants the Stalkers, and he's going to get them. And one Stalker goes down. This time we save the medevac. This time we do save it. Nice juggling. Preserving the tank this time. Much better execution out of Dolan. The SCVs have arrived. They get the repairs off. Tanks are pushing forward. This time 2 tanks. And just the one shield battery. Now we throw down 2 more, but they're too late. Too little too late. Rob caught with his pants down. And this time he's not ready. He's not prepared. Tanks are pushing forward. And this is what Dolan wanted in game 2. This is the setup he was looking for. And Pylon is going down. We depower everything on the low ground. No Robo, no Immortal. Blink is done. Boys are being pulled. But the Liberator, with the help of the Liberator, with the tanks as well. We're getting out of hand. We're getting out of control. Every single probe going down. And Dolan, he has done it. He's broken the natural. Rob coming in with Stalkers, but already 14 probes going down. And the Stalkers, they cannot engage. We juggle back. Dolan. He's angry. He's upset. He's the danger Dolan for a reason here. As we pull the boys, we repair, we keep the tanks alive. GG gets called, and Dolan snowballs out of control, taking the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take it in the end. The same build from both players this time in game 3. From game 2, it was a 4-gate Blink opener out of Rob with a 2-gate opener. Dolan going into his 1-1-1 into his double tank push, but this time Dolan did have much cleaner execution. He preserved those tanks, he juggled them back, he had the workers to repair, of course, as well. And this time it was a much better, again, execution out of Dolan. Rob did scout, Rob did confirm, but for the most part, but again, had a bit of a delayed reaction, and he wasn't able to pick Dolan apart like he did in the previous game. GG, well played. With that, Dolan comes out, this time confirmed in first place from the group stage. GG. GG, well played. Yeah. Let's have a look at that bracket and catch up on what has been going on. Okay, from the top, we've had Dolan taking down Rob at 2-1. We had Epic take down Disrespect 2-0. Starkiller took down Pardessa. Creature took down Boom. And it looks like we still have 3 more series ongoing. We still have a couple of matches still ongoing. This just in, we have Chelsea Fan taking down Shmubdub 2-0. And Two Meows takes down Hanmin 2-0 as well. There's 1 series remaining. Urkrats versus Gloopglor. And we might be able to catch that. Maybe. Maybe. As we're settling into this, a big shout out to Cyan. Thank you so much, Cyan, for the raid. Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I'm assuming it was a ladder session. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to Cheeseadelphia Summer LAN, the group stage. We're just wrapping up with the group stage. And once it does wrap up, we will be seeding the playoff bracket as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Reference to the last US presidential debate. I guess so. I guess. Oh. But there we go. We have our players conversing. Oh, the Terran players! You can see. They're colluding, papi. They're colluding. We have Epic and Disrespect. Oh, they're eating food. I'm jealous. They're eating, papi. Kimch. But yeah, it looks like the group stage is just wrapping up, and we will soon be finalizing the playoff bracket, figuring out who faces off against who. Dolan is going to be the #1 seed, and I believe Rob is going to be the #2 seed. Well, actually, hard to say. Both Rob and Epic, I believe, are tied in series. Both Rob and Epic, they won all their matches, but they only lost to Dolan. And Rob and Epic did not play each other, so we'll see. I'm not entirely aware as to how this seeding is going to work out. We'll find out. Shout out to all the people there. Shout out. So it's going to be Dolan as #1. I believe Epic and Rob will be 2 and 3 interchangeably. Who's going to be #4? Creature also only lost once, right? No, yeah. Hold on. How does this work? Creature also only lost 1 series. Against Epic. Okay. Anyway, it's gonna be on the admins. It's gonna be on the admins to piece it all together. So best of luck. But I believe it's only 4 rounds in the group stage. And top 8 will advance on into the playoff brackets. I believe that they're probably gonna have a lunch break. I think all of them just got food. I want food. So now that the round robin stage is wrapping up, we're going to be going on an extended break here. Hopefully not for too long. We're going to be eating some food, taking a rest, getting some water. Papi. Getting some food, getting hydrated as well. And yeah, we'll be coming back soon with the remainder of the tournament. Having a great time. Epic number 2, I think. I think so. Maybe. Is there a stream with the venue view? Yeah, we got it right here. We got it back. Got the stream. But yeah, for now, I think we're gonna be going on a short break. I'm gonna go and like grab a snack, I guess. I'll find something to snack on as we get ready for the playoffs. So yeah, until then, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Again, we're merely only halfway through the broadcast. We still have the top 8 to go through. When it comes to the top 8, I'm not entirely aware of how many of the matches we're going to be casting. I imagine we're going to be covering at least semifinals, both of them. But for the quarterfinals, they may all begin at the same time. I'll try and get some confirmation. Until then, though, going to be going on that short break. So take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and tuck in your Tempest. When we come back, we'll have the playoffs. See you soon. Also, very quickly, exclamation mark Maturino. Oh, hold on. Exclamation mark Maturino in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Maturino page if you want to help support the NA region and the NA scene. You can do so via Maturino for this tournament for Cheeseadelphia. So do consider checking it out. Otherwise, we'll see you guys after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break here, but we were all just getting food. The players were getting food. I was able to eat a banana. I ate something, thankfully. And we're jumping right back into the group stage. Now, I apologize earlier. I apologize for earlier because I did say that the group stage had ended. I did misinterpret the bracket. I didn't notice that additional rounds were actually just underneath, and if we scrolled down, there were additional rounds available. So I apologize for again misinterpreting and misunderstanding. We are still in the group stage. We have round 5 and round 6 coming up next. So we're still deep in the group stage, and we're still here to determine who makes it out and the seeding in the order of our players. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Storm Gaming. It is Epic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think is going to take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, Pappy. Best of luck. There's actually a match? Yes. 2s3s. The 6th round should go pretty fast because no one is leaving to get food. Yes. Most of the players were getting some food, just, you know, gearing up, getting that fuel going, ready for the remainder of the group and preparing, of course, for those playoffs as well. So we're nearing towards the end of the group stage here. Still have 2 more rounds ahead of us, and here we go. For now, it's going to be a 2-gate opener once again. We saw this a lot from Robe against Dolan earlier, and once again, we have a 2-gate opener here from our Protoss, going for additional adepts early on. Meanwhile, Epic going for an economic Rax expand. Okay, interesting dynamic. Winding it back, as a reminder, in the last series, Dolan was opening up double gas every game against Rob and going for a safety CC on the high ground. Epic going for a more economic opener means that this aggressive build from Rob has potential. It means that we have potential to get across the map and to get damage done. So this is going to be a little bit more ideal for Rob. Epic opened up economically and is that much more vulnerable as a result. We'll see how this does turn out. The first Reaper is moving out across the map, trying to get a scout off. Headed for the main base, and we'll get eyes on both gateways. Big scout here from Epic, fully aware of what's going on. Is where the adepts moving out across the map, and back at home, bunker is on the way. Bunker is going to be thrown down, and it looks like the bunker will finish up just in time for those adepts. Now, despite the bunker, the adepts can bypass the bunker, get into the mineral line, they can chip away at the SCVs. Damage can still be done. There we go, the adepts have arrived. And they will be threading a shade towards main. We do barely lift in time. We do roll up. Adepts, they're here in the middle line. No SCVs to kill. Thankfully, Epic does evacuate, but we deny mining time. We're denying any kind of mining to be had here on the low ground. Containing Epic to 1 base economy. We have more adepts on the way. Racing on over, looking to reinforce. And at least until the Cyclones come out, Epic is denied mining at the natural. Adepts, do not get the Marine. Bradley survives. Cyclone does pop out. Just the one for the time being. And 4 adepts can still go toe-to-toe, but we do force a recall. Nice pick off. 1 adept does fall. And Epic holds, and now can Maynard over towards his natural. Now we can calm things down and actually saturate the low ground. As boys will soon be pulled. Adepts are shut down, forced back. And the game will continue. Now back at home, what do we see from Rob? It is the same build. Do you see what I see? I see a 3rd and a 4th gateway, plus Blink on the way. It's going to be 4-gate Blink out of Rob. The initial depths didn't get much damage done. I mean, they did deny mining time. They delayed mining for so long at the natural. And now we're following up with Stalker aggression. Meanwhile, Epic back at home still is in the dark. Has yet to really confirm what exactly Epic is working on. But is just playing it out safely here. Working towards stim, tank production. Actually going for a bit of a later Widowmine drop. Interesting. Not the most committed drop. It's only a single Widowmine in the medevac. So really, this is not really designed to deal economic damage. This is designed to scout. More importantly, this is designed to scout our opponent, figure out what's going on, how aggressive the Protoss is being, or how greedy they're being. Marine confirms lack of 3rd. And the medevac is poised to go into the natural and into the main. Stalkers are amassing. Blink is almost done. Prism's on the way, and Rob is soon going to push across the map. Epic still in the dark. Marine gets shut down. Rob will expand. And here we go. Here comes that move out. And there's nothing here for Epic to scout. He has nothing in position. No Marine, no SCV, no nothing in the center of the map. The mine drop is coming in, but back at home, are we ready for this? We have one tank further back in the main. No tank in the natural, not yet. But the mine does come in. Oh, late reaction. Oh! Oh my god. We do pull away in time. Just one probe kill, and here we go, Stalkers, they have arrived. That's target firing, they go for the Marines. 3, 4 Marines go down at the same time, drop into the main. But the tank is in position. So far, so good. We force friendly fire. Yeah, big tank volleys in the middle line. 2 SCVs going to be going down. At the same time, we do push towards the national base, but we are holding on. The repairs are on point. But nice target firing out of Rob. Does focus on the Marines. Oh! Oh my god. That was so close. Calm down. Gets another probe, just the one. Good reactions out of Rob. And with high ground vision, we can dive into the main. We can and we will. Oh, never mind. Rotating over. Going for the tank. Yeah, one tank goes down. One tank left. Boys, they went back to mining, but they will keep the bunker alive, just barely. These are still good trades for the Protoss. We snipe the Cyclone. Snipe Marines. Rob is trading well. Meanwhile, this one Widowmine is coming back in for a third time. It's still the same Widowmine. Oh my god! Oh, we don't retarget. We get one more probe kill, 3 in total. Could have been so much worse. And Rob, he has built up the Stalker count, getting larger and larger. We still just have the one tank in the main. And we're going for the mineral line once again, forcing more friendly fire. Going for the tank. It's gonna go down. Massive pickoff. Tank does fall. Rob, he hits the natural, brings down the bunker. Stim is now done. Yeah, with Stim, Rob has to respect the bio army. Has to pull back, but Stim has run out. The blinks are on point. We dive on the army. Aggressive blink. Focus down the Marauder. We get into the main base. SCVs are falling. We're just pulling Epic apart. Rob popping up. Getting 11 SCVs. Meanwhile, across the Widowmine, he comes back in. Up. Rob every single time. He does react. He does respond. The Widowmine not catching him off guard. I mean, I'm still impressed that we've kept the Widowmine alive. And, I mean, there's still the same Widowmine coming back in time and time again. But Rob has been on point with his responses, or with his reactions. Is finally forced out of the main, forced out of the natural. But Rob, he has a nice worker lead. And is building up towards charge. Charge is on the way. Dark Shrine follow-up here from Rob. Oh, I'm reminded of that Disrespect series. Uh-oh. I am reminded. If you remember, Disrespect did mule at the wrong time. And did not have a scan for the DTs. And that could happen again. I'm hoping it doesn't, but it may. As Epic is building up towards Ghost, Widowmine comes back in. Oh, much better connection! Finally, damage being done. 4 more probes go down. That's 8 in total for the one Widowmine. Meanwhile, nothing shoots up. That's a little bit awkward. Epic, he stimmed, and nothing could really collapse on the Prism. Viking has arrived. We go for the warp in. Tank is going down. Massive pickoffs. Prism is going to fall. But good trades nonetheless from these Zealots. Yeah, getting on top of the Marauders, forcing out more stims. Shutting them down. Getting 2 more Marauders towards the end. For Zealots, for minerals. And can we get another Marauder? Up! It's going to be close. Not quite. Medivac's coming just in time. At the same time, though, Robbie hits the 3rd base. We denied the 3rd. Army forces him over. And Rob, he can collapse on this. He's setting up the bait. And we're dragging the army out of position. And Robbie collapses in. Charge is done. And we're chasing Epic down. And just no backbone to the army. Tanks are falling left and right once again. And Rob, it looks like he barely has enough here. I mean, this position is quite good. We do deny service area. We shut down the Zealots. Epic is holding. Oh my god, but the Prism, it comes back in, and here comes the Dark Templar. Do we have a scan? Oh, we do. We do have scans. We have plenty of energy on the third CC, but he has to land. The command center does have to land. And DT's wreaking havoc. In the main base, there's the first scan. Does take down one DT, but we have two left. There we go. The orbital does land. We have plenty of scans available. We should be okay. Not losing too much. As I say that, Stalkers do hit the natural. Distracting Epic, pulling him apart. Another DT does waddle in. Oh, can we get away? Not quite. Another DT into the main. Turret is done. But we can still get SCV damage done. Yeah, two-shotting workers. Thankfully, we have the turret. Stalkers are back in. Rob being just so active here. So insanely active. And can he get the base? Oh my god, it's so close. It's on fire. Yeah, down to 5 HP. 4, 3, 2, 1. It goes down. We don't repair in time. Epic not fast enough. DT still in the main, still here at the natural base as well, and we're forced to go all in. I mean, we are committed, but this is a hefty army here for Epic. Does Rob have enough? It's a sea of zealots lying in wait. Storm is done, but do we have storms available? We need a little bit more time. There we go. The first storm has been thrown down, grazing the Marauders. Mine's just gonna be going off. Massive storm though on the Bio army. And we need one more. Nice EMP. Deny the storm. Do we have another storm left? Looks like we do. EMP does connect. Epic, calm down. Lands the EMPs, denies the storm. If we had one or two more storms, that would be the end of this push. But Epic is trading well. And kiting back, getting on top of the army. More mine shots going up. But it's still so close. Bearing in mind, a lot of the supply for Epic is in Medivacs. A lot of his supply are in Medivacs. Disruptor has arrived. Nova goes off. Boys have been pulled. Yeah, the boys have been pulled. Epic completely all in. It's all or nothing for the Terran. And he is so close to breaking the Protoss. No more storms. They're getting on top of the Zealots. Overcharge is popped. We focus on the shield battery. Shield battery goes down and we're breaking through the Zealots. It looks like we've done it. The Terran player, Epic, he has done it. He breaks through the Zealots, breaks through the Immortal. And the third base is going to go to the Nova. Oh my god. The Nova doesn't connect. Does not go off. Oh my god, that was so close. But alas, Rob, it looks like he just doesn't have enough to keep going. Cannot stop the tide of Terran. Oh, a massive storm. Storm does connect. Do we have another? We do. We have one more storm, but still not enough. Yeah, the Medivacs, they maintain the army just barely. Mindshot forcing friendly fire, but yeah, we break through the natural. We get on top of the Robo. Nova goes off once again, but alas, will not connect. A little bit trigger happy. GG gets called, and Epic does it. Epic takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Epic does take a lead in the series, but that was a very close game 1. Rob was doing well for himself, just pulling Epic apart, able to bust through into the main, into the natural, was very, very aggressive, very active there, very active play from Rob, and Epic was forced into the all-in, and honestly, if the EMPs were any worse, like the EMPs were so clutch from Epic, they denied like 2 or 3 storms, and if we had those extra storms, maybe we hold. Maybe Rob takes the series then and there. It was a very, very close fight. And in the end, Epic did take it. And with that, we are 1 game away from claiming the series, or we could go all the way to the ace match. It's possible. We'll see where this takes us. That was epic. That was epic. That was. He is. That was not Rob. And here we go, we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Sandstorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Epic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming, down to the series, looking to bounce back. It is Rob. We go. As Rob is looking to spice things up here, I mean, we are loading into Ghost River, a very small map, very short rush distance by ground, very congested map here in the map pool, and may as well take advantage of that and go for the proxy. Oh boy. Again, earlier, our players were on a bit of a food break. We did see Rob got, I want to say kebab? He got some food. He got something wrapped up. Kebab, burrito, not too sure. I'm sure they have some amazing food at the venue. I'm sure. I'm a little bit jealous. I'm celoso. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. And he's hungry as well. Rob, he wants to get his food. He wants he wants to eat, fam. For now, being a bit of a nuisance, tasing away at those SCVs. Keeping Epic in check. Probe will distract the initial worker, and we are just going for the initial proxy gateway. Nothing else behind this. Looks like a proxy gateway into an expansion. An aggressive start, yes, but not by any means an all-in. As we have our first Zealot on the way. Cybercore back at home. Interesting. I'm curious where this leads us. I'm used to seeing like a 2-gate opener, like one gateway across the map and one gateway back at home. But that's not what we're seeing here from Rob. We'll expand though. We'll take his expansion. Zealot has arrived. At least the initial Zealot. Going for a second Zealot as well. Boys are being pulled. Epic so far handling this very well. Going for the surround. Doesn't quite get it. But this Zealot has not gotten a single SCV kill. Not yet. And the Zealot will fall. We do have a second Zealot just now coming in. But we don't really get much damage done. We do deny mining time, true. Do deny mining time from 4 of these SCVs. And we do have a Stalker on the way behind us. Stalker does waddle in. Ideally to focus on SCVs, we do get 1, we get 2. One SCV goes down, we go for the mineral line, and we do go for the Marines. Second SCV falls. But the Stalker is being shut down. I mean, I say that the Stalker barely does survive, does deny mining time at the natural, not bad. Would you contain Epic to 1 base economy? Back at home, we're expanding, taking up, working towards the Twilight Council, working towards Blink once again, I imagine. The Cyclone has arrived, and we do not get a kill on the Stalker. Whew. Okay, clutch move there at a Rob. Does barely break that lock on. And the dust should be settling from here, at least for now. We're going to be calming things down, getting into additional gateways. It is going to be 2 extra gateways back at home, so it's 3 gateways in total for the time being. Twilight Council's finishing up, working towards Blink. Epic should be shutting down the initial proxy, though. Yeah, it does get the lock on the Adept. We'll shut it down. Okay, and we are not going into Blink, we're going for a Dark Shrine opener instead. It is 4 gateways, but we're going for DTs. Interesting. So, with a DT opener like this, we have to rely on the Terran player muling. We need to make, like, if Epic does nothing but mule, then he's going to be in some trouble. We have potential. Outside of that, though, we'll see. Meanwhile, the proxy's being shut down, Widowmine drop comes in. Does Rob react in time? Up! Oh, delayed reaction. 2 probes go down. Not bad. We do get 2 workers. At the same time, we go for the medevac. Widowmine does waddle away. Medevac does escape. Epic survives. but we do not scout the main base and we don't get eyes on the Dark Shrine. Now, thankfully, there is no proxy across the map, so we cannot reinforce, but here comes the Prism and here come the DTs. But we're opening up Raven! It's going to be a Raven here for Epic, so he will have mobile detection. Will not need scans. An unlucky start here for Rob. As Rob does waddle in with his DTs. Prism as well. Raven is in position, but not much else. There we go. Order target is thrown down. Going for the Prism at the same time. We do get 3 SCVs on the low ground. We get 3 SCV kills and a tank as well. Not bad for 1 Dark Templar. 3 workers and a tank. Meanwhile, ooh, the Prism. No, the Prism gets shut down. There were 2 DTs inside. Not like this. And with that, Epic, he shuts down the opener. He shuts down the aggression. Epic's looking, he's fine. He's looking solid. We got Stim, combat shields, 3-1-1. Across the map, Rob is expanding, taking his 3rd base, but he has lost any kind of map control, any kind of map presence. Rob is working towards a gateway explosion to get into Charshal Archon, true. He's building up towards a decent army composition, but Rob is stuck at home. Rob is going to be stuck at home. But yeah, that earlier loss was brutal. Like, if he had only traded the DT for 3 workers and a tank, that would have been fine, but we lost much more than that. Much more than that. As Epic is getting ready for his own push. The upgrades are finishing up. Stim, combat shields +1. It's all going to be wrapping up here for Epic. And we're moving out right across the map. Raven harass here towards the natural, distracting Rub. Probes getting picked up, meanwhile the main armies do clash. And we catch out the Zelts, we pick up an Archon, there's 1 Archon left. DTs are morphing in, but we have skins available, I'm sure. And trying to morph in Archons, but last says nothing here. No shield batteries, no overcharge. Massive mine shot's gonna be going off. And we kite well against the Zealots. And without these Zealots, there's honestly nothing left. The Archon is so exposed. GG gets called, and Epic will take the series 2-0, taking down Rob. GG. GG, well played. Epic will take the series, and as he does take the series, a big shout out to SC2 Fool in the chat. Oh my god, Monsieur Jaime Sausage. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome everyone. Welcome to Cheeseadelphia, the Summer LAN, the group stage. Welcome everyone to a North American LAN tournament happening, of course, in Philadelphia. And yeah, we're here still in the middle or towards the tail end of the group stage. And once we wrap up, we will have the playoff bracket thereafter. So plenty of StarCraft ahead of us. We're still not even halfway through the day. A lot more content to come. A lot more StarCraft to come here. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. As we switch our scenes over and catch up on round 5. Here we go. Do we have any updates? Do you need to quickly scroll down? Beautiful. There we go. Round 5 is wrapping up. We have some updates here. We have a Chelsea fan taking down Boom 2-0. We have Pardessa also taking down Okrats 2-0 as well. Epic, of course, just took down Rob. We just covered that series. Starkiller takes a 2-0. We have a Hanmin taking down his own 2-0. Disrespect as well. And Dolan versus Creature is still mid-series. Okay. Looks like, yeah, there's still either game 2 or game 3, I would imagine. So Dolan versus Creature is still ongoing. If they come out a game and if they have an ace match, then we will jump into that. But I believe that's being casted by Belair. Belair is our lovely German caster, and let me just double check here. Belair, yes, is casting Dolan versus Creature. So If you want to tune into that TVP, I do recommend checking out Belair. He is not casting in English, so I do apologize for that. Not casting in English, but is covering the match nonetheless. And currently, Dolan is up 1-0. Dolan is up in the series versus Creature, and they're in game 2. They're in game 2, so do check it out. Do check it out, Pat. There's actually a brand of cheese in Germany that is called Philadelphia. Ah, let's go. Had to drop the sausage part, of course, of course. Este SE2 fool. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great stream. Este fool. But yeah, currently Dolan versus Rob is mid-series. Once round 5 wraps up, then we will be jumping into the final round, round 6. Round 6 is to help determine the final standings and the final spots for the round robin stage to eventually work towards, of course, the playoff brackets. We're getting there. We're getting there. But again, shout out to Belair. He's a great guy, great caster, covering the event in German. And we may even get the ace match. I haven't really been able to catch too much of this game, but it looks like Dolan was going for a bit of an earlier timing, and that has maybe backfired a little bit. But as a reminder, again, we will jump into the ace match if Dolan and Creature go all the way to game 3. Otherwise, we have a bit of downtime. As a reminder, once again, I don't want to harp on this too much, but we do have a Matcherino page. There is a Matcherino page available here for Cheeseadelphia, so if you want to support it, if you want to help fund and help support StarCraft in the Americas, then Matcherino is the place to do it. Otherwise, we might go on a small break here. Oh. Let's find out. Oh, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. Okay, we have an ace match here. Dolan versus Creature is coming up next. And we're getting into game 3. Beautiful. Okay, the final series of round 5. They just played out on Ghost River, and up next is our final match, our final game on Oceanborn. Oh boy. Dolan has been undefeated so far in this tournament. I say undefeated, has dropped maps, but has not dropped a series yet. But that may soon change, as the Creature is one step away, one map away from pulling off that's, would I say, upset? I'm not so sure. I mentioned before that Creature is a bit of an enigma to me as to his current form coming into this tournament. But Creature, he is posing a threat here to Dolan. Can he be the one to bring him down? Let's find out. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. Being forced into the ace match, it is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Root Gaming, forcing the ace match. And looking to take this, momentum is on his side, it is a Creature. Go. So we are settling into that ace match. We are tied up as Creature is going for his initial probe across the map. Dolan, we have seen some aggressive builds out of him. Now, I believe in the last game he did go for his 1-1-1 kind of tank drop that he went for against Rob. Pretty sure he went for that against Creature on Ghost River. Alas, did not work out. And we see double gas opener. Okay, double gas opener out of Dolan with this faster factory, delayed CC. This could be the same build again. could be the same build 2 games in a row. Would not be surprised, as he did it twice in a row against Rob as well, if you recall. What I'm referring to is a factory into CC on the high ground, into a fast tech lab, tank production, medevac, and we just send it across the map. We pull some of the boys to repair and go for a very committed tank push. Again, I'm pretty sure that failed in the game that we just missed, but we'll keep an eye on Dolan as he is setting up. Going Marine first. Interesting. Going Marine first, not Reaper. That means we will have that much less scouting information across the map. Creature back at home. Just gate cyber expand. Standard opener from our Protoss player. No early gateways, no early aggression. And we're throwing down the CC on location. I mean, there's no reason to throw it down on the high ground if it's not a 2-gate opener. True. We have our CC on the way. And we're going for the add-on swap. Okay, very different build this time. You have my attention. We go for the add-on swap. What does this mean? This means that no tanks. It's going to be Reaper Hellion, but reactor to Hellion production. Okay, okay. Getting into mass Hellion. Or at least 2 for now. Marine gets shut down. A Death does threaten the shade. Back at home, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener towards Blink, I imagine. I mean, we did see a DT-based build out of Rob earlier, but this should be for Blink. So there we go. 2 more gateways, 3 gates in total. There we go. We have our 3-gate setup. Back at home, Dolan did open up Hellion, but goes for another add-on swap. Okay, so 4 Hellions and a Reaper. Add-on swap into tank production. Dolan trying to be aggressive early on, but is hiding his follow-up tank push. As the wall is looking solid, but we're looking to break through. Yeah, shield battery's under fire. We bring down the probe, we bust into the mineral line. Probes are going to be going down. Yeah, the barbecue is real. The probes line up. 5 probe kills so far, and we're not done. Nowhere close. Takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. And we have 3 Hellions making their way into the main base. Oof. Getting engaged. No, 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 no! No! They line up completely. 16 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. A game-ending amount of damage. A full mineral line. And behind this, we're not done. Dolan building up his tank count, working towards his medevacs, getting ready for the next stage, for the next push. That was brutal. I mean, initially it was okay. You know, we were taking a bit of damage, but oh my god, the barbecue was just a bit too much in the main. Again, so fortunate for Dolan. He got 3 Hellions, barely the 3 Hellions into the main base, and 1 volley is all it takes. And now we're getting ready as the tanks are building up. Marine production, of course, into... Interesting, I thought it was going to be a reactor, but no, it's going to be a Raven. Making sure we have detection, of course, able to harass across the map. A lot of utility available here in this Raven. And Creature has some catching up to do. We need time. We need time to stabilize. Creature down heavily in workers. We have a lot of probing to do. And that does impact our army. It means that even though we went for a 3-gate opener, we barely have any weapons available. We can't be aggressive. Like, ideally, with 3-gate Blink, you want to be aggressive, you want to be out on the map, you want to contain your opponents and even threaten the main base. But Creature stuck at home. We're stuck at home, going for the robot, sorry, going for the Immortal instead of the War Prism. And we'll see what these Stalkers can get done. See what they can get done here as Creature does move out. He can threaten the natural. Tanks are in position. And Creature for now just trying to catch out any kind of move out. Doesn't try to push in towards the natural base under threat of even losing these Stalkers. So we're playing it safe. Creature's playing it safe. Raven moves out. Going for auto turret harass. Dolan still maintains that economic lead and is looking to extend it. Stalker's not quite in position. And we get 2 more probes. We deny mining time. Damage that, again, Creature can't quite afford. Not right now. Not in this kind of game state. Creature will dive into the main. We'll blink in. But there's the tank in position. We're going for the tank. We tried to, and the tank is going to go down. 1 tank for 1 Stalker. Nice trade for Creature. Very nicely done. Dolan not quite in position. Meanwhile, across the map, we get 4 probe kills. Raven pulls away. And really, I'm just waiting for the move out here for Dolan. Stim is about to finish. And it looks like we're going to be slowly expanding, taking a 3rd base, and Dolan's only moving out with a double drop. But now we're keeping the army pinned back at home. Double drop does sneak out. Creature still yet to expand and take a 3rd base. Still stuck with 2 bases. Very late 3rd for the Protoss. Here we go. Drop making its way. At the same time, here comes the main army. Stalkers do spot the move outs. And the drop goes in. And we do unload. We catch a Stalker. We go for the Immortal as well. A massive pick off. The Immortals, the Stalker, the Zelda. It's all going down. The trades are just a little bit too much here. And the main army is still pushing forward as well. Thankfully, we don't get too many worker kills. But we got the Immortal. We got the Stalkers. And there's still no 3rd base for a Creature. I mean, Dolan doesn't even have to push into the natural. Doesn't need to, but he is. Is pushing in. GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. And Dolan will take the series 2-1, taking down Creature. GG. Unfortunately, no final fights, but the writing was on the wall. We mentioned before that Dolan did do a game-ending amount of damage with his Hellion run-by. He just crippled the economy, and the pressure was on Creature to bounce back from that moment. Whether it was going for an all-in, or somehow getting into a mineral line and doing an even amount of damage, or a comparable amount of economic damage to Dolan, we needed something to go the way of Creature. Alas, we weren't really able to. We tried to defend and turtle up, but alas, Creature still took damage as well by the drop play, and yeah, it was just too much of a deficit to recover from. GG, well played. Dolan does take the series, and that wraps up round 5. Round 5 is in the books, and now we have 1 round left for the group stage. We're almost at that playoff bracket. We're almost there. Casito, papi, casito. Let's see if we can catch up here. Scrolling down to the very bottom of the group stage. Here it is, round 6. We have Dolan versus Disrespect, Chelsea Fan versus 2 Meows, Paradessa versus Gloopglorp. We have Epic versus Starkiller, Ukrats versus Schnubdub, Rob versus Creature, and Boom versus Han Min. Okay. How do we want to approach this? On the one hand, we've been casting a lot of Dolan, and I think there's a little bit less on the line for Dolan versus Disrespect. I kind of want to jump on Epic versus Starkiller, kind of. Rob versus Creature sounds like a really fun PvP. Those are the 3 matches that I'm really looking at the moment. Let's have a look at their standings, actually. Let's see. Okay. When it comes to the standings, Dolan so far is at number 1. Epic is at number 2. Rob and Creature are actually tied. Yeah, Rob and Creature are tied for 3rd and 4th. I mean, I say Rob and Creature. Rob, Creature, Starkiller, and Disrespect. All 4 of them are tied up in a way. There is a difference in map score, but series score, they've all got 3 wins and 2 losses. So I guess I could try to jump on Epic versus Starkiller, but I feel like there's maybe a little bit more on the line in the PvP between Rob and Creature. So I guess, yeah, we'll jump on Old Mate Rob and Creature. Let's go. I feel like that might be the series to go for, just to determine seeding and who comes out on top of who. We'll see. We'll try to keep our eyes open for our players. as they are going to be getting ready. Just catching up. Catching up in the chat. Spam this main for Dolan the brain. Oh no. Este steel mold. He's been cooking, Bob. He's been cooking. Shaking my head. Imagine a matchup where you can lose 14 plus workers for 5 minutes and you're like, this is a pass situation, but who knows? I mean, I don't want to like write off a game that early on, because there are like possibilities for a comeback. Like for example, I don't know, if Dolan was greedy in the aftermath and if Creature had gone for like a Dark Shrine, for example, or gone for a 2-base all-in instead, there are like ways to bounce back. There are. The last thing I want to do is like, I don't know, like write off a series early on and just like, I don't know, lose interest or something. That's always a pet peeve of mine when like listening to casters or something like that. If that's what you're referring to. Always a chance. If someone wants to see the Hellion attack, did you clip it? Este send you. Aye. It's not safe for Protoss. Not safe for Protoss. Don't look, Pappy. Don't look. So I'm definitely leaning towards Creature versus Rob as our next series, but I don't think they're available at the moment. I see that Rob has gone or is currently unavailable, so I might jump on a different series instead. Might jump on a different series. Let's see. Dolan versus Disrespect is going to be available. I think I missed Epic versus Starkiller. I think they already started. So a little bit unfortunate. But I believe Epic versus Starkiller, they already did begin their match. So I'm left with Dolan versus Disrespect for the time being, which is fine. It's going to be a good match nonetheless. Going to be a nice TVT. So it looks like that is what we're jumping into right once our players are ready. And I believe Belair may be covering a different series as well. I believe he is also in his own match. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break, and once we return, we will have our final round of the group stage. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have our series. We have our PvP for the first time here in today's broadcast. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim this series, who will advance on and have a better seed coming into those playoffs. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player, also from America, also representing Root Gaming, as this is a team kill. It is Creature. Here we go, Protoss versus Protoss, Root Gaming versus Root Gaming, America versus America. We'll see who comes out on top. Currently, both Rob and Creature are tied in series score. They both have 3 wins and 2 losses. And this will determine who will claim a better seed coming into the playoffs, as I believe both are confirmed for the top 8. I believe they are confirmed. But seedings will be important, will be impactful when it comes to who your next opponent's going to be. Who you go up against. For now, 2-gate opener. It's going to be a 2-gate opener here by Rob. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Creature. Mirrored builds for the time being, as this is actually our first mirrored matchup of the day. If you remember, I was expecting a TVT earlier between Epic and Dolan, and Epic off-raced. Epic played Zerg instead, so I wasn't really able to embrace any mirror matchups yet, at least tonight, until now. Until now. As we're settling into our first couple of units, we're waiting to see whether we open up double Adept, double Stalker, or Stalker Sentry. And we have our answer. It's going to be Stalker Sentry here from Creature, and double Stalker by Rob. Okay. Here we go. So a bit of a more aggressive start here by Rob, a bit of a safer start from Creature. Again, with the help of, with the power of the Sentry, you can go for Hallucination Scouts. We have Force Fields defensively as well. Has become the go-to macro opener in PvP. Sentry is confirmed. Meanwhile, Pylon blocking across the map, Creature delaying the expansion. And Creature likewise hid his second Pylon. Rob did scout it though. Okay, Rob, he did confirm, did scout the Pylon, is aware there's no proxy, there's no all-in. And Creature is expanding. Rob moving out. Rob likewise a little bit later with his expansion by a couple of seconds, but not too late. As the Stalkers have arrived, dancing with the forces of Creature. Poking in. Shield batteries on the way. And some nice damage here out of Rob. It looks like he can force a cancel. Ooh, does force it just in time. We do cancel that shield battery. Force field a little bit misplaced. Just 1 second too late there. Unable to catch the Stalkers. We don't quite catch them, and Rob for now is just containing Creature. Adepts have arrived, shading in. We do wall off in time. Quick moves there by Creature. We commit to the shade. We're going for the sentries. We get one sentry goes down, and can we get the second? Not quite, as it's gonna be close. And we barely get the Stalker instead. Sentry does survive. Rob is forced back. And now we can calm down. We can calm down, we can saturate our natural bases. Both players do main art over. And in the follow-up, Rob is working towards Blink, meanwhile Creature working towards Immortal production. So the way this works here is that Creature is going to have a slower, immobile army, but more robust, with Immortals, can take a head-to-head fight. Meanwhile, from the side of the yellow Protoss player, Rob will have a more mobile army with Blink. Can be active, can try to outposition Creature, rotate into the mineral lines, into the main, into the natural, picking off key units. A little more micro is going to be available here to Rob, as he's the first to expand and take a third, very fast third base. Meanwhile, Creature moving out with everything he has. Blink is only halfway done. Without Blink, Force Field is going to be so important here, so crucial in the fight. We can slice the army up. Rob has a little potential with this army, does hit the third. Looking to force a cancel, and it looks like we will force it. Yeah, the third base will not get up and running. Nice pick off here from Rob. Sorry, from Creature. Does punish the greed of his opponent. Rob pulling back. Shield batteries on the way. And already this was good damage. You don't have to overcommit. We don't have to push in. We can poke and prod. Blink is almost done for Rob. So Creature has to be careful. Creature doesn't commit. Not to the shade. And Creature will pull back. Now we can calm things down. We can see Creature now catching up on Blink. Blink is on the way. Additional gateways. Third base now being taken by the red Protoss. Is the first to expand. Rob is going to be a couple seconds later here with his own third. Meanwhile, we do see Creature getting caught out. Oh! Blink, a very nice blink there from Rob. Shuts down the Prism. Prism gets shut down. Third base on the way. Rob has map control. Bearing in mind the blink is still in production for Creature. Until then, Rob is moving and has control of the map. Creature has to pull back. Takes a more defensive stance. We can see the army sizes here. 14 Stalkers at the 6 of Creature. And can we pick off that Immortal? We're going for it. We're going for the dive. Immortal goes down. No shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield battery. No overcharge. And with that, Rob may just snowball out of control. Shuts down the Stalkers. Force fields are making the push a little bit awkward. But with reinforcements on the way, it looks like Rob does have enough. And diving in the army, GG gets called, and Rob takes game number 1. GG. Initially, Creature was doing well. He had a nice move out. He shut down the third base, but Creature was not ready for the counterattack, was not ready for the counter aggression of Rob. Again, we lost the Prism, which meant we couldn't juggle our units, couldn't save our own Immortal. Likewise, no shield battery either. We're not ready. And with that, Rob does take a lead. Just asking our players. Oh. Asking our players about Game Hard or Observer Plus. Por favor. Beautiful. Jumping into game 2, and Rob does take a lead. And it looks like game 2 is going to be on Golden Aura. This is the first time we're loading into Golden Aura the entire day. I'm a little bit surprised, a little bit shocked. Golden Aura is seen often, a little bit more often than some of these other maps that we've been embracing, more often than like Ghost River, for example. But yeah, we have been avoiding it so far. We've been avoiding it quite a lot here today, until now, until the mirror matchup. Golden Aura is coming up next. And where are we headed? As the pressure is now on Creature to bounce back. There's a little bit less pressure on our players. I mentioned before that I believe both Rob and Creature are confirmed for the top 8. They're confirmed for the playoffs. They're just fighting for seeding, essentially. A lot of these players are. A lot of our top players here just fighting for their seeding and fighting for just a better position in the top 8. Here we go. We are loading on it. Here we go. And I'm hoping for a back and forth, but alas, it could all end here and now, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our American Protoss player, the red Protoss, down in this series, looking to bounce back here and now. Otherwise, it'll be the end of this best of 3. Representing Root Gaming, it is a Creature. and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have as opponent, we have the American Protoss himself, the yellow Protoss, leading the series 1-0. Uno más. One more is all he needs. It is Rob. Also for a game. We go. As for now, we should once again be seeing 2 gate openers from our players. There are certain maps where gate expands are a little more commonplace, maps like Side Delta, maps like Post Youth, and Amphion. Something that all those maps have in common are ramps leading into the natural, which is why we see a lot more economic greedy openers in PvP, specifically on those maps. But on a map like Golden Aura, it's riskier to go for that. It is far more risky, so we should just be seeing 2 gateways from both players. There we go. 2 gateways here from Rob. And Creature, interesting, is looking to go for something a little bit different here. Going for a gate expand. Okay, Creature, calm down. So Rob is going for a standard 2 gate opener. Creature, that is a single gateway into a cyber core. This should be leading into a Stargate, followed by a Nexus. A much more economic, greedy opener here from Creature, and Rob will confirm. And Rob, with his scout, upon seeing this, can respond with an all-in. We could try to punish the greed here of Creature, and we could try to set up for an all-in. We'll keep an eye on Rob to see how we respond. Likewise, Creature needs to confirm as well. If it's an all-in, Creature needs to get eyes on this as quickly as possible. There we go. Stargate's on the way, as we did mention. Should be Stargate into an Oracle. If we confirm it's an all-in, then we can start Void Ray production as well. Meanwhile, Creature does make the first Zealot. We can see Rob trying to delay the expansion for as long as possible. Does get the Pylon. Pylon is thrown down. Probe does fall, and we should force a cancel eventually. And we can soon expand. And Rob is not responding with an all-in. We are taking our own expansion. Actually, technically faster than that of Creature. Nexus is on the way. But Creature did open up Oracle, and the Oracle will soon be moving out across the map. Rob should be prepared for this. So far, no shield battery yet in the main, but should soon be on the way. At least I hope so. Tough defend against that Oracle. But now Stalker's going to be poking in. Not too bad, out trading Creature for the time being. Getting a probe kill. Get a probe. Oh, a bit of miscontrol there out of Rob, unfortunately, focusing on those rocks. But alas, we do collapse on that Stalker, and it looks like we will bring it down. Gonna be chasing this all the way back. Stalker will fall, and we get a scout on the Stargate. Now, the Stalker does barely escape, does waddle away, forcing a recall back at home. We are in position. We have a Stalker, we have our sentries, we're ready in the main base. The Oracle should not get much done. As we make our way across the map. And the army's in position. Oracle gets forced back. A nice surround is, oh my god! 2 more shots, but alas, the Oracle will barely escape. Does get away, but a very nice defense here from Rob. But we're not done, because here comes a second Oracle. Second Oracle moves out. Big commitment here for Creature. 2 Oracles do one-shot probes, true, so even a shield battery will not be enough. But we haven't gotten any damage done yet. And Rob, he is so quick to expend and take a third. Yeah, very fast third base. These Oracles can't do much. Not to the third. Meanwhile, Stasis Trap into the natural. Stasis Trap is going to go up. Oh, massive connection. The entire middle line, the probes as well. Sorry, the Stalkers as well. Ay, ay, ay. Bold move here by Creature. Does pay off. And with that, Rob is stuck on a 1-base economy. Does have a third on the way, but alas, Creature will be able to recover and take his own third as well. Third base is on the way. Stasis does run out. At the same time, Creature, he gets eyes on the third and he's looking to shut it down. Rob not in position. The army has arrived. same time, ooh, Oracle goes down in the main. Still have a second Oracle posing a threat to the natural. Base is under fire. Rob will respond, and we do have force fields on the hallucinations. Force fields are thrown down. Creature pinned back. Yeah, and Rob, he's shutting this down. He will save the base and focus down the Stalkers and the Sentries. Yeah, this move out was not worth it for Creature. Oof, you can see that was 2 Stalkers, Zealot, Sentry, Oracle. We lost so much here for 2 Sentries of Creature. Not a worthwhile trade. Oh, sorry, two Sentries of Rob, what I meant to say. Yeah. Only for 2 Sentries. So Creature bleeding off too much. Does get some workers here in the natural at least. Does get some workers. Rob does take a slight economic lead. Building up his Stalker counts. Creature does have an advantage when it comes to +1, at least. Does have the Forge, +1 is on the way. Forge still in production for Rob. So there's going to be a window. There's going to be a timing where Creature will have superior upgrades to that of Rob. True. We'll have that window. As Rob takes the Forge. Rob has been so quick to expand. Whether it was the 3rd base or even now the 4th. So fast here to take these expansions. So risky as well, but is getting away with it. Or has been so far. Another stasis into the main. Rob will respond. Ooh. Only 2 probes. Thankfully. Only 2 workers. Creature going for his own gateway explosion. Both players working towards charge. Just reliant on the gateway heavy composition. Just relying on those gateway units. And we'll see if either player does take up into Archon production. When they do embrace that. For now, still staying on a lower gas count. Creature does take a 4th gas. Rob's still stuck on 3. With that, it looks like Rob is going to be sticking with a more Zealot-heavy composition. And there it is, we're going towards Archons. Templar Archives, Robos on the way for Creature. Making use of that gas. Rob has yet to invest and yet to take a 4th gas geyser. So mainly Zealots. So it feels like Rob is going for a more Swarm Toss style. Creature is teching. So we are taking different approaches here to this PvP. Creature is moving out, and there, yeah, we have 3 shield batteries on the way. Rob is going to be ready for this. Shuts down the Zealots. They do trickle into the mineral line, but we do defend. And Robbie shuts us down. Nice force fields. Locks down the Zealots. And forces back the army. Rob looking solid. Catches the Oracle. Shuts it down. Another base on the way. Oh my. Haas, is that you? Oh my god. Just mass expansions. Creature still establishing his own 4th. Just now getting up and running. And I mentioned before, a bit of a Swarm Toss style out of Rob. Just mass gateway army, Stalkers and Zealots. Creature, again, he's diversifying his forces, working towards Archons. The Archon count is building up. But Robbie doesn't care. He goes straight up for the 3rd. And will focus down the Nexus. And the Nexus does go down. Creature, they're coming in from behind. But Rob has the high ground. Yeah, Creature caught out of position, pushing up a ramp into a concave. We cannot push into this. Not like this. Creature has to back up. You pick off more units. More Zealots, more Stalkers. Archons getting picked off one after the other. Alas, we do hold the line, forcing Rob back. Now, unfortunately, Rob doesn't have a War Prism. Reinforcements, they take time to get across the map. A nice kiting here from Rob. Takes down more Zealots. Pulls away. Reinforces with his own. Creature has to be so careful not to overextend. Rob has a massive army. Up 20, 30 army supply. Going for the Archons. Gets one. Is going to get the other as well. The Zealots are holding their own. And Immortal does come in to help reinforce. Creature can fight this. Is keeping up. Rob double expanding. Oh my god. Getting a 6th base and the gold. He's crazy. How many gateways are we on? 10 gates. Like, Rob, he's drowning in money. He's drowning in minerals right now. I think he just doesn't have enough gateways to actually finish his warp-ins. There we go. Finally, more gates on the way. Like, the gateways are really stopping Rob from maxing out. We're getting up to 14 gateways. Again, finally we take extra gases. Warping in as much as we can. And Rob is looking to overwhelm Creature. As Rob is maxed out. And he's getting on top of the sag defense. Cannon and shield battery. Overcharge is popped. Shield battery goes down in one shot. I do think that Rob can be a little bit more... He can trade a little bit more and bleed out units. Because of the greater economy, Rob can replace his army. There we go. Massive Zealot counters here at the 3rd. We get into the middle line. 10 probes go down. And we're just pulling Creature apart. Even busting into the main. Yes, so many probes falling. Zealots in the main, natural, and the 3rd base. The main army doesn't break through the 4th. As Creature does hold the line, but it's going to cost him everything else. So many workers, so much of the economy. And now we're just collapsing in from behind as well. We focus out the Immortal. No shield battery, no sag defense. Zealots are going to trade well, though. Creature not taking the worst fights, but again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Rob. As Rob has 3,000 minerals in the bank, we need to spend our money. It feels like we did miss a warp in. Did miss a warp in there. A warp in or two. But it's okay. There we go. The goal base getting up and running. We do recall over. Rob's still unable to spend all his money. There we go. Going for another massive warp in. I like the move command. For a moment there, both armies moving with each other. Creature gaining ground. Forcing the army back. No sag defense despite all that money. No shield batteries. Honestly, no reason to just invest into like 3 or 4 shield batteries at each base. With this much money, may as well. Even a 2nd forge. But regardless, Rob can still take the fight. Yeah, through sheer numbers, we overwhelm the gateways, we overwhelm the Archons. And Rob, he's gonna just snowball out of control. GG gets called. Rob will take the series 2-0. We'll take Creature down. GG. Again, a very interesting style here out of Rob, just mass expanding, taking base after base after base, and following that up, of course, with just mass charge-offs, mass blink stalkers. It's not something you see too often. It is a style that has popularized a couple of years ago, like in the early years of EPT, of ESL Pro Tour. We saw just this low gas, this style where we just stay on low gases and we take more expansions and just overwhelm with pure zealots. We saw it a lot against Terran. We saw it a lot against Terran back in the day. And yeah, now Rob flexing it here against Protoss. GG. GG, well played. Rob will take the series, and with that, we are wrapping up with the final round. We are wrapping up. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look yourselves. So we head on over, and we do have some updates coming in here. 2 Meows takes down Chelsea Found. That's actually a big win. Big shout here to 2 Meows. Does take the series. We have Pardessa taking down Gloopglorp. We have Epic taking down Starkiller 2-0. We have Schnubdub taking down Okrats. Rob took down Creature, of course, and we have 2 series still ongoing. Dolan versus Disrespect and Boom versus Nanmin. Okay. Dolan versus Disrespect, that is a TBT. They're currently mid-series. We might be able to catch the tail end of that. We might be able to jump into game 2 or game 3. Otherwise, we may be wrapping up. At least the first half of the broadcast. The first half might wrap up, and we're getting ready for the playoffs. Oh boy. Again, we're still going to need a little bit of time to construct the brackets and to bring it all together. I believe the plan is for the quarterfinals to have it all start at the same time. I believe that's the current plan. We go. So just confirming. So I believe the current plan is for all of the quarterfinals to start at the same time, and then we'll cast the semifinals one after the other, then the grand finals thereafter. So for the playoffs, we're going to be covering at least 4 matches. I say at least 4. Technically, if we cast the first quarterfinals match, and if it's a fast one, if it's like, you know, nothing but cheese and ends in like 10 minutes, we'll most likely be able to catch another match as well, another quarterfinals match. So we might be able to cover a little bit more, a little bit extra. But that is the current plan. The current plan for the playoffs. As we do have to wait at least for the 6th round to wrap up, to finish up. Do have to wait. Oh, we can actually spy on the players. True. Oh, we can have a look. So, as you can see, second from the left on the PC, you can see there, that's Disrespect. Disrespect, he's playing currently against Dolan. Dolan is all the way on the right-hand side. So, both players are playing, and technically we could try to zoom in and see their player POV as they're playing against each other. We have, Schnubdub and Starkiller conversing in between them. But yeah, those are some of the final matches going on right now. Is Dolan versus Disrespect. And it looks like, are they on Alkione? I think so. I can barely see. I think it's Alkione. Yeah. What's going on? What's going on? They're taking on 4th base. They're I'm trying to see what's happening on Dolan's screen. A drop is coming in. I'm not gonna cast from this. It's my eyes. They're not that good. Enhance, Bobby. Enhance. Keep casting their game. Like I think Dolan, he just defended against the drop in his 3rd. He's pushing across the map. With a marine drop? Question mark? I don't know what that is. I don't Aye. I'll catch up. Just catching up. Hard mode casting. I guess for now we'll go on a break. I guess for now we're going to be going on a break here, and if there's an ace match between Disrespect and Dolan, then we'll jump into the ace match. Otherwise, we'll just be going on a bit of a longer break, at least until the playoffs. So that's the current plan on the channel. It's the current plan. Still plenty more StarCraft to come. As a reminder, this is a 1-day event, group stage, bam, right into the playoffs thereafter. So there's no rest for us, Papi, no rest. It is currently 6 a.m. It's currently 6 a.m. in the morning here in Australia, 6 a.m. And we're ready to go all morning long. Or all morning long, Papi. Of course, we will have another cast tomorrow, or I guess later tonight at like 7 p.m. my time. In 13 hours time, we're going to be live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. And like 4 hours after that, we're going to be casting WTL World Team League as well. So we have a stacked weekend ahead of us, as we always do. And yeah, I guess for now, going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon with the remainder of Cheeseadelphia. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the playoffs of Cheeseadelphia Summer LAN. The final leg of the bracket here. The final leg of the tournament. We just wrapped up with the group stage, and now we're going to be embracing the playoff bracket instead. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Oh, I should update the in-game text file, actually. Un momento. One moment. Playoffs, they have begun, and with that we have our top 8. We have our top 8 players ahead of us, and if you're watching the clean feed there, if you're watching kind of the behind the scenes player shots, you would have seen that Epic versus Disrespect are facing off against each other, and they happen to be sitting next to each other. Both Epic and Disrespect, they're sitting next to each other, and they have constructed a barrier of sorts, a wall between them to make sure that there's no cheating, there's no looking upon each other's monitor. It looks like it's about to topple over. It's not the most stable of constructions, but it looks good. It looks good. I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort, Papi. I appreciate the effort. As we are jumping into this, we're jumping into the quarterfinals. As Epic and Disrespect are facing off, we'll be jumping into Starkiller versus Creature in another portion of the playoff bracket. We can go over the bracket itself after this series. For now, we are embracing it. Let's jump on in to the quarterfinals. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. Let's go. Player to his right, Dolan. Dolan is next to Starkiller on the right hand side. Dolan is next to Starkiller. But here we go. Predictions in the chat are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this quarterfinals match. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner. In the bottom right, we have our red Protoss player representing the land of the Americas, representing Root Gaming as well. It is Creature. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg, representing Match Arena Esports. It is Starkiller. Let's go. Let us go as we have our PVZ and Starkiller. Papi, where are we going? Where are we headed as the drone is being sent towards the bottom right-hand corner of the map, setting up for a proxy hatchery. Now, this is not an all-in. Looks like Starkiller is going for an expansion. Interesting. I'm pretty sure we were set up to go for the proxy hatchery if our base was blocked, but we are building up resources nonetheless, biding our time, ready to jump in, and we should be looking to throw down the hatch block here on the low ground. As we're still just biding our time, building up those minerals up to 300, and now we go in. We go for the dive. We go for the hatchery. Bam. Huh. There we go. Hatchery has been thrown down, so it is technically a hatchery into hatchery before spawning pool, before it gases. So bit of a greedy opener here at the Starkiller, but the goal here is to force a reaction, to force the boys being pulled off the mineral line, to force denied mining and delayed economy in favor of just catching up back at home and able to get into a bit of a later gas and a bit of a later spawning pool. Now, so far, we do force additional gateways. There we go. 2 gates set up here from a Creature. Zealot has been forced out. We have not pulled the boys, so it's going to take a little bit longer to actually deal with this hatchery. It's going to survive, and it's going to be... we might even let it finish. We'll see if we're able to cancel in time and go for the Evo chamber as well. As we do contain and delay the expansion for so long for Creature. Back at home, heavily droning, taking our gases, saturating our bases. Second Zealot has arrived. Now, this is a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, we do delay the expansion, true. On the other hand, as we do go for the Evo chamber just in time, delaying the expansion for as long as we can, forcing another cancel. Now, the downside is we have an army. The downside is that we will force a counterattack. We kind of created a monster here. We have 2 Zealots, soon to be 2 Adepts as well, and a Creature should be moving out across the map. There we go, as we speak. And now it's on Starkiller to minimize losses. To minimize losses against this counterattack with 2 Zealots and with 2 Adepts. There's a lot of potential for aggression. There's a lot of potential for damage. And Starkiller is amassing Lings. Queens are on the way, Lings as well. We'll see if we can hold on. We can survive this. So the army is rocking up. Lings are rocking up. Lings are amassing. We have 8 more Lings on the way. Ling speed still on the horizon as well. we're getting there. Are getting there. A steel mod cast will be awesome. Steel, it's been a long time since steel mod is cast. It's been a long time. Long time. I'm sure we'll get steel mod on eventually again. I'm sure. As for now, we do pull back. We need to bring the puppet out of retirement. What has happened to the puppet? It's gathering dust somewhere, I'm sure. Need to bring it back. Ay. Este steel mold. As back at home, it's going to be a Stargate follow-up. So far, we did shut down the initial Zealots. Zealots have been cleaned up. Adepts did race back. And we've built up quite an Adept count here. We're up to 5 Adepts here for Creature. Oracle moves out. We have a Void Ray follow-up as well. Void Ray is on the way. Puppet is in a box, not gathering dust at all. It's perfectly preserved. It's being kept safe. As the Oracle catches 2 drones, that's an okay amount of damage. The Oracle will back off from here, but the Void Ray is what I'm most curious about. With a Void Ray follow-up, the goal here is to shut down any kind of vision, any kind of scouting, and from here, we can head into a couple of different directions. We can go for a second Stargate into Sky Toss, head into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Creature has options. For now, Vanilla Adepts are moving out. Adepts, they do move out across the map behind this Starkiller, rushing into a lair. I say rushing into a lair, this was around a, 4-minute 40 lair timing. Even later, no Roach Warren as we speak. It could just be Ling into Hydra. We could go into a Spire as well. We have options. We'll see if we embrace Spire Tech or Hydras instead. Adepts do shade in. And they shade into natural. Very nice positioning here behind the Gas Geyser. Lings, they cannot engage. Not in this position. And we deny so much mining time. Adepts, they do shade into the main. But they get surrounded. We do force a recall. Adepts are forced back. Back at home, Twilight Council is done. Forge alongside it. Looks like +1 and charge, not blink. Okay. Yeah, my attention is going to be +1 and charge into Charge or Archon. Meanwhile, I was waiting to see if it was going to be a Spire or a Hydra Den. The answer is Hydras. Hydra Den is on the way. So Ling Hydra from Starkiller. Now with Ling Hydra, we can work towards Lurker Tech. That is going to be a viable option here for Starkiller. We'll see if we embrace Lurkers or if we focus, at least for now, on Ling Hydra. The downside is that Ling Hydra is quite fragile. It's a very fragile army. And with a solid timing here with Charge Dots and with Archons, I'm assuming Archons as we have yet to throw down the Templar Archives, we can actually catch Starkiller off guard, depending on how greedy he is. That's a gateway explosion. There it is. Templar Archives on the way. That should be for Archons and Storm. Should be looking to embrace that splash damage. Oracle does dip in. Someone's going to sleep because it already past his bedtime. Get some rest, Pappy. Get some rest. Good night. Good night. I'm jealous. I'm celoso, Pappy. I'm celoso. As Starkiller, he's actually cutting workers a little bit earlier here. I mean, I say cutting workers, just under 3-way saturation, 57 drones, and is amassing so much Ling Hydra. Starkiller sending everything across the map. Again, no upgrades for the Hydras. I mean, we have Hydra range, but no Hydra speed. Two end up coming across the Oracle. Creature does scout, does confirm, and we're warping it defensively back at home. Archons are on the way. No Storm. We're gonna have the one Archon for now. Ling Hydra's diving on forward. We have the overcharge, but it's barely supporting the army. It barely does support anything. Creature caught out of position, but does force back the army for the time being. It pivots away towards the shield battery. Creature does maintain himself, and Starkiller, upon seeing the army, he backs off. He backs off, and there it is. There's the Lurker Den. Lurker Den is on the way. Hive behind this as well. We're heading towards Hydra Lurker Viper. We're taking up, and Creature doesn't really have much pushing power with this army. If we had Storm, that'd be another kind of another question here, but yeah, for now we're taking a 4. Still stuck at home, getting into Mass Immortal production. Now, Mass Immortal can actually break through a line of Lurkers. It's a little bit deceptive. Lurker tech is good against ground toss, that's true, but Immortals, they can take a lot of Lurker shots to the face and break through a defensive line of Lurkers quite well. And Creature is going to be embracing that. Just going for this ground death wall of an army. Immortals and Archons. No Storm. Meanwhile, Starkiller trying to hold on. Is droning up. He's rushing into his own Lurker tech as well. And we're calming things down. Both players were just calming things down, easing our way into the mid-game. 7 more Lurkers on the way. Mass Lurker. Lurker range as well. Building up towards those upgrades. Now, what I will say though, as the tech here is looking good for Starkiller, the creep is lackluster. We have like 1 active tumor here towards the left. We have an active tumor towards the right, but no creep is being spread whatsoever, so we have very little vision out on the map. We do have an Overlord, don't get me wrong, but that's really all we have to scout. It is a little bit concerning. Ideally, you do want to be having map vision just so we can keep up with the rotations of the Protoss army. Otherwise, a lot of these Lurkers are not going to be in position. Speaking of, we are going for a big counterattack, and I believe Starkiller does not spot this, but he's in position. We have Lurkers at every single base. We're spread quite thin, but against something like a run-by, we should be okay. If Creature went for a committed push, then I'd be more concerned for Starkiller. These Lurkers are burrowing. More Lurkers on the way. Meanwhile, Creature is maxed out, and here we go, moving out right towards that 3rd. At the same time, Lurkers likewise move out as well, getting caught out on the map. Do we have detection? Do we have an observer? We do. Okay, we do have our observers moving in. At the same time, Zealous, they hit the northern hatchery. And we're going to shut this down. Yeah, Lurkers did move out of position. At the same time, Starkiller rotating everything towards the north. Spy just going up. Zealous are being cleaned up. They got 6 drone kills. Nothing too major. Now Lurkers getting caught on the low ground, and we're going to clean this up. Lurkers are completely exposed. And they're going down one after the other. Again, Lurkers, they need support. Yeah, on their own, they just melt. So far, a good start here for Creature. Shuts down the Lurkers, shuts down the Hydras. Starkiller does get in position. Creature backs off. He respects the army. Does rotate over, catching 2 more Lurkers. We can see Starkiller trying to respond as well, but it's too little too late. I say that we catch so many more freaking Lurkers. And Creature is trading well. And behind this, we have a fleet beacon on the way, 2nd Stargate, and we're getting ready for Sky Toss. Creature transitioning into Sky Toss. He already cleaned up so many Lurkers, I'm afraid to look, but that was 12 Lurkers going down. And how many are left? 8. 8 Lurkers remaining. Creature, he takes the gold base. Working towards carrier production, making 3 carriers at a time, which means that Creature doesn't have to kill his opponent. He doesn't have to go for the kill. He can just contain. He can just contain the Zerg player, rotates around, and it looks like he will claim this northern hatchery. It's going to go down. Nothing in position to defend. The hatchery does fall. Catching the Hydras. We could even keep pushing, and Starkiller being forced further and further back. He just cannot keep up with this. Not anymore. Starkiller stuck on 4 bases, stuck trying to rebuild his Lurker army. But as he's making more Lurkers than Hydras, we're making carriers. Like, Creature, he's just 1 step ahead. Yeah, Creature is in the driver's seat. As he bleeds out some gateway units, some gateway army, he's just replacing it with more carriers. Storm is now on the way as well. Finally, for some splash damage. And we'll see what Starkiller can get done. I mean, in this position, Starkiller is behind. He is a little bit behind, but we could try to go for a Nidusworm, for example. Like Nidusworm into the main, try to outposition the carriers, hit the gold base, or hit the third or the natural. Try to bypass the army and get some economic damage done. That's going to be the hope here for Starkiller. In doing so, can drag the army out of position and catch like a stray carrier or two. Outside of these moves, though, it's gonna be difficult. I don't really favor Starkiller in a head-to-head fight. But we'll see. A storm is still a couple of seconds away. Still not quite done. Well, there we go. It's done in 10 seconds. Carriers are getting caught out. Nice pick off here. One carrier will fall. We catch one. At the same time, creature not quite in position. They're forced to push into lurkers. Massive spine shot's going to be going off. And do we have any storms? No storms, but we may not need it. Yeah, it looks like we have just too much sky toss. We're getting on top of the lurkers. They're left so exposed. They're going down one after the other. Not enough anti-air. GG gets called, and creature will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Starkiller had a nice start to the game. He was able to take advantage of his Ling Hydra, able to contain his opponent. Unfortunately, that first lurker push did fall on its face. We bled out too many lurkers early on, and again, we were just kind of stuck one step behind the tech of creature. As creature was working towards Skytoss, we were still stuck on Hydra lurker, and no Vipers either. No spellcasters to support. Starkiller needed more time. He needed more time there and wasn't able to get it. GG. Creature does take a lead, but we'll see where this takes us. We'll see where this takes us here, as I want to believe we can get it back and forth. I want to believe we can have it back and forth here between these players. As we're diving into game 2 on site Delta. Here we go. Catching up. I would raise my kids off of Steelwald's puppets. Oh no. Your kids are gonna grow up incredibly annoying. It's this deal. CranKy has their own puppets. True, true. Sesame Street, better watch out for the CranKy Ducklings takeover. Oh no. Not like this. What is Yaku gonna teach? If we compare us to Sesame Street. I don't know if he can. Keep your kids away. Keep oh god. As here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left hand corner of side Delta, we have our American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Root Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is a creature. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg, representing Match Arena Esports down in this series, looking to bounce back and force the ace match. It is Starkiller. Go. Interesting, as Starkiller is going to be opening up with a pull first. Yeah, no proxy hatch, not this time from Starkiller, but a pull first nonetheless. With this, we can make an abundance of links early on. We can be a little bit more aggressive. I'm curious what the plan is going to be here for Starkiller, when our gases are being taken, and whether or not we throw down an early Roach War. Starkiller is going to be the aggressor. As a reminder, this is a best of 3, so the pressure is on Starkiller right now. There's no lower bracket. It's not double elimination. It's one and done here in the playoffs. No room for error. As for now, it's going to be a pull first into hatchery. Sorry, pull gas hatch opener here out of Starkiller. Quite aggressive, actually, with that earlier gas geyser. Lings are being sent out. It's going to be a 6-ling opener from Starkiller. Our initial 6 lings. Gas is being prioritized. this can lead into fast link speed, or maybe even a fast lair, fast roach warren. We have options. But now the lings are moving out. Now, Creature does confirm this, does confirm the lings and the opener, so back at home we do have a second gateway already on the way, and the Zealot was chronoed out. So Creature is ready, Creature is prepared. At the same time, Creature keeps his probe alive across the map. We'll see if we make use of it, as it is potentially coming in for a follow-up scout. Lings have arrived, they poke in. They don't get any damage done. Link speed is on the way, and we pull out of gas. Okay, so it's just for fast link speed. We are not embracing like a Bailey Nest or a Roach Warren or a Lair. No additional gas income here from Starkiller. And the lings, they pull back. Pull back. This could lead towards something like a Ling Flood, true. We could just double down and go for mass Ling. That is an extra pair of lings on the way, but we're still droning. Okay, we're droning up for the most part. Droning. Getting out of the base. Meanwhile, Creature, interesting. Going for a tech of choice. That is not a Stargate, that's a Twilight Council. Creature doubling down and being hyper aggressive, and this could be Glaive Adepts. I say could be. We're still on 3-3. This could be a Dark Shrine opener instead. We have options. Could be Glaives, could be DTs, could be some kind of weird charge all in. And we have our answer. Glaives are on the way. Now, I'm a little bit perplexed just because we have 3 workers in both gas geysers. Glaive Adepts is typically done with 2 and 2, like 4 in total, not 6. So I'm curious how committed we're going to be. This does mean we can afford extra warp-ins of Adepts. Overlord goes in for the scout, does confirm the researching Twilight Council. Starkiller is aware of the aggression and does respond with an early Roach Warren. So nice timing here with the Roach Warren. Starkiller should be ready for this, should be more than prepared. We have 3 gateways on the low ground, just 3 gateways. Okay, so 3 gate glaives from Creature. I believe this is an economic variation. Now, what I mean when I say economic is that because there's no robo, because there's no 4th gateway, we have extra resources to expand. Like, the money spent on a robo and a 4th gate is, I believe, should be spent on a Nexus instead. We'll see. We shall see. As the Adepts will soon move out across the map, Starkiller, meanwhile, just taking his 3rd base, working towards our lair timing. Oh my god. Never mind. I spoke about expanding a little bit faster because we're not spending money on a gateway and a robo. Double Stargate. That I was not expecting. I mean, we're spending our money elsewhere, but I wasn't expecting this kind of tech here. Double Stargate Mass Phoenix or Double Stargate Void Ray? I'm leaning towards Phoenixes, but we'll see. As the Adepts, they have arrived. The Starkiller is ready. We're able to keep up. Adepts, they shade into natural. They do shade in. Drones are going down, but only a handful of them are being targeted. Only 2 workers so far. We can acceptable losses so far. We can't afford these losses for Starkiller, but we shade into the main base. More drones falling. We get 5 worker kills. That's slightly better here for Creature, but still not ideal. I'm afraid to look. This was how many? This was 7 Adepts for 5 drones. Not even a 1-to-1 trade. And I was concerned. I was like, is it Mass Phoenix or Mass Void Ray? ¿Por qué no los dos? Like, it's okay. Phoenix and a Void Ray. And another Phoenix. Is it just a single Void Ray, or do we just keep making them? I just don't know. Ooh, as the Lings, they do deny the 3rd base. Nice pick up here by Starkiller. 3rd base is denied. More gateways on the way. We are not actually embracing too many Phoenixes with this. Going for a massive gateway explosion. And this looks like a 2-base all-in. Yeah, this screams 2-base all-in. As the expansion has been denied. Oh, we're droning. Now, it's okay to drone for now, but if Starkiller drones up too much, if he oversaturates his 3rd base, then he is vulnerable, very much so, to an all-in. And it feels like he's forcing the all-in because we've denied the expansion. Starkiller's creating this beast. Probe getting in position. Third base is being taken. We are expanding. Starkiller does confirm. And I believe the Phoenixes have been kept hidden. I believe until now we haven't really gotten clear eyes on them. Here we go, moving out across the map. We have a Dark Shrine behind us. It didn't even register in my mind, but Dark Shrine is done. So Glaives into Phoenixes into DTs. Okay. I see you. Overlords are falling. We pick off the Queen. And Starkiller forced into a big counterattack. Overlords are going down. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have DTs. Do we have detection? We do. We have an Overseer, thankfully. Starkiller is heavily supply blocked, but he's sending it across the map. He's going for the kill, going for a Hail Mary play. A nice force field. We lock down the army. And we shut down so many roaches. Yeah, DT's going ham. Overseer has arrived. And we will clean up the DTs at the same time. Roaches, they bust into the main. But more Dark Templar. They will clean this up. Not before killing 13 probes at the same time. Lings, they hit the third. It's going to be a close hold. It's going to be close. And can we shut down the base? Up. 3 Lings. 2, 1. Oh my god. We barely hold on. The base survives. We clean up the roaches. And a creature has defended, but it cost him 28 probes. And even more going down. Creature down to 23 workers, and we're still rallying across the map. Starkiller, he wants the base. He wants the Nexus, and he's gonna get it. Nexus does fall. And now suddenly Creature is the one who's all in. It's all or nothing for Creature, and back at home we have a Hydra Den. We have Hydras amassing as we speak. Spores are on the way as well, just to be safe and sound against the massive Phoenix. And Starkiller, he's looking solid, looking good. Looking strong in this position. Creature gonna try and punish Starkiller, but alas, we have our setup here of spores. Defensive setup of spores. We get a Hydra hero there. We get an Overlord, but nothing too major. Roaches, they get across the map. They deny the third base once again. They deny the expansion. Roaches even waddling into the natural. How do they get in? How does he do it? And at this point, Creature, he has to go all in himself. Like, the problem is that how do we macro from here? We're so far behind. We almost have half the worker count, just now taking a third, as Starkiller takes a fourth. And sure, we're building up towards Archon Phoenix, and there's a lot of micro potential, especially with Phoenixes. But we need to get more damage. Creature, he needs to find more Overlords, drones, queens, any kind of value unit. We get a roach, 2 roaches, that's okay. It's okay. Sphinxes do pull back. We got a handful of units. Charge is done. And Creature moving out with one final hurrah. Comparing the army sizes here, there is potential. We have 25 Hydras. We have mainly a Hydra-based army for Starkiller, and Hydras are quite fragile. They have a lot of DPS, they have a lot of firepower, but depending on the engagements, I mean, Creature could try to take this. As to say that the Hydras, they do start to step forward, they do push in, and they're going to shut down every single Phoenix. Again, we're still trading nicely, but there's just not enough on the ground. There's just not enough here to support. If we had an extra wave of Zealots, then maybe. Creature does snipe the base. But it looks like he's going to be triggering a counterattack. That's a lot of overseers. Just making sure we have detection. Making sure we have what we need. And Starkiller is snowballing out of control. Just got far too much damage done earlier. And with this final push, like, how do we stop this? How can we? Outside of force fields. And even then, sentries are targeted down. There's one sentry left. Guardian Shield is activated. Archon's doing what they can. I mean, the overcharge is coming into play. They're trading well. They're still just too much. We break through the Zealots and the Archon. And it looks like Starkiller has done it. We've broken the main army. We are looking to force that ace match. And GG gets called. Starkiller, he bounces back. And we're going into game 3. GG. Let's go. We're going all the way to the ace match here as Starkiller, he is able to bring it back just barely. And we'll be jumping into game 3. Again, it was a little bit risky to go into Ling Hydra in such a way, but alas, it was just a wild build out of creature. Wild build out of creature. Remember, creature, he went 3-gate glaives into double Stargate Mass Phoenix. It was a wild build out of creature. The initial adepts did not get enough damage done, but remember, we lost 8 adepts for 5 drones. 5 drone kills. It was just not worth it initially. Likewise, we saw that the Phoenixes were able to shut down a lot of overlords, but there was not enough on the ground to defend against the Roach counterattack, as creature was punished quite hard for his earlier failed glaive adept push. And with that, we're tied up 1-1, and we're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. Game 3 is going to be on Ghost River. Again, we've seen a lot of this map today. A lot of Ghost River. I'm pleasantly surprised. Let's go. Wet spot. Oh, calm down in the chat, Poppy. Calm down. If you're curious as to the MMR of these players, yeah, around like 5.8, like 6K on NA is what you'd expect from these players. Between 5.6 and 6K. Shaking my head. Watch yourself. And here we go. We are going to be settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River. We have our American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Creature. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the teal Zerg player representing Matcherino Esports, forcing the ace match. It is Starkiller. Go. So we are going to be settling in. For now, it's going to be a 15-15. Looks like a 15-15 opener here out of Stark. Oh, never mind. Just going for the initial extractor trick. Getting ahead of myself. Now, we already saw Starkiller go for a proxy hatch earlier, but this time it looks like we're going for an earlier gas. Okay, very aggressive build here from Starkiller, going for a gas pool opener. With this, we'll be having a bunch of gas early on, rushing into link speed. This could be leading into a Bane bust as well. Now, the Probe Scout does dip in, and Creature will confirm. He will confirm the early gas, the early pool, and the delayed hatchery. Speaking of Starkiller, okay, going towards the unnatural natural, is forced to expand elsewhere. But my eyes are on this initial gas income, and I'm curious if we pull out at 100 gas or if we stay in and build up towards Banelings. I am curious. As the spawning pool is done, Lings are on the way. And we pull out. Okay, we don't commit into roaches or banelings. We do pull out a gas. It's just going to be for a very fast link speed from the side of Starkiller. And we'll see what we can get done with it. As links are on the way. Just the initial 2. Behind this, a creature is responding. Does wall off with the second gateway. Making sure he is secure. Again, creature did scout, did confirm the delayed hatchery, so again, we're respecting it quite a lot. It's Starkiller we're talking about, a very aggressive player. We don't want to get caught out. Don't want to get caught out as we do cancel the gateway. As now we find out that there's no Ling Rush. Starkiller taking his own expansion. Going for the third. And we're going to be calming things down. I imagine if Starkiller wasn't scouted, then maybe we do Ling Flood. But for now, just taking it slow and steady. Shuts down the probe. Ling speed is about to kick in. And we're just droning. Just droning on up. Overall, this was an inefficient opener out of Starkiller. Again, as I mentioned before, I think the goal was to maybe catch the Protoss player off guard. And if there was no probe scout, maybe able to make use of these Lings. Alas, that wasn't the case. And we are settling in. This time, creature going for a much more standard opener, going for a Stargate. Not a Twilight Council. He is going for the Stargate opener. Should be embracing Oracles into a third base, into a standard mid-game. We'll keep an eye on Starkiller to see if he ever does cut workers. Be aggressive himself. Go. So we're not going to be settling in. For now, just droning up. Spores are on the way. Starkiller, he hasn't scouted the tech yet. Oh, no, never mind. He has scouted the tech. He did get eyes on the Stargate with the initial Overlord. So Starkiller is fully aware of what's going on and is preparing back at home. A Spore in each mineral line. Queens as well. So far, so good. We have the tools to defend. It's on a creature to get damage done despite that. Oh, and that's a fast lair. 4-minute lair timing here out of Starkiller. Going for the 4-minute lair, rushing into the Roach Warren as well. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise. But Starkiller is rushing into those roaches. And this could be the beginnings of an all-in. We may cut workers at around 50, maybe 54 at most. And just rally across the map. We'll keep an eye on the drone count of Starkiller. As the Oracles, they get 1 drone before backing up. Standard follow-up, Twilight Council Forge as well, with +1 and Blink. Could work towards charge again. Also a viable option. As Lair is about to finish, and work towards Roach speed. Gases are being prioritized. The Oracles, they do confirm the tech. And we catch 3 more drones. But now Starkiller is resaturating. Okay, droning up quite a decent amount. Okay. We're droning, man. We're droning. Again, I was curious to see like how economical, how greedy Starkiller was going to be. But he is droning up. We have a 4th base on the way. Roaches are amassing for Starkiller, but this may just be a safety amount of roaches. We'll see if we double down. Things are still being active. Still more roaches on the way. Starkiller cutting works at 53. And this would be a good amount of cut-outs if we wanted to go for an all-in. Starkiller still don't make any drones. Stay strapped towards the natural. Good reaction. Only 1 drone gets caught. We have a 4th base on the way, but it looks like it's just for larva. Just for larva. More roaches are on the way, and here we go. Starkiller is going for his push. Is moving at a very crisp timing. Roach speed finishing up just in time as he's moving out across the map. The roaches are being sent out. The lings as well. Not the queens. Queens are being kept at home. So we barely have any to begin with. Only 3 queens. And here we go. One way or another. Can Starkiller break the 3rd? The army is spotted. Go for the warp in. Cannons on the way. Shield Battery overcharges pop, but there's barely an army here. We can focus out the Adepts. Adepts are falling one after the other. The Immortal is spotted. And we're going for the Immortal. We're going for the dive. We avoid the overcharge. Oh, the Immortal goes down. Our charge will start diving on top of the army. We're buying time. We pick off a Ravager. We catch a Roach. The army rotating back over towards the third. And it looks like the third base is going to be broken. Another Immortal has arrived, but it's on its own. It is exposed. And we just stutter step forward once again. We focus it down. Massive pickoff, and Creature does not have enough. The third base is going to fall. The question becomes, do we get more than that? Can we break the natural? As the third base is going down, behind this we're joining. Behind this we're joining up. Evo Chambers on the way. Hydrogen as well. Starkiller is taking up. He's happy to kill the third and get further ahead. Starkiller is droning. He can threaten the natural, but he doesn't have to push in. There's no need. Oh, as we do catch the Oracle. Not bad. Oracle goes down. Starkiller has to be careful not to overextend. We have to be careful not to engage. Starkiller will back up. And back at home, we're drawn up to 65. Around 3 base saturation. That's okay. Okay drone counts. Additional gas is being taken. +1 range. Hydra range as well. And yeah, Starkiller is looking quite comfortable here. Meanwhile, Creature is stuck on 2 bases. He's just perpetually stuck on 2 bases. The third is so delayed. We spoke about this in the previous game, how in this position, Creature, I feel like we have to go for an all-in here. Expanding and taking it slow, I feel like that benefits Starkiller more than anything. Starkiller's already up at 50 supply. Prism's on the way, so we can reinforce. Going for the initial Immortal drop. Can get value, and yeah, Creature is going to try and re-expand. But here comes Starkiller. The Hydras, no! Oh my god. Hydras, they almost caught the Prism. Thankfully, Hydra speed is not done. Prism's racing back. Starkiller has arrived. And we're collapsing on the main army. There are three Immortals. But we have plenty to work with. Nice juggling with the Immortals, though. And Starkiller's getting caught out. Not a bad initial trade for Creature. Does trade well. Do I see in the chat? Who the hell is Duddles? True. Good to see you again, Bappy. Good to see you again. Duddles. Aye, aye, aye. Papa Duddles, if you will. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Yo, a blast from the past. We've got all the Alpha X boys. I mean, Duddles not quite, but we have Rushy. We have Duddles from that era, I should say. Casting Starkiller of all players. What year is it? 2020? Oh my god. Good to see you. Good to see you. As Starkiller does pull back, we're embracing Hive Tech. Hive is on the way. Lunker Den as well. I mean, again, there's no rush. There's no rush for Starkiller to break the third. He's already ahead. May as well get further ahead as we back off. Take a 4th, take a 5th, drone up, and max out. Max out on Lurker Tech. Meanwhile, Creature is building up his own army. He's got a decent Immortal count, and we were in this scenario in Game 1, if you recall. The one thing that I would hope for Starkiller is Viper production. Vipers are not necessarily to blinding cloud the army. That could help, but to yoink and abduct and pick off these Immortals one at a time. Otherwise, Creature can stabilize. So we'll see how we make use of the Hive. As the Lurker count is getting higher. Expanding, taking our 4th, taking our 5th even. We'll see if Creature can make a comeback of reality. How many Archons do we have? 7. 7 Archons. 4th base is on the way. With the Hive completing, we are prioritizing those upgrades with Lurker range and, of course, adaptive talents as well. Should be on the horizon. But I mentioned before that the one thing that I'm concerned by is whether or not we invest into Vipers. We saw what happens if we don't have them in Game 1, where Creature was able to outposition these Lurkers and pick them apart bit by bit. Once again, Starkiller is spread out. He's got a group of Lurkers towards the north, towards the center. But it looks like we're pulling everything together. And Starkiller going for one big push. He is spotted. Zealot does confirm. Creature's keeping up. How many Lurkers is this? It's going to be 17 Lurkers for Starkiller. Not able to push up the ramp. Yeah, we are in position. Force fields are thrown down. Starkiller making his way in. Does burrow. And Creature not quite in position. Lurkers, they do collapse forward. Yeah, Archons are falling. And we're just wedging ourselves in between the natural and the third. And can we deal with this? Can we break this? Nice revelation. Archons from behind. Immortals from the front. But it looks like Starkiller is able to hold his own. Yeah, shuts down the Prism, shuts down the Zealots, gets himself the Immortals, and Starkiller, he has just far too much. Breaks the main army, GG gets called, and Starkiller will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Starkiller able to embrace that earlier push, if you remember, with the fast lair. He cut workers at 53 and went for a massive 3 base, or just under 3 base all in. And with that, Starkiller did take the win. And Creature, that will spell his end here. Oh. Will spell his end, at least initially, in Cheeseadelphia. And now we are entering the semifinals. Oh, and I need a moment. I need to very quickly set this up. Oh. Here we go. Okay, with that, Starkiller does advance on. He's going to be facing up against Dolan in the semifinals. And both semifinals will be casted. Both semis will be covered. Do need a moment here. And we have our series ready. Here we go. We have our series ready. It's going to be Epic versus Rob. Oh boy. Epic versus Rob. So just quickly catching up. Epic took down Disrespect 2-0. Rob took down 2 Meows 2-0 as well. And now we have them both facing off in the semifinals. Dolan and Starkiller will be lying in wait. And we'll be covering them after this series. And if you're in the chat, predictions. Hold on. Well, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will advance on to the grand finals. As a reminder, this is going to be, oh my apologies, not a best of 3. This is going to be a best of 5. Was a mistake in the predictions, but oh, actually, hold on. I have the technology. Bam. There we go. Predictions are now open. Place your bets, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our yellow Protoss player representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Epic. Here we go. We are settling in. As a reminder, best of 5. It's going to be best of 5 semifinals and a best of 7 grand finals. Here we go. As we do see Epic going for an economic opener. That is a single gas here from our red Terran. Going for a Rax Expand. Meanwhile, we do see Rob across the map opening up with his own standard gate cyber expand back at home. So oh, never mind. Never mind. We're opening up with the proxy. So proxy here out of Rob. Meanwhile, Epic going for an economic opener. This is going to be a little bit more ideal here for our Protoss player, as we have our Zealot moving out across the map, and this proxy should be setting up for a Stalker. So the way this works here, it's going to be a Zealot initially into a proxy gate. Wait, no, never mind. Sorry, we're waiting for the Cybercore. Oh my god, we're doubling down! Proxy Stargate! Rob, are we going to set up some shield batteries? Meanwhile, Epic is on the hunt, and Epic, he will find this! He finds a Stargate, he does find the pylon, will shut it down, or at least will respond. Yeah, back at home CC in the main, factory's on the way. And here comes that probe. Show us the pylons, show us the shield batteries, there they are! Pylons are on the way! If you were here a couple of years ago, this was a much more prevalent build, going for shield batteries with a Void Ray follow-up, with proxy Stargates. This was what, back in the Moondance map pool. This was like what, 2021? Before the nerf to the Void Ray. Assuming the Void Rays are on the way, and oh, we're supply blocked. Oh, okay, we're good. We do break out. Void Rays are in production. Shield batteries on the way thereafter. This used to be a very prevalent build until it was kind of nerfed almost into the ground, with nerfs to the Void Ray and to the shield battery a couple of years ago. Blast does make its return. Marines are amassing. Bunkers on the way. Ooh, we shut down the Adept. And the bunker is almost done. It's so important that the Cyclone was prioritized. We get on top of the shield battery. Where's that Void Ray? Still on the way. And the shield battery, it's gonna go down. Oh. Yeah, massive pickup. Before we can really get this going, shield battery falls. We do shut down the Cyclone at least. For the bunker, it's full of units. We have a backup Cyclone on the way. And that Void Ray's barely standing, barely holding on by a thread. I mean, the shield batteries, they are finishing up, thankfully. Barely finishing up. God, that Void Ray is playing with fire right now. No! Oh my god. Almost goes down. The Void Ray survives. Second one, I spoke too soon. Void Ray does fall. We have a backup Void Ray on the way, going for the Cyclone. But here comes the Viking and Rob. It feels like we did overextend a little bit too far here. One more shot. Oh my god. Barely does survive. But again, we've been trading 1 for 1 essentially. Bleeding out a Void Ray for a Cyclone. And Epic, he's holding. He's holding. We were on 2 bases. Shield Battery's taking a lot of hits. A lot of the energy is being spent already. And the Viking count is getting higher and higher. Boys are being pulled to repair. Epic is holding on. Oh, nice prismatic alignment though. We focus on the Cyclone. We get a Viking. Not bad. Get a Viking. We get a Cyclone. As long as we can maintain control of the Viking count and the Cyclone count as well, then Rob can still pull this off. Yeah, Marines are falling one after the other. There's no bunker here towards the right-hand side. Yeah, the initial bunker not really coming into play. Rob, can we pull this all together? Third Void Ray. The Void Ray count getting higher and higher. We're now up to 3 Void Rays. 4th Void Ray on the way. Still a rough position for Epic. Epic did throw down a second starport, making 2 Vikings at a time. Focus down on the Cyclone. A turret's on the way. The turret will help if we can get up and running. If we can't get it. But I mentioned before, we're getting up to 4 Void Rays. It has arrived. Rough rally. Focus on the Cyclones one after the other. The turret does finish. Turret does barely finish. Rob going for a Twilight Council. A Twilight Council's on the way. I imagine working towards Blink, but we'll see. We'll see what we embrace. Usually we would be seeing a Fleet Beacon and a Tempest. Tempest can work quite well here, especially if the Viking count is high enough. Sorry, the Void Ray count is high enough, that's what I meant to say. So interesting to see a Twilight Council instead. Ooh. One Void Ray does go down. Stalkers, they are able to support the army on the ground, getting a lot of hits in. Second Void Ray, we're down to 2. We're hitting critical mass. We're hitting critical mass of Viking. Again, so important that we build up that Void Ray count, but it's just not happening. We're bleeding out too much. And too much here. Dark Shrine is on the way. Going into DTs. Bold move. We're embracing the DTs, papi. Tank has arrived. The power of the tank is we can get within range of the shield batteries. Shield batteries are finally going down. Hiding here with the Vikings. Yeah, we're working our way through the side defense. Now, with a Dark Shrine follow-up, it's going to be interesting. Oh my god, we've landed. Epic has landed his natural, but he's muling. He's throwing down mules. That means he doesn't have scans. It's going to be close. If we catch a moment here where Epic doesn't have a scan available, then DTs, they can pop off. Catch another Viking. Dark Shrine is almost done. As we bleed up another Void Ray. Tanks are pushing forward. Do we have a scan? We do. We're about to have a scan at the natural. Up as we are floating on over. Looking to take the standard base. We scan across the map. We get eyes on the expansion. And we do have one scan left on this CC. We also have a turret in the main, thankfully. Turret's in the main base. No turret here on the low ground. But we don't see the turret. The DT doesn't know. Yeah, DT goes down. The turret was within range. And the jig is up. Yeah, more turrets on the way. We are aware of the DTs. We will catch a tank, though. Tank goes down. We have a scan. And Epic holds. Epic holds. He shuts down the shield batteries. Shuts down the DTs. And Epic in a commanding position. I'm sure Rob is expanding, but it's such a late expansion here, working towards charge of all things. The Void Rays did not do enough. And Rob has some catching up to do. Oof, even supply blocked. Supply block back at home. Building back up. And with that Epic, he's gonna be looking quite comfortable here on 2 bases. There's no rush to move out. We have to be careful as well with how we do maneuver the army. Again, there's no medevacs. We can shut down the proxy. Void Rays at the same time, they do go in. And Stim, it should finish up just in time. It's gonna be close. Oh my god, it's denied! We deny Stim! Let's go! So Stim is going to be delayed. Nice pickoff, but we lose all the Void Rays. Was that worth it? Does it matter? We weren't going to move out anyway, as we're just going to be waiting for Stim to rebuild. It was a clutch move, though. Clutch move here by Rob. As he at least delays the push. Back at home, soon to take a 3rd base, building up his own charge lots. And we'll see when and where Epic does move out. As his army is amassing. And we need a miracle here for Rob to somehow survive that sim timing. I mean, Charge or Archon can be good, but we just don't really have much to work with. Like, our economy just is less than ideal. And Epic has, what, double the army supply here of Rob. Now, if Epic goes for a drop, for example, if he goes for a drop across the map, and in that moment, if Rob moves in, or if we can catch the drops themselves, then we can pick Epic apart, but in a head-on fight, it's going to be difficult for the Protoss. Let's try to catch the army. Still not done! We're 5 seconds up! Okay, not bad. We do catch some Marines and Marauders. Stim finished up just after the fight did conclude. Yeah, boys being pulled. Good start for Rob. Very fortunate start there. Meanwhile, Gateway's finishing up. More reinforcements on the way. Again, so lucky that he caught the army before Stim had completed. And can we catch the army for a second time? It's possible. It's possible. Epic moving out. We do have Ghosts for EMPs. They do lead the charge. Rob does back off. Waiting for the ideal moment. Ideal fight. Rob is not expanded, by the way. I assumed he was going to be taking a third base earlier, but no, still on 2 bases. Now, as the army moves out, Rob, do we go for a counterattack? Do we collapse on the army on the low ground? What do we go for? What do we go for? So we're going to try to collapse in. Or even catch reinforcements. Epic does turn back around. We do catch some Marines and some Marauders, which is nice. Yeah, we're just setting it. We're just going right for the natural, right for the mineral line. SCV's gonna go down. Oh, massive shots. Get one Archon volley, not quite another. But we bust all the way into the main base, and we can always recall. How many SCVs can we catch? So far, 8. That's not quite enough. Archon's recall back home. We bleed off one Archon. And all we needed, one more Archon shot. You can see how low these SCVs are. One more would have been insane. Rob does recall. Looking at the units lost tab, that was 2 Archons falling. Oh, expensive losses there for Rob. Every unit does count. And we bought time, but this army is still terrifying. Here we go, Epic going for his move outs. Rob, no more recalls. Shield batteries are on the way. Does have the high ground. Does have the ramp. Takes down Widowmine. Not bad. Oh, we were hoping for a bit of a better force field there. Hopefully catching out some units, but we do delay the push. Shield batteries are done. We have a Colossus. We have 4 shield batteries and an overcharge. Can we pull off this defense? Yeah, Vikings, they do lift. We get some decent EMPs. Oh! This is a world where maybe we can force some friendly fire with the Widow Mines. But so far, oh, the mine shots are brutal. They connect with the Zealots. Zealots, they melt before the army. Colossus goes down. And Epic, he's just dismantling this. The Nova has potential, but doesn't quite connect. And Epic, he's breaking through. Rob had some nice moments. It was impressive what he was able to pull off in the aftermath of the failed cheese, but there's only so much he can do. As the lead was just a little bit too great here for Epic. And the base, it's going to go down. It's still so low. Nova goes up. Up! Massive connection! It doesn't matter. It's still not enough. Massive connection on the army, but alas, we break through. GG gets called, and Epic takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. But a shout out to Rob as he made a game out of that. He fought his heart out towards the end there, doing everything he could to bounce back. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Epic takes a lead. As a reminder, it's a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. Let's go. Catching up in the chat. Who's Rushy? Is Starkiller like back? Kind of. Starkiller has been returning for like regional stuff. I'm talking about like America's qualifiers for EPT, for example. But Starkiller isn't back full time, from my understanding. So he's back, but he's not back. If that makes any sense. Still really cool to see him. Still really cool. And hey, he's doing well for himself. If I stay around long enough, people actually know the answer to that, so I have to disappear for a year or so, every once in a while. True. Keep the meme alive. But here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our American Terran player. The Red Terran representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Epic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. Here we go. We go. So we are going to be settling in. Good night, GLA Chef. Ah, buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. Gave him a black eye at least. Exactly. As we are settling in, and I'm sure that Rob is going to calm things down a little bit here, spice things up in game 1 with the proxy Stargate into Void Rays, but now we should be going for a bit of a more standard opener, I would imagine. Calming down, Bobby. Calming down. As Epic is once again going for an economic opener. Single Gas Geyser is going for a Rax into CC, into expansion. Likewise, Rob going for a Gate Expand into Cybercore himself. Bit of a more greedier, more economic opener here from Rob. Makes sense on a larger map like Alkione. Again, this map is known for its longer late game, plenty of bases to be taken, plenty of expansions to take, and again, the rush distance by ground is that much longer, much more defendable as well. With the ramp, with these mineral walls, it can be a little more awkward to expand or to even be aggressive here at the 4th base location. So we could embrace a longer game, a macro game. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. But now, we're settling in. Do have our factory follow-up. There's no 3-rack shenanigans. We've seen a lot of 3-racks here tonight from Disrespect and from Dolan, but here we can see Epic going for a much more standard follow-up. Getting into that factory. Meanwhile, across the map, Reaper does slip in. Gets a probe. One probe goes down. Reaper gets the hell out of there. Likewise, Rob is going for his tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener. We've seen a lot of Stargate play on this map, but not from Rob. Could be a Twilight Council into Blink, into even 4-gate Blink, which has been his go-to throughout the entire day in the group stage. See if he does mix it up. But 4-gate Blink seems to be Rob's bread and butter. Seems to be something he's quite comfortable with, at least from what we've seen so far today. Meanwhile, Epic getting to his 1-1-1. Starport's in production. Blink is on the way. Reaper does dive in. Trying to get an eye on any extra gateways. Does now confirm the Twilight Council. Confirms the researching. And the Reaper will eventually go down. Does fall. And now the question becomes, how many gateways? You know, how aggressive or how defensive is Rob going to be? There it is. 3 gates are on the way. 1 gateway is already done. It's going to be 4-gate Blink in total. Again, this has just been his go-to. And we've seen some mixed success here from Rob. We'll see how Epic does react and how he responds. The way this works here is that we're going to be going for a War Prism to reinforce across the map and apply pressure to the Terran. And with 4-gate Blink, we have the potential to break the natural or even break the main base. Again, with Blink Stalkers, we do have the capacity to be a little bit more mobile and dip in between both the main and the natural, depending on what looks a little bit more vulnerable. We'll see if Epic can piece this all together. Elliot's forced back. Drop in towards the natural. Just the one Widowmine, just assigned to Scout. Not really meant to get too much damage done. Widowmine drops in. And Rob does pull away. Up! Ooh, it's late to pull away, though. That's 4 probe kills. Very nicely done for 1 Widowmine. Medevac will fall, but that got so much more damage than expected. 4 probe kills. Now Rob is moving out. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a bunker on the low ground. We have 1 tank. In the main base, we have a 2nd tank on the way. But we do need some time. There we go. The first tank does reposition. Heads into the main. Loving the Sim City. The tank is looking pretty well fortified. Meanwhile, Rob does dive on the bunker. And we'll bring it down. 3 volleys go off. And Epic was late to pull the boys. And now we're breaking through. Remember, the tank is out of position. The tank does siege. We go for another massive warp in of Stalkers. 4 Stalkers at a time. Third Nexus behind this. Auto turret getting some probe kills. But we have control of the low ground. We dive on in once again, going for the tank. It's unsieged. Tank does unsiege. And Marines are falling. SCVs go down. 6 of them so far. And Rob does rotate over towards the main. And the tank not quite here. And we can go for the add-ons. We can go for both even. Combat shields and stim. Massive pickoffs. We deny both upgrades. We blink on top of the army. We got both tanks as well. And Rob, he's getting far too much damage done. Across the map, Raven's doing what it can. Gets a couple more probes. Rob is being forced out of the main. But what's important, because of the snipe upgrades, because of the snipe tanks, Epic is stuck at home. Like, any kind of counterattack, any kind of move out from Epic, it's so heavily delayed. As his tank count was reset and the upgrades were delayed. And yeah, now we're just stuck at home. And Rob can do whatever he wants. He can probe up, he can take up into Colossus, into Storm, takes out another tank. Another tank goes down. Boys are being pulled, so much lost mining time. And Rob is still not done. Going for another warp in. Picks up a Marauder. And without Stim, this Bio Army can't really threaten the Stalkers. And Robbie just doesn't care. Being a little bit careless here and there. Gotta be careful. Getting the 5, 6, 7, 8 SCVs. Oof. And another medevac. And Robbie's just picking Epic apart. Even threatening the base itself. Yeah, we're snowballing out of control at this point. This is game-ending damage. 15 SCV kills. A couple more volleys. That's going to be a kill on the CC. Don't quite get it. It's going for the tank, going for the Marauder. Still no stim. Still no stim in sight. And yeah, GG gets called. There's just nothing left to do. There's nothing left for the Terran, and Rob ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Things very quickly escalating out of control there as Rob was able to just catch Epic off guard, catch him out of position. Tanks were forced to unsiege, forced to re-siege, and yeah, Rob just pulled him apart left and right. GG, well played. We have a series. We have a back and forth. That's all we ever wanted here out of these players. A back and forth best of 5. Oh, and as we settle into this, a big shout out to Rodin18 in the chat. Gah, papi, gah. Thank you so much for subscribing for 9 months. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying the content. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Hope you are enjoying the StarCraft. Thank you, papi, thank you. Do appreciate it. So we are settling in. Here we go. We are getting into game number 3. getting into that third game. Just catching up with the chat. Oh, there's an Artosis copy pasta. Hi. I'm not gonna read that. Here we go. We're settling into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court. We have our red Terran player. The American Terran representing Psystorm Gaming being forced into a tied-up series. Can he bounce back? It is epic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming, tying up the series. And now with some momentum on his side, can he keep it up? Can he keep it going? It is Rob. Here we go. Rob able to flex his control and flex his 4-gate blink. And I mentioned before that that's what he's been relying on, and we've seen a lot of 4-gate blink out of Rob here so far tonight against Disrespect, against Dolan as well, and even here against Epic. And okay, we do spice things up a little bit further. That is a 2-gate opener. Okay. It's going to be 2 gateways here for Rob. This does mean that we can be aggressive early on with 2 Adepts, followed by a 3rd and 4th Adept as well. So a much more aggressive start here from Rob will delay his expansion, will delay his economy slightly in favor of earlier gateway units. So a much more aggressive start here from Rob. Epic moving in with the SCV. Will delay the expansion. Will delay. As he does force down a second probe. Expansion's on the way. Epic back at home once again. Economic opener. Once again, it's going to be a Rax into CC on the low ground. So nothing too wild out of Epic. Back across the map, the Adepts are on the way. We have a 1st and 2nd Adept. Their goal here is to wreak havoc across the map. Here we go. Adepts shading out. Meanwhile, back at home, we're getting into our follow-up here. Once again, no 3 racks. It's going to be a racks into factory into, I imagine, a starport. 1-1-1 setup here from Epic. I guess it shows like how different a player Epic is compared to Dolan. Dolan's been hyper aggressive, going for 3 racks, going for these big all-ins. Epic going for a much more standard play here. I appreciate it. It's refreshing. After casting so much Dolan earlier. Is refreshing. As Adepts say, do threaten the main base. Boys, they have to be pulled. Due to 9 mining time, we do delay the expansion. CC not quite done, and it's not going to finish. We have more Adepts on the way. That's our goal here with this opener from Rob. Deny the expansion for as long as we can. And get ahead economically. Getting another SCV, another 2 SCVs. And further Adepts have arrived, but with the help of these helis, we should be able to shut this down. And down to 1 Adept, we get every single Marine. Not a bad trade. 4 Adepts for 4 Marines and 3 SCVs, and again, alongside that, on top of all that, CC just now finishes at almost the 4-minute mark. Back at home, Rob happily mining, getting saturated. 2 more gates on the way. Twilight Council's done, and we should be working towards Blink. Should be. As Adepts say, get across the map once again. Peek up a Hellion. This is a bit of an overextension here by Rob. A little bit too greedy. And now it's time for Epic to turn the tables. I mean, sure, Rob is doing an amazing amount of damage. It's been good, don't get me wrong. It's been nice. But now it's Epic's turn. He is moving out 2 Hellions, 4 Marines in the metamac. Rob is in position that the natural has a wall off, but what about the main? The main is left wide open. And Rob, he does not spot the unload. Here we go, Hellions behind the mineral line. They go for the probes. Probe shots are going off. We get 1 probe, 2, 3 probes so far. 4, it's an okay amount of damage. 4 workers. 5 even towards the end. 5 probe kills, medevac does escape, bearing in mind that Hellions do not scale well into the mid game, so we want to get rid of them. So a nice way to trade them out. 2 Hellions for 5 probes. But here comes the counterattack, which is spotted. Nicely done here by Epic. He does spot the pylon. Does spot the warp in. What do we have in the main? We have 1 tank on the low ground. We have a bunker that's finishing up. Meanwhile, the main base is a little bit more exposed. But Rob does not have high ground. Not high ground vision, not yet. Oof, big tank volleys going off. A lot of hull damage dealt to those stalkers. And there's no robo with this. There's no high ground. We need a hallucination. Either a hallucination or an adept shading into the main. Speaking of, adept is on the way. And does not make it in. We do bait the tank shot. Yeah, the tank is going to be going down. We take down the Raven as well. Ooh, not quite. Second tank. Followed by the rest of the army. And we're going for the bunker. SCVs that denied the repair. And Rob, he has control of the low ground. He has control of the natural. Yeah, bunkers falling one after the other. Another tank has barely popped out. Rob backing off. Another warp in. So far, so good. See Rob just shuffling his stalkers. Oof, doesn't quite go for the dive. That's a kill in the bunker. Auto charge is thrown down. We're just waiting it out. Stim is about to finish. Unlike the previous game, Stim is not denied. So Epic's bio army is not going to be useless this time. We're going for another dive. Stim, we're still a couple of seconds away. 10 more seconds. Until then, the tank goes down. The Raven as well. But Epic should force this back. It's going to be close. The juggling. He saves the tank. Bunker finishes. And we hold. Epic, he forces back the army. He is holding on. Rob has to back up. Third base is on the way. The tank does reposition into the main, which means the natural is that much more vulnerable. Oh. Yeah, it is vulnerable, and it's gonna go down. The bunker falls. Oof. Rotor doesn't get sniped. We get the medevac. And another bunker. And these are still good trades for Rob. Still very nice trades. Tanks are rotating over. Speaking of, we sniped the tank immediately. This is going to be a more costly trade here for Rob, losing almost every single stalker. But we have reinforcements coming in. Again, as we mentioned, this time we're able to punish the dive a little bit further, but there's barely any bio left. We're down to 2 Marines, 0 Marines. Only SCVs, and Rob, he has done it. He's broken the main army. He's broken the base of Epic. Again, Epic, he barely has an economy. He does have another tank. 1 tank, 1 Marauder in a dream. Let's go. Barely holding on. And Rob snowballing out of control, just making sure that we just aren't able to stabilize. Ignoring the ramp, going for the CC. Oof. We dive on the medevac. We do take a lot of tank shots to the face. Not the cleanest trade, but it's good enough. It's good enough at this point. Epic just unable to build up. We're just picking him apart time and time again. Tank is repositioning. We go for the dive. God, some of these dives have been questionable, but it's been worth it so far. Barely. I feel like I'm watching Patience again. Where Rob, as soon as he sees the tank, he blinks in. He doesn't care what's waiting for him. He just dives on the tank. Doesn't care. And hey, it works. Speaking of, does it again. Dives in. It does take a little bit of extra shots here, but the tank will fall. And yeah, there's just not enough bio on the ground. Not enough supports. Another aggressive blink. Once again, we're punishing these stalkers for it, but it's still something that Rob can afford and Epic cannot. As Rob is on 3 bases. It's not the cleanest execution out of Rob, but it's, you know, it'll do. It'll do, Pat. Getting 15 more SCVs. Ooh. quite getting the medevac. But Epic is down to 22 workers, barely an economy. And here comes another massive warp in. And behind this, we have +1. Charges on the way. We have a transition of sorts into more gateway units. Tank volley's going up. Oof. Sniping the medevac. Yeah, just ensuring that there is no follow-up, there is no counterplay. Well, respecting the army. I mean, we have a decent marauder force, but that's where the Zealots come in. As we're taking a 4th base. It's taking another expansion. Why not? Getting further ahead. Just getting further and further ahead here. I mean, we're now up to 2 tanks, true, but now we have Zealots. And Zealots are designed here to tank shots, to collapse on top of the army, and to break through. And with this, we should finally have enough to break the back of Epic. GG gets called, and Rob takes a 2-1 lead, and is 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. Rob, calm down. Does take a lead here, once again relying on his 4-gate blink. We've seen it time and time again, and I ain't finding some success here against Epic. But it's been close. It's been very clutch plays here from Rob. Like, there were a couple of times there where I thought that he had overextended and maybe been too aggressive, and he was being punished. True, he was bleeding out Stalkers, but every time he was able to pick off tanks, medevacs, ravens, marauders, every time it was just barely enough of a trade to maintain his lead and to maintain control of the fight. And with that, GG. Robbie takes it. Rob does take it. And now we're getting ready for our next game. For potentially the final game of the series. Right now, Epic is up against the wall. Oh boy. And is it going to be all or nothing? Like here and now. Can we force the ace match, or will we have a Protoss for the finals? I'll be honest, coming into this tournament, I expected Epic to be a finalist. I did expect him to make it all the way to those finals and to be a favorite for even the entire tournament, but things are not looking so clear-cut here, so clean for Epic. We'll see if he can bounce back. I want to believe he can. I want to believe we can go all the way to Game 5 here. I want to believe. Here we go. Robbie really understood the mission. It's not called Macrodelphia. True. Cheeseadelphia, papi. Cheeseadelphia. Let's go. How do you stop this as Terran? I thought there was a defense advantage. He's on 3 bases showing. So basically against 4-gate blink, you do need to kind of stabilize early on with our initial tank positioning as well as bunkers as well, winding it back to the beginning of that kind of defense. If you remember, the first couple of bunkers fell very quick. We were a little bit late to pull the boys to repair. That's something that we have to be on top of when it comes to repairing the bunkers, maintaining our defensive position at the natural, and slowly building up our tank count and our bio army, working into stim. As you saw that very quickly, if you start losing and bleeding off tanks early on and bunkers early on, it can be difficult to recover. It's the dominoes, they start falling one after the other. So you gotta be tight. Gotta be tight in your defense, especially early on, especially against Rob. Clearly, like clearly, Rob, he's an animal. He's an absolute animal. He's crazy, man. So that's why it can be terrifying defending against something like this. It's why, if you remember, Max Packs used to do nothing but 4-gate blink. This was last year. I would say like end of 2022 into 2023. Like Max Packs, he would just embrace 4-gate blink every single game, and he'd bring down a lot of players. He'd bring down players like Clem and other top tier Terrans with it. Eventually, of course, Terran players got better and better at defending against it, just because Max Packs was known for that for so long, and players did improve over time. go. We are going to be settling. Looks like our next game is going to be on side Delta. Let's go. Catching. LANs were legendary fun back in the day. True, true. I did miss them. It's been a couple of years since the last LAN in Australia. I think the last LAN was Brizcraft, right? Brizcraft 2019. It was so sad. I remember we had a whole circuit of LANs like lined up, and then after 2019, COVID happened, and COVID kind of killed our LAN culture. And at least here in Australia, we never go to LAN after that. We had PAX Australia, but that was like a big event. That wasn't really a LAN. Yeah, we never got them back, unfortunately. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But that's why it's great to see that Cheeseadelphia is still standing strong. You know, Cheeseadelphia is still providing here for the NA region, providing these LANs, you know, providing an environment for all these players, you know, big and small, to come together and congregate and, you know, embrace something that we all love, that we're all passionate about. Embrace StarCraft, Bobby. Embrace StarCraft. I do appreciate it. Big shout out to Joe, and big shout out to Nerd Street Gamers for creating this and for hosting this event for as long as they have. We do appreciate it. And here we go. We're diving into potentially the final game of this series, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Red Terran player representing Psystorm Gaming. He's up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now, going for a 2-Rax opener. Let's go. It is epic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Protoss player representing Root Gaming. One game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Rob. Is KJ still doing it, or did he not? I know he was involved for a bit. KJ was involved a couple of years ago, if you remember. Cheeseadelphia, they partnered with Psystorm. There was like a Cheeseadelphia Psystorm Cup edition, if you remember, a couple of years ago. But I think that was a one-time thing. I don't know if that was if they continued to work together, but there was like a Psystorm Cup, like Cheeseadelphia edition, a couple of years ago. Did happen. Meanwhile, for now, do have our Reaper production underway. Again, 2-Rax Reaper here out of Epic. He's done taking it. He's done being the defender, and now it's time to be the aggressor instead. Reapers are moving out, but it is going to be a double gate opener out of Rub. Does embrace additional Adept production. 2 Adepts at a time. We do move out. And Epic's CC is vulnerable. Because of his opener, the CC was delayed a little bit. And the Adepts are on the way. Oh boy. As we are shading out Reapers, they do make it back home. Thankfully, just in time. They pick off the first Adept. Does take a lot of hits. The second Adept has arrived, and it looks like we will get a delay. We do get a delay on the CC. And Rob is going to be able to hold his own. And can he buy time for the next wave of Adepts? It looks like we can. Here comes the third and fourth Adept. They're making their way across the map, and there's just no completion for the CC. It's not going to happen. Not like this. We're building up Marauders and Marines in the main base. It's going to be a 3-Rax follow-up. So far unscouted. We are building up towards that Adept. Say shade into the main, but we shouldn't complete the shade. We can't fight this head on. Yeah, we do cancel. Shade is cancelled. Marines and Marauders coming down to low ground. And Epic should have enough to clean this up. As finally one Adept goes down, and Rob, he shades the hell out of there. Gets the hell out of the natural base. Epic holds, but there's a massive delay on the CC. We're stuck on 1 base economy, and Rob getting fully saturated. Rob at this point is getting fully saturated here. The Adepts, they did their job. They did enough. Didn't kill workers, but delayed the command center. That's all they needed to do. Behind this, what do we have? 2 gateways in the main base and 2 gateways at the natural. 4-gate blink once again. If it ain't broke, don't break it, Papi. Yes, I mean, it's been quite successful here for Rob against Epic throughout the course of the series. Epic is building up towards a stim timing. Stim is almost done, but we have a shield battery, we have stalkers, we have soon to be blink, and Marines are going down. At the same time, I'd say shade across the map as well. We're in position. We have reinforcements. At Epsay, don't get much done. Recalling back home. They do recall back. Rob taking a 3rd base while he moves out. Now, bearing in mind that there is no prism with this move out, just stalkers, there's no proxy pylon, there's no proxy gateway, so reinforcements going to take quite some time to get across the map. But Rob is being active nonetheless, as blink is now done. Now, because of this build from Epic, we also have stim, so we have a pretty terrifying army here. That's a lot of Marines and Marauders. Yeah, and Rob, he cannot fight this, not head on. Has to pull back. Ideally, Rob wants to like bait out a stim. Ideally. We'll see if he can. If he had high ground vision, he could dive into the main, but has no sentry, no hallucination. Nothing to provide that. And as a result, the game will continue. The game will progress, and Epic, he holds on. Even moving out, bold move by Epic. I mean, the Marauder cannon is looking quite intimidating. Quite impressive. Rob pulls away. Behind this, we're getting into our 3-1-1 setup. Add-on swap into medevac production. Once the medevacs pop out, then Epic can go for drop play. Until then, Rob is still looking for damage. Looking for a way in. Do we have the observer? No, never mind. I was curious if Rob was building up towards observers, but that is not the case. Immortals are on the way instead. We have the Bay for Colossus production. Epic is moving out. You force a stim. Catching a Stalker. Catching 2 Stalkers even. And, barely not the 3rd. Oh. That's another Stalker goes down. Rob getting punished. Did overextend. But did at least buy time as well. You know, we're up to 2 Immortals, we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, charge is almost done as well. Rob has a comparable army. Oh. Catching another Marauder. Not bad. Meanwhile, Epic going straight for the 3rd base, and Rob out of position. Yeah, the base taking a lot of hits. Does force a response. Let's force the army, and alas, with help of the Immortals, we should be able to force this back. Yeah, Epic bleeding out a lot of those Marauders. Reinforcements are on the way, but Rob does hold on to the 3rd. Colossus does pop out, and the Protoss holds. Protoss is holding for now. Meanwhile, Epic still rallying everything across the map. Still wants to break through. And does bypass the army, going for the natural. Yeah, Rob out of position. We go for the natural. Pylon's going to go down. And the mine shots, not quite connecting. Yeah, but you can see Rob being forced back, forced to recall back into his main. Without that shield battery, the army's looking a little bit vulnerable. Oh, we blink in! No! Full medevac goes down. And massive pickoff. We did get 5 probes, but that was a medevac, those Marauders. That was quite a lot. At the same time, Epic diving into the 3rd, catching a couple of probes, but he's going to be cleaned up. And Rob is holding. He does barely hold on. You can see he's ready for a drop back into the main as well. And Epic backs off. Does retreat. And we can take a moment to calm things down a little bit. I believe we have a 3rd CC. Yep, 3rd CC already done in the main. Getting into our 5-rack setup. Wouldn't mind drop on the left-hand side. And we can finally embrace the mid-game. We can calm things down, get up to 3 bases. It's been a pretty tense couple of minutes here, but we are settling down at least a little bit. Epic once again pushing forward. His goal here is just to distract the main army for the mine drop, and they're coming in. Rob does respond. At the same time, we dive into the natural, and Rob's still distracted. We're left exposed. Probes are going down. Disruptor shot goes off, doesn't connect. And Disruptor goes down. We force a recall. Rob out of position, and now we can pick up, get the hell out of here. This time the Medivacs will escape. Epic gets out, gets 8 probe kills and a Disruptor. Good pickups. And Robbie's had enough defending. He wants to break out. As he moves out, Epic, he can counterattack once again. Uh-oh. And we just recalled. We're going for a base trade. Rob, his recall is on cooldown. We're going straight for the natural once again. And Rob has to commit. There's no turning back. Epic, he evacuates. We have one in the natural base. Towers are being thrown down. Ghosts are ready. We go for the EMP. Oh, going for the snipe instead. Boys are being pulled. There's 3 Colossus though. They're breaking through. 1 Colossus goes down. And it looks like Robbie just doesn't have enough. Epic, he's holding on. Meanwhile, across the map, breaking into the main. Zelta warping in. It's going to be close here, but with the help of the Marauders, yeah, we shut down the main army. Rob, he cannot break into the natural. He's being shut down, and across the map, yeah, Epic, he has too much. He defends, he attacks, GG gets called, and we're going all the way to Game 5. Let's go. GG. We are going to the ace match. Really, the only way this could end. Going all the way to Game 5. GG. It all ends here. It's all going to end in our next map. And finally, Epic got into his game, right? Finally, Epic, he could actually establish himself on 3 bases. Could be the aggressor himself. And how will our players adjust as we're getting into Game 5? We're loading into Amphion as our final map. Whew, let's go. Let us go. Catching him. Oh, Fractal in the chat. Oh, be careful, Bobby. Be careful. You're just spamming in the chat. This isn't Artosis' Twitch chat, Bobby. Calm down. Calm down. I do appreciate it, though. The one-man spam. Este Fractal. But here we go. We're getting into that final game, into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our American Terran player. He was our favorite, by the way, but he's been forced all the way to Game 5. Can he bring it back? It is Epic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Rob. Oh, ex-Kawaiian in the chat. Let's go. SC2 was life for me. Now it's death. Smooge, Bobby. Smooge. The life of a Terran. Aye, aye, aye. Ah. You know you want to come back just for one more Cheeseadelphia. For those that are curious, I believe there is going to be one more Cheeseadelphia towards the end of the year in a couple of months, leading into the grand finals, leading into the championship finals here in the Americas. So if you happen to be local, then drop by. You don't have to play. You don't have to play. Just, you know, drop by, be a part of the scene again. I'm sure there are plenty of friends that have been left around as well. So do consider it. Do consider it if you're out there. local to Philadelphia. As for now, Rob going for a proxy. Let's go! Our pylon has been thrown down. And after Epic's aggressive nature in the previous game, Rob, he's had enough, going for his own across the map. Again, we're loading into Amphion, a very interesting map in the map pool. It does have a ramp leading into the natural, so it does allow it to be a little bit more defendable at times. Likewise, you can mine through these mineral patches and take a much more awkward third base. Awkward in the sense that it can be awkward to push into. But alas, Rob going for another proxy. Let's go! Going for another proxy Stargate. Show us the Void Rays, Papi. Show us the Void Rays. Epic moving out across the map. Because of the Reaper cliff, because of the Reaper kind of attack path here, we do miss the proxy. Do miss the Stargate. And if you weren't here earlier, we did see Rob flex his proxy Void Ray with shield batteries as well. And it looks like he wants to whip that out again. What a way to end the series. Why not? Show us the Void Rays, Papi. Probe is coming in, pylons thrown down, setting up for our shield batteries. And we saw this earlier on Ghost River, if you recall. Did see this on Ghost River. Didn't actually work out for Rob. Didn't work too well for him, but we'll see if he can bounce back. There we go. Shield batteries are on the way. Bunkers being thrown down already here by Epic. We have our initial Cyclone. Starport's already in production as well. So far, good response by Epic. Gets a lock on, getting on top of the first shield battery. Zealots will tank some shots though. Shield batteries are close to finishing. They are almost there, but they're within range of the Marines and of the Cyclones. Shield batteries are getting very low, but the Void Ray has arrived. Just in time, does zone away the Cyclone. Forcing it back. And we go for the dive, and we shut down the first Cyclone. Does go down. But the bunker does finish, and we get a shield battery. We get one, and we're gonna get another. We're gonna get another. It feels like these shield batteries are a little bit too far forward. A little bit too far. Yeah, within range of another shield battery as well. And 3 shield batteries going down. Void Ray rotates over. Boys are being pulled. Once again, going for another dive. Viking has made it just in time. We save the Cyclone. It lives. The Cyclone survives. It's going to be topped up. Once again, there, Rob, he dives in. He snipes the Cyclone. Gets one. But this bunker has done so much here. It didn't just take down the shield batteries. It almost took down both of the Void Rays. And so much hull damage on those Void Rays. They're barely holding on. We do have 2 of them. We snipe the first Viking. Not quite able to get the lock-on off. Yeah, lock-on spent on the Adept. 3rd Void Rays on the way. Marines are getting picked up. There we go. 2nd Stargate. Sorry, Starport even. We went for a medevac. I was not quite expecting that. The juggling though. Let's go. The micro. Bold move. Prismatic alignment is activated, and despite the micro, we shut down the cycle. We shut down the medevac as well. And massive pickoffs. And Void Rays, they're finally gaining ground. They take down the depot, take down the 2nd, or almost. Pick up another Cyclone. And things are looking a little bit dire here for Epic, leading off quite a lot. Losing a lot of momentum here. But additional Vikings are on the way. But now we're up to 4 Void Rays. Yeah, 4 Void Rays up and running, and it looks like we may just have too much. 2 overextend. 1 Void Ray goes down. Pick up a Void Ray. But now there's no bunker. There's no anchor point here for the army. Yeah, we're left out in the open. We are exposed. Void Ray's cutting back. Ooh, 1 Void Ray goes down. But there's nothing left on the ground. There's nothing left here. No Marines. Oh, Cyclone does pop out just in time. But it feels like Rob may just have too much. Ooh, takes down the Cyclone. And now, how do we deal with the Stalkers even? Yeah, there's nothing on the ground. Stalkers pushing forward. We take down another Viking. And is this how it ends? Is this how we get our first finalists? As the final Viking falls, boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation. GG, good luck gets called, and Rob, he does it. He breaks through and will be our first finalist for Cheeseadelphia Summer. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Despite the nerfs to this build, despite the nerfs to the Void Ray, to the Shield Battery, despite how long it's been since we've really seen this in the meta, Rob, he brings it back, goes full NA, papi, because what better way to make it to the finals? In Cheeseadelphia, of course. We need the cheese, papi, we need the cheese. GG, well played. Rob is our first finalist. Congratulations. Congratulations. My condolences to Epic. Epic, he was primed to make a deep run and to be a finalist himself, to maybe even win the entire tournament, but Rob says no. Not this time, not for Epic, and with that, GG, congratulations. Congratulations. Rob is our first finalist, and who will be our second? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's quickly switch our scenes over, and oh, the player shots. Having a peek there at the player area, but oh, I do actually have to change this. One moment. Un momento. Bam, there we go. There we go. We have our bracket. In the upper half of the bracket, we had Dolan taking down Chelsea Fan. Starkiller took down Creature. And up next, we have Dolan versus Starkiller in a TVZ to determine who faces off against Rob in those finals. Here we go. Do you need a moment to set that up? Do need a moment here. As a reminder, the upper semis are also going to be a best of 5, and the finals will be a best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals. Here we go. Ah. Again, shout out to the players. You can see Dolan, he's there. He's they're disgusting. Like, Proxy Void Ray, mate. I don't want to play that in the finals. Aye, aye, aye. True, true. But again, shout out to the people behind Cheeseadelphia. They were providing us a lovely, lovely player feed here of the player area. With Dolan, Starkiller, Epic, everyone else. Do appreciate it. I want to learn how to cheese like Rob. Don't do it, papi. Don't do it. Dolan's there. Let's go. Did you see Eva hit 3.6 million viewers today with his influencer boxing events? Eva. Oh no, Eva. Okay, sorry. That's I don't know what you're talking about. Eva? Crazy. Was he off racing again? Gonna start an event called Macrodelphia. It'll be in Tallahassee. Make it happen, Duddles. Make it happen. That was inspiring. Oh, national treasure. Oh, gracias, papi, gracias. I appreciate it, papi. I appreciate it. Let's say I live 50 minutes from the Cheeseadelphia LAN. I chose not to go. You could have stopped this from happening at Kawaiian. You could have stopped this. You could have been there. You could have been there for your boy, for Epic. Este Kawaiian. You buy a Spanish-speaking streamer. I see, I see. Oh, that's Binsky as well. Binsky, have you been to a Cheeseadelphia before? I'm not too familiar if you've been with if you've been at too many lands. But Binsky, you too. You know, I know that you may not even live anywhere near Cheeseadelphia, but NA, America, you know, it's all the same thing, right? You can it's all right next to each other. You can travel. Cap. Went to Cheeseadelphia like in 2016. See, you're due for another showing, Papi. True. You see Binsky once again. With Kawaii Rice. Oh, I see. A blast from the past. USA is notoriously small. True. Claire's in gym rising. But it looks like our players are getting ready. Looks like they're just discussing the games and the tournaments and the cheese of Rob, I'm sure. But once our players are ready, we're going to be jumping into Dolan versus Starkiller. Is going to be on the horizon here. And then the grand finals thereafter. God, what time is it? It's already 8:30. Oh my god, where did the time go? The last time I saw the last time I looked at the clock, it was like, what, 5 a.m.? Jesus. What happened? How long was that series? Oh my god. I need to smooch. Let's go. What time is it in America? Let's see. Philadelphia time. 6:30 p.m. Ah, it's not bad. Not bad. It's okay. I don't remember you. Who is Duddles? True. Esther Quiet. 6:30 p.m. Yeah, 6 p.m. Dinner time. Good. I'm starving. I'll have some breakfast after the cast, I guess. I'll have some breakfast. But yeah, it's been great. Oh, right, I should also mention as well, if you're in the chat, if you want to help support Cheeseadelphia and NA StarCraft, you can do so via Matcherino. There we go, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat if you guys want to help support the tournament. There are no codes, unfortunately, but if you know, have some extra change lying around, if you want to help support Cheeseadelphia, you can do so via Matcherino. Otherwise, just tuning in, checking them out on social media, and just watching the broadcast, I'm sure is enough. And again, there's going to be another event. There's going to be another event in a couple of months. There is going to be another Cheeseadelphia this year in 2024. So, you know, that means that players like Binsky and Kawaiian can go. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Papi? Ah, true. Let's go. For now, we're going to be jumping in. Here we go. We're jumping in. Here we go. We are jumping in. And vetoes are done. We have our lobby, and we are getting into our second semifinals of the night. And you know what that means? That means if you're in the chat, get your gamba going, Papi. Get your gamba going, as predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our next finalist. We're a little bit biased here on the CranKy Ducklings, as one of our own is playing, but Starkiller has been on fire. You know, he's an amazing player in his own right. He's very aggressive, very chaotic. This could go either way, and here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the American Terran player himself, representing the CranKy Ducklings. Quack, Papi, quack. It is Dolan. He's one of our own, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg, representing Match Arena Esports. It is Starkiller. Starkiller, a veteran of the scene, has been around for many, many years, but did retire for a while. He went on hiatus for a couple of years, actually, and did recently return to StarCraft, to competitive play. I want to say he returned during the DreamHack Dallas qualifiers. I remember seeing him. I remember getting really excited. I was like, yo, the return to Starkiller? Are you back? And he's like, oh, you know, he's just playing here and there, just laddering a little bit. And then the weeks go by, the months go by, and he suddenly plays in more tournaments. It's like, yo, are we back? So it's great to see Starkiller return, even so much so to actually go to an offline event like this at Cheeseadelphia. So really cool to see Starkiller returning to competitive form and looking quite good. Looking quite good. But we'll see how he compares, as Dolan is going for a 2-Rax Reaper build. Let's go. It's going to be 2-Rax Reaper. We've seen a lot of this from Dolan over the past day of StarCraft. We've seen either 2-Rax Reaper or Mech. Like, we've also seen a lot of Mech from Dolan as well. So this is a bit of a forewarning ahead of time. If you don't want to see Mech, then you might want to look away at some points in this series. Bit of a trigger warning, if you will. But for now, it's going to be Via. It's going to be Via play 2-Rax Reaper. The goal here is to delay the expansion, delay the third base for as long as we can, maybe even pick off a couple of workers. And we have seen historically, or so far here in today's broadcast, Dolan does typically follow this up with our expansion into a 3rd and 4th Rax, into a 4-Rax stim timing. That's typically where he leads us. We'll see if that's the case here against Starkiller in Game 1. We'll see if we do follow up with that 4-Rax. For now, first Reaper's moving out, getting across the map. Starkiller, of course, getting ready. Queens are on the way. Our initial Lings have already popped out, and the dance has begun. The dance between the Reaper and the Lings. So far, so good. Drone under fire and up. The drone thankfully does more from the gas geyser. Do save it. Second Reaper has arrived. Once again, dancing with those Lings. Queen now popping out. No major damage done yet, but one drone does fall. And we are just containing our opponent to 2 bases. Still no 3rd in sight. And behind this, there is the 2nd and 3rd Rax, as we did mention. Again, we did cast quite a bit of Dolan's TBZ earlier. If you weren't here for it, Dolan played against Epic, and Epic off-raced as Zerg. Didn't play as Terran, but did off-race, and we were able to feature that. Meanwhile, Starkiller going for a very fast Evo chamber and not pulling out of gas. Okay. Get my attention. The Queen! No! One more shot. The Queen does go down. Reapers barely escape. One of them so low. And it looks like we should shut down at least one of those Reapers. The Queen is on the hunt, and yeah, we do get the snipe. But still, pretty worthwhile trade. 1 Reaper for 1 Queen. Meanwhile, in the main base, that is going to be +1 Carapace on the way. Now we pull out of gas. But an interesting choice here from Starkiller as we lead off 2 more workers. Link speed kicks in, and we shut down the Reapers. Whew. Starkiller does shut this down, is mining through those gold mineral patches, looking to expand and take the linear 3rd base, but behind this, Dolan is building up towards his stim timing. Marines are backing up, stim is on the way. And this is going to hit like a truck. What will Starkiller have to defend? I'm curious if we embrace Roaches or if we go Ling Bane. Carapace does kind of lean towards a more melee-heavy composition with Ling Bane, but we'll see. As Starkiller is typically one to embrace Roach play. Typically. Rocks are being knocked down. We have a safety spine crawler on the way here for Starkiller, as he is still just droning up. That's actually a wall of spine crawlers. Okay. I mean, that's a way to deal with this, I guess. Now, what's important here, because of the map layouts, it's a little bit difficult to gain access to the 3rd base. You know, there are rocks, there are mineral patches as well. It can be quite awkward, especially without medevacs to push in, which means I guess we can afford to pull off events like this one. So an interesting move here from Starkiller. We'll see if it works out, as there is only really one angle of attack. Meanwhile, Dolan scanning the main base does confirm the Evo chamber, 2nd Evo chamber on the way as well. Miyamika, is that you? I remember Miyamika had a certain build where he rushed into +2 Carapace, if you remember. He would go Mass Ling Bane with fast +2 Carapace. And this is reminding me of Miyamika a little bit, not gonna lie. As Starkiller is just heavily droning up, saturating his third. Does have a couple of links sprinkled in. And here we go, Dolan does move out across the map. He's got stim of his own, and can he break this position with 20 more links in production? Starkiller, it looks like he will have them just in time. Yeah, the spine crawlers have been spotted, and Dolan, he wants none of this. Does rotate around, knocking down the rocks, looking to make his way towards a third. At the same time, Starkiller going for a massive counterattack. Oh, no, never mind. Setting up for a surround. Does turn back around, does come across the Marines. Starkiller does spot them, and we can reposition the spine crawlers. We could. For now, we're keeping them in. There we go. We're going to be repositioning one of them, at least, towards the third. But it's still on the way. Still on the way. +1 carapace is done. No bailings, though. Just pure ling. Marines, they push forward. They haven't stimmed yet. Dolan holding on. Doesn't want to waste it. It's preserving that stim. Starkiller keeping up. And does come across the army. We have to be careful. Have to respect the bio. 4th base on the way. Dolan backs up. And behind this, we're working towards a +1, towards our medevacs, of course, to get into drop play. 3rd CC's on the way. And with the arrival of these medevacs, we can start to threaten the main. The main base, the 3rd, the 4th even. We'll see where Dolan does take us. Where he does move out. Meanwhile, so far, Starkiller, right, rushing into +2. I mean, +1, to be fair. We did delay +2 for a little bit. So we're waiting for the lair. Dolan moving out, this time with 2 tanks. Still just the 1 spine crawler in position, and tanks are going to be sieging up. Okay, nice positioning here behind the wall, behind the rocks. Starkiller getting ready for potentially a surround. It does rotate around, will collapse on top of the first tank. Yeah, the tank is going to fall, nothing in position. No defense, we have broken the base, the hatchery is going to go down. We will pick off another tank though, not quite. Tank is saved, 3rd base goes down. Starkiller does have the 4th, does have mining, and Dolan is yet to confirm. Dolan checks the triangular 3rd, looking for an expansion. Little does he know that Starkiller is mainarding over. It does take the 4th base with Dolan. He's about to find it. No! The drop comes in. Dolan, he does find the expansion. And Marines, they will land in the middle of the mineral line. Leaves your position. At the same time, Dolan pushing into the main. Main speed about to finish up. Yeah, unable to drop in. Starkiller, he is holding on. Doesn't have the best economy, but holding on nonetheless. Oof. As the Queens do overextend. Drop towards the 3rd base. Again, this setup is so awkward, like, but we do collapse on top of the tank. Nice cleanup. The tank and the Marines go down. Not a bad fight there for Starkiller. But he's losing so many drones here. We don't pull away. Oh my god. 13, 14, 15 drones go down. This Liberator popping off here at the 4th. And with that, the economy here for Starkiller is crippled. We're down to 35 workers. Dropping to the main. Liberator as well. We're not done, and we're forcing the all in. It's all or nothing for Starkiller. That's 20 bailings on the way. That's a lot of bailings. But back at home, can we break this position? We have tanks, we have SimCity, a tank on the high ground as well. I don't think we have enough. I mean, that is a lot of bailings, but there's a lot to break through. Yeah, freedom has arrived. We do break through into the natural. Decent bailing connections. Yeah, we're getting on top of the Marines, but again, the choke point is brutal. We go for the mineral line. Up. 10 workers go down. That's good, but not good enough. As Starkiller is being cleaned up, GG gets called, and Dolan takes game number 1. GG. Not gonna lie, I feel uneasy after that game. Like, I felt a little bit lost. I was like, what's happening right now? We're like taking a gigafast 4th base. It's kind of like a pseudo ninja base. Rushing into +1 carapace. I felt very uneasy. But GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take it. Starkiller, he's crazy, man. He's crazy. That's why we love him. That's why we appreciate him. GG as Dolan does take the first game, but as a reminder, it's the best of 5, and I don't expect to see many more games quite like that. I'll be honest. Like, there was an interesting setup there from Starkiller, opening up +1 carapace with a wall of spine crawlers into our expansion pattern. It was interesting, to say the least. But now we're going to be settling into a bit of a more standard map here. We're going to be loading into Site Delta as Game 2. Let's go. Let's go. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our American Terran player. The blue Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings leading the series 1-0. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg, representing Matcherino Esports. Down in the series, but it's the best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. It is Starkiller. We go. So now we are settling in. Gonna be a 15 hatch opener here out of Starkiller. Looks like a 15-15. Bit of a safer build from our Zerg player. I mentioned before that we often see this against Protoss to get our expansion up and running in time. Against Terran, this is a little bit more ideal against 2-Rax Reaper. We just saw it in game 1, and it looks like Dolan is going for it again in game number 2. So 2-Rax Reaper, 2 games in a row here from Dolan. And with this earlier spawning pool, we're going to be able to get earlier queens and hopefully have a cleaner defense early on here for Starkiller. There's a bit of a give and take. The spawning pool is earlier with this opener, but the gas is later, means later link speed and later aggression, but earlier queens means ideally a safer defense. Ideally. Does or will still come down to the execution. As Dolan is getting into his build once again. Similarly to the previous game, I also expect this to be 2-Rax Reaper into a 4-Rax follow-up, into a stim timing. We saw that Starkiller did handle himself relatively well in the last game to be able to survive that timing and get into a longer game, but we'll see how he handles this on a map like Side Delta, where your third base is more exposed than the third on Crimson Court, for example. So we'll have to take a different approach. But now, first Reaper's moving out. The Overlord does dip in to confirm the opener. Does confirm both Raxes. Starkiller is aware. And Dolan is moving out. Dolan's going to be moving out. We do evacuate the low grounds. Queen is on the way. For now, just droning up. Taking both gases to catch up, I imagine, in that gas income. Oh. As the Reaper takes a lot of damage. Oh my god, one shot away from going down. Does back off, does evacuate. Dolan does survive. And so far, Starkiller defending well. Not taking any big losses. Has taken 2 gases. This is a way to catch up when it comes to link speed. We could even double down and go for roaches. I'm curious where exactly we invest this gas into. Where we head. Reapers, they do try to push forward, getting onto the Queen. Second Queen is on the way, but still not done. And the Queen is under fire. We pick off 1 drone, a second drone as well. We didn't break the Queen, but 2 workers, pretty good. Oh, he wants the Queen. He wants it. Oh, so close. Dolan does pull away. The Queen barely survives. And here's that follow-up. Once again, 4-Rax. 4-Rax stim timing here for Dolan. The same build 2 games in a row. We'll see how Starkiller will adjust. For now, we have an abundance of gas. I was about to say, like, we've got a lot of resources in the bank here, and we're going into a lair. And it's going to be immediately scouted by Dolan. Dolan, he does confirm. Does get eyes on the lair. Picks up a drone. Gets a second drone as well. That's 4 in total. On top of that, double Evo chamber. No Roach Warren yet. I'm curious here. Do we take 2 more gases? Do we go 2 base Muta, for example? Do we get into Roach production? There we go. Roach Warren on the way behind the mineral line. Because it's being hidden, maybe Starkiller does want to fake out something like Muta play. We'll see. For now, Roaches. Gonna be 1-1. In production, here comes that Bio Army. as Dolan is moving out. And if Starkiller's too greedy, then he may just fall here and now. For now, just saturating on 2 bases, taking 2 more gases. Roach Warren's still not done, and Dolan, he's moving out. Oh. Yeah, still about to finish in a couple of seconds. Is on the horizon. Still no third base for the Zerg. Roaches are on the way. We have 3 roaches in production, but again, have we been too greedy? Have we cut too many corners? Because there's nothing else here. No lings, only queens. And we're going for the kill. We're going for the natural. Boys are going to have to be pulled as drones are going down. Queens are exposed. And how many workers can we get? We get 6 workers so far. We do hold. Do hold the line. That could have been so much worse. that could have been game. 7 drone kills, and we hold on. We survive. We do survive, but we're still stuck on 2 bases. Still no third in sight for Starkiller. Building up towards a 1-1 timing. There is done. Roach speed just now starting. Ooh, this roach speed feels late for Starkiller. If we did want to hit that timing. Just now starting up. Behind this, we're pulling back. And Dolan has not really embraced a third CC. There's going to be a starport on the way. Factory into starport, no third CC yet. Building up towards Marauder production as we have scattered the roaches. And Starkiller will finally expand, will finally take a third. But can he hold on to it? Can he make use of it? That's the question. It's going to be the question here. 1-1 is done. Again, roach speed still halfway completed at this point, so we're working towards 2-2. I mean, there is going to be a nice 2-2 timing here for Starkiller, but can we make it there is the question. Like, can we survive long enough to make use of our 3 bases, to make use of our upgrades? Dolan should be the first to move out. I say that, it gets applicable for a moment. Dolan waiting for his medevacs. Medevacs have arrived. Here we go. We're going for a double jump on the right-hand side, or at least shutting down our Overlord initially. Overlord goes down. More roaches amassing. Starkiller hasn't droned up too much. Is still heavily fixated here on Roach Ravager, just to make sure that he does survive. He doesn't go down. As Dolan moves out with a fake double drop. Okay, interesting. Medevacs move out, nothing inside them. I guess just for scouting information, just to keep Starkiller honest. Just what the army. And Dolan is still building up third CC, now on the way. Also quite delayed for Dolan, but I guess it's okay just because of Starkiller's late third. So here we go, we do move out. We have 3 tanks, a pretty hefty Marauder count as well. Starkiller does have 3 Ravagers, has somewhat of an army. Oh, he is split up though. He's ready for drop play, and here comes the main push. Tank sieging up, we have the first in. The file's not quite going to be connecting, and we drag the army within tank fire. So many roaches go down. And we can break through. Ravagers are exposed, they're going down one after the other. 1 tank did fall, but Starkiller, he's in a lot of trouble here. Barely holding on. Tanks are pushing forward, getting closer and closer. We sniped 2, 3 of those Ravagers. And Ravagers are denied. And as Starkiller tries to break out, he's going to bleed out so many roaches. Yeah, better trade for Dolan. He shuts down the main army, but reinforcements have arrived. The roaches, they trickle in just in time. And Starkiller, he's holding. Takes down the final tank. I say that, another tank has arrived. Dolan just routing across the map. Yeah, but he doesn't have enough. Starkiller holds on. Dolan has to back off. Behind this, Dolan does have a higher worker count, but it still has no third base, just now being landed on location. And we're going for a longer game. Whew. Okay. Starkiller, he holds, Bobby, he holds. We do barely hold on. I'm sure the upgrade's coming into play as well. And Dolan doesn't have to go for the kill. As I say that though, Starkiller is still making nothing but roaches. Uh-oh. As Cut Workers at 52. No fourth base. We're moving out across the map. As the drop comes in, Starkiller is pushing towards the third. We do have reinforcements. We do have an army back at home. Meanwhile, there's not much of them to defend for Starkiller. He's committed. He's pushing in. Tank does siege, and we're going to be able to bile it down. Whilst they barely bring down the tank. Pushing into the natural. Boys are being pulled. And show us the biles. Oh! Once again, they graze the army somewhat. They do graze the army. Dolan is going to cost him 29 SCVs. Meanwhile, across the map, he's wreaking havoc. He's taking down the main base and the natural. And big tank volley's going up. Starkiller pushing into the main base. Came to the production. The biles. Once again, they don't quite connect. More boys being pulled, and things are getting chaotic. Chaos ensues on both sides. But it looks like Starkiller, he holds. He cleans up the tanks. He defends back at home. And as the dust settles, where exactly are we? Dolan lost 41 SCVs, but he's still ahead in economy. Like he's got an even worker count plus mules, which is crazy. Like that just goes to show just how far ahead Dolan was. So economically he's okay. Does survive with the Metamax, racing back. Going for another double drop. Bold move. And Dolan, yeah, he still maintains his lead. Does react quite hard here. Bit of an overreaction. Evacuates his own third. Does evacuate his third base, expecting a counterattack. But alas, the Roaches are back at home. And Starkiller, he lost his Roach Warren. He can't make Roaches. Bappy. We can saturate. We're good. Roaches are not being made. And there's no link speed. Uh-oh. No link speed here for Starkiller. He cannot reinforce. He cannot reproduce. Roaches are going down one after the other. That's all we have left. The final Roaches. They're going down one after the other. Only one Roach remaining. Dolan playing it safe. 10 Roaches in production. And we're getting more damage done. We catch a queen, bust into the natural, going for the hatchery itself. And the hatchery is going to fall. Even going for the Roach Warren as well, once again. Yeah, ¿por qué no los dos? We get the Roach Warren and the hatchery. Dolan picking up, getting the hell out of there. We did make an extra wave of Roaches, so we can hold. Behind this, Dolan resaturating, building up his Marauder count, his tank count. He has a massive army, over double the army supply here of Starkiller. The base trade wasn't looking too bad for Starkiller. Did kill so many SCVs, but still was not enough. It's not enough in the end. And Dolan, he's just snowballing so far out of control. Stims on forward, nothing left. Boys are being pulled. But the Sea of Terran is just becoming too much. GG gets called, and Dolan takes a 2-0 lead in the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, very chaotic game. I mean, in general, this series has been quite chaotic between Starkiller and Dolan. Some wild builds and interesting playstyles here from both players, to be fair. But in the end, Dolan does take a lead, and one more game is all he needs to make it to the grand finals. Uno más, papi, uno más. One more game. And we'll see if Starkiller can bounce back. I mean, the pressure is on. Oh. Ah. So we're getting ready. Looks like our next game is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. Oh, no. Starkiller is like, Light, you play instead. No, no. Get me out of here. Keep me away from Dolan. I don't want to hurt my boy. Cap. But here we go. We have our final game. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn as game 3. I'm hoping this isn't where it all ends. I'm hoping we can get it back and forth. I want to believe that Starkiller can bring it back, but yeah, again, it's all on him. It's all on our Zerg player here. He needs your entry. He needs your support in the chat to make a series out of this. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings. One game away from making it to the grand finals. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player from Land of the Americas, representing Match Arena Esports. It is Starkiller. And he has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. I'm hoping we can. An ace match would be ideal, but we'll see. As once again, we're going for a 15 hatch. Oh no, sorry, never mind. Never mind, just an extractor trick early on. Going for something a little bit different, something more aggressive. Okay, going for a gas first. Gas pool into a delayed hatchery. A much more aggressive build this time from Starkiller. With this opener, we can of course embrace link speed that much faster as well. We can rush into link speed, we can work towards a baling nest, even a roach rush. Regardless, gas is prioritized this time for Starkiller. Okay, we're done being the defender. It's time to be the aggressor. Meanwhile, back at home, Dolan is coming in with... Oh, no, never mind. He's going to be coming in with a standard opener. It's going to be a Rax Expand. This time, no 2 Rax Reaper from Dolan. Not this time. As our pool is getting up and running. Getting into our initial lings. SCV Scout moving out across the map. With this Scout, Dolan is going to become a little bit more aware of the aggressive nature of Starkiller, but can he confirm what the follow-up is? That's the question, as we're going for the Roach Warren. Roach Warren is on the way. Starkiller spicing things up with a Roach Rush. Let's go. How do you bounce back in Cheeseadelphia? With cheese, Bobby, with cheese, of course. Now, the scary thing about this build is, with this SCV Scout coming in, we confirmed that the hatchery is late, true, but we won't be able to confirm the follow-up tech here. Or will we? That's the question. SCV dips in, but the Lings have arrived, and the goal is to deny the Scouts. Here, the Queen does start to step forward, and do we deny the Scout? We do! SCV goes down, and we do not get eyes on the Roach Warren. It could just be Ling speed. Wait. Burrow on the way. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Let's go! Okay, so... imagine like a blink-based all-in. That's what this is. It's been a long time since we've seen this. With Burrow, the way this works, as the Roach all-in is coming, if the Roaches get low, you borrow the Roaches. You borrow the Roaches and they regenerate their HP. Reaper goes for the Scout, and we do confirm the Roach Warren at least. Dolan is aware. He's aware somewhat of the all-in, but basically with this we have Burrow Micro. We can borrow the Roaches, keep them alive, we can regenerate HP, and then unburrow and just keep the all-in going. It's kind of like Blink, basically. It's like pseudo-Blink for Zerg. Meanwhile, Bunker on the high ground. Dolan, he's more than prepared to evacuate the low ground, evacuate the natural. We'll give up on it. The Lings are getting picked off. We do confirm at least the Bunker setup. And Tank is on the way. Tank is on the horizon, and once it pops out, we can shut this down. Ravagers are being morphed in. Starkiller is droning, by the way. Let's go. Okay, we're not all in. He's droning up. How many Roaches? Only 4. 4 Roaches, 2 Ravagers, forcing a big reaction here out of Dolan. So containing is the ideal. Containing is all we need. Did we cancel? Okay, okay, Burrow did complete. Deeper goes down. Not a bad pickup. Does supply block Dolan. Dolan responding with a fusion core. Oh my god, BCs! He's crazy. Okay, let's go. As for the time being, Dolan is supply blocked. Contained it to his 1 base. Big reaction as well, pulling a lot of boys. Behind this, of course, Starkiller just heavily joining up. And that's going to be the death of a second depot. It's so close to going down. Barely would you keep it alive. The Wilds. With the arrival of the Banshee, we will shut this down. Oh, the Burrow! Let's go! Burrow comes into play, and we even burrow underneath where the CC would land, forcing out a scan. Bearing in mind there is no tunneling clause, so the units are stuck where they are. They cannot escape, but they're going to be forcing out scans. As the orbital's on the way. Behind this, the fusion core does complete, going for a Raven first before the BC. The Raven is forced out because otherwise we would have to scan so many times. So the Raven's going to be the answer here for Dolan. Oh, the Ravager, it escapes! We get away! and force a scan as well. Yeah, a bit of a rough moment there. Force a scan, or wasting a scan even. Do land the CC. And Starkiller not in a bad position here. Working towards link speed, droning up, getting a third base. Now the scary thing is that we haven't seen what comes next. We are aware of Banshee production, so we should be forcing out Spore Crawlers. Spore should be on the way. No BC yet. Oh, there we go, as we were supply blocked. But we should be seeing Spore Crawlers just because of the Banshees. But we're not quite ready for BCs, and if we don't make enough queens, we're going to be in trouble. We have 3 queens for the time being, about to be 4. 4 queens is okay, but not ideal against battle cruisers. We'll see. We shall see, as mech is on the horizon as well. Let's go. 2 more factories on the way. BC into mech. You love to see it, Pappy. You love to see it. Meanwhile, we get across the map. Lings, they do collapse here on the Hellions. Oh! Nice control, though. We do save the Hellion. Dolan, calm down. Autotar gets thrown down, and the queens are falling. At the same time, though, we bust in across the map, and there's nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend. We have a handful of Hellions. That's not going to be enough. SCVs are falling, and Dolan is racing back home. And before we get into mech, before we get into BCs, Starkiller is looking to tie this up. He's not going down without a fight. It's not going to be a 3-0. BC has arrived, but the Biles! Oh my god, they connect. BC a little bit slow to respond. Now we will eventually clean this up, but this is game-ending damage. We are down to 1 SCV. Did I say 1? We're down to none. 0 SCVs here for Dolan. We got a kill in the CC. Again, Dolan caught with his pants down. GG gets called, and Starkiller, he fights back. We have a series. Let's go. Oh my god. GG, well played. Starkiller forcing a bit of a reaction with his initial 4 roaches, forcing out scans, and Dolan unfortunately did commit to a massive counterattack, had nothing at home to defend, did not respect the counterattack potential of Starkiller, and alas, there was nothing at home, nothing ready for the Ling Ravager. And with that, we have a back and forth. That's all I wanted. No 3-0s. We have a back and forth. And can we go the distance? Can we even force out an ace match? That's the question. That is the question. Can we make it all the way to Game 5? Starkiller is still up against the wall. Dolan still needs only 1 more game to close this out. And our players are asking for a minute. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. You know, the pressure is high. Very tense situation here. Very tense. And it looks like we are, going to be having a couple of minutes here. So, oh my god. Starkiller, he's asking for a moment. He's asking for a bio break. And Bel Air, our lovely German caster here, he's like, wash your hands, Papi. You're dirty. Oh my god. True, true. He's an animal. Clean yourself. Duh. Well, we will take some time here to get ready for our next game. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. What's happening? Don't feed the troll. Is there someone clowning in the chat? Also known as Rob. Yeah, Rob. Rob. Oh, there's someone crying in the chat about balance. Oh. Go back to Reddit, Poppy. Go back to Reddit. What else is happening? Duh. Bird Ravagers look weird. They do look a little bit weird. They look unnatural. Like they shouldn't be underground. Like but you don't often see them. Don't often see them. There we go. But it looks like our players are getting ready. They're coming back. North American pros have their sleeves full of cheese. True, true. Always. Emergency cheese. My VP's in, he can cast with way too little sleep. It's okay. It's 9 AM in the morning. How long has the cast been going? 8 hours. You know, part of me was like contemplating, should I have casted WTL? Because if you remember, a World Team League was before Cheeseadelphia, and there was no English casters. There was no one casting it in English today. And I was like, oh, I could maybe squeeze in a cast, and then I asked Kura about it. We thought better of it. We thought like, nah, we should save our energy for Cheeseadelphia. True, true. And suddenly, 8 hours later, it's like, yeah, wait, it was a good call. I would not have the energy to go like back-to-back casts. It would not happen. Wouldn't happen, Bobby. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. Our players are ready, and here we have our American Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings, still 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. Can he close it out? It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Zerg player. Once again, going for a gas first build. Let's go. We have representing Match Arena Esports. It is Starkiller. The Danger Dolan, the Dr. Dolan. He goes by many names. He's beautiful. And once again, it's going to be 2-Axe Reaper. Okay, we're falling back to 2-Axe Reaper here from the side of Dolan. Going to be aggressive with initially Reapers. Meanwhile, we do see Starkiller across the map going for the early gas. Now, what I appreciate from Starkiller here with this opener is that it doesn't have to be the same build. Winding it back, last game, this was for a fast Roach Warren into Burrow, into kind of a fake out all-in with 4 Roaches and 2 Ravagers, and then we just droned up. This time, we could commit. This time, we could just commit to the all-in instead. We have options with how aggressive or how we want to fake out or even commit against Dolan. For now, there's the Roach Warren. Roach Warren is on the way. For now, it does look like the same build 2 games in a row for the time being. Meanwhile, Reapers are on the way. Now, once Dolan realizes what's going on, typically the response would be for a bunker on the low ground. Ideally, the bunker outside of the natural, in front of these initial Vaxes. We pre-pull the boys, we bring out some SCVs to repair, and we get into Marauder production. I'm curious if that's where we head or if we go for a different response. We shall see. As the Reaper has arrived, we confirm the hatchery is late, the hatchery is delayed. And Dolan does pull back. He pulls back to defend against Lings, but really Roaches are on the way. Roaches are in production. That's going to be a reactor into Tech Lab. No bunker yet, which is concerning. No bunker has been thrown down. Now we can see it is actually the same build. 4 Roaches and 2 Ravagers. And we're droning. So Starkiller is indeed going for the same build 2 games in a row. Without a bunker, I'm curious how Dolan is going to be able to handle this. Reapers, they do slip past the army. They're headed for the mineral line, but there's a Queen in position. Queen is in position. The Roach Ravager does not stop. Does keep pushing. And back at home, we don't really have much to work with. I am concerned here for Dolan. I would be concerned as we are moving out. And with these Ravagers, we can pile down and we can deny Stim. Like, Stim is going to be denied. We have control of the low ground. We're going to shut this down. Boys are being pulled, but it's a little bit too late. It's going to be close. The Wiles. Up. Yeah, they shut down the SCVs. We do barely keep it alive, though. Up. Oh, my God. Clutch control there from Dolan. Barely does maintain control of that Tech Lab. Boys being pulled. We have on top of the Ravagers, and we will shut this down. We get 1. We get 2 Ravagers. And Dolan He's holding. No, it did cost us some SCVs, it did cost us mining time, but we are holding on. And can we get the final Ravager? It's going to be close. It's so close to going down regardless. Starkiller is forced back, and Stim will complete. Whew, okay. Impressive. I'm impressed, Bobby. I'm impressed. What did it cost us? It was 2 Ravagers for 6 Marines, 3 Reapers, and 3 SCVs. It was a decent trade here for Starkiller. It was a decent trade, but he was hoping for more. He was hoping for more damage. Dolan able to saturate his natural, get it up and running. This time his economic position is much stronger for Dolan, and we are easing our way into that 4 racks. That 4 rack Stim timing is on the horizon, and Starkiller, despite killing those workers, which was nice and all, is vulnerable to this. Oh boy. Is going to be vulnerable. As Dolan does get supply blocked, unfortunately. We have 2 more racks, sorry, 2 more depots finishing up. Starkiller following this up with double Evo chambers, getting to a 3rd base. And Dolan, does he wait? I imagine we're going to be waiting for combat shields before we push out. The Overlord of Starkiller will confirm. Until it falls. Yeah, roaches are amassing for Starkiller, cutting worker production at 39. And does Dolan move out? Or do we try to wait and bide our time until medevacs pop out instead? Now we're pushing. We are going to be pushing. How much do we have to defend? We have 12 roaches, 2 ravagers, a decent army. Upon seeing this, I'm sure that Dolan isn't going to commit. He may just dance with the army, back off, and buy time until medevacs arrive. That's what we saw previously. We'll see. Yeah, so Roach Ravager is in position. Pick off 1 Marine. A 2nd as well. Dolan has to back off. Does have to retreat. Oh, a bit of a miss rally. We are forced to stim. Catch 2 roaches, not bad. When I say 2 roaches, we're gonna get 3, 4. Oh my god! Here we take the fight, and a brutal trade here for Starkiller. The Miles! They take down 1 Marine. Starkiller will hold on. Does cost him a good chunk of roaches. That was 12 roaches for 20 Marines. Not a bad trade for Dolan, trading up mainly minerals for gas. And behind this, he's pulling back and getting ready for that next step. Medevacs soon to arrive. Tanks, 3rd TCs on the way. We go. So we are selling in. We have 1-1 on the way. Whew, and the game will continue. We can calm down, Papi. We can calm down. Dolan going to be reinforcing. Their TC almost done. And from here, Dolan, he's just going to bide his time here with his tanks. Going to build up back at home, going for drop play. Starkiller doesn't have that much anti-air, so he is a little bit vulnerable to these drops. Has mainly his army here at the 3rd. The natural and the main base a little bit more exposed. But, okay, we are rallying over at least a little bit. Have some roaches in position. Just the 1, though. Yeah, Roach going to go down. We can even go for the Roach Warren. Yeah, he sees it. He goes for it. He goes to the dive. Roach Warren is going to be shut down. Not a bad pickoff here for Dolan. Shut down the Roach Warren. We get 4 drones. Dolan backing up. And now Starkiller, he won't be able to actually make any more roaches here. Is in a rough position. Yeah, he's just now droning. Roach Warren's being rebuilt. Dolan going for a secondary drop. Double drop on one end, double drop on the other. Are going in. And Starkiller is able to keep up, at least in the main base. Can we go for another snap with the Roach Warren? Uh-oh. No shot. Here we go for the Queens. We go for the Queens. Go for the Ravagers. A second queen going to be going down as well. Oh, no, barely not. Does survive. Ah, damn. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. We snipe another queen. And Dolan trying to pull apart his opponent, getting another queen here. No anti-air, nothing to stop the medevacs. Target firing as many drones as we can. And Dolan does take a worker lead. Up in workers, up in economy. Jobs coming in once again. This shouldn't be enough to break Starkiller, but it's just keeping him pinned back. And Dolan is getting ready for his eventual tank push. Actually, getting into a 4th CC. Never mind. 4th CC on the way. Dolan just building up towards a longer game. Meanwhile, Starkiller, he's maxing out. And if you notice, Starkiller is cutting workers at 51. That is under 3 base saturation. And Starkiller, he's maxing out. Yeah, he's all in. Starkiller at this point completely all in, one way or another. Looking to end the game. And Dolan, are we ready for this? We have 2 tanks on the high ground. Sorry, 3 tanks on the high ground. Decent SimCity 4th tank has arrived. Dolan down in supply. But this is inflated for Starkiller. Ravagers morphing in. Dolan racing back home. No bunkers. Bear that in mind. So we don't have the best defensive setup. It's not going to be an easy hold. Their depots on the way. And we collapse in. The tanks are exposed. Yeah, we're going for the northern tanks. At the same time, the main army on the right-hand side is being dealt with. But that's 2 tanks going down. Dolan can trade well here. We still have 2 more tanks in the back line. Getting a lot of shots off. More tanks have arrived. And Dolan, yeah, he's shutting this down. He will clean up the army. We step on forward. We file down some medevacs, but the Roach army, it crumbles before the bio. Dolan, he cleans up the Roach force. And Starkiller, what do we have left? We don't have an economy. We have 44 drones. We were completely all in. It was all or nothing for Starkiller. And he can't keep pushing. I mean, he has nothing left. He's expanding. Oh, God. Now he's joining, now he's expanding, but it looks like Dolan, he's weathered the storm. And if he ever does move out, Starkiller, he just has so little to deal with this. So little left over. Amassing up whatever he can with what little he has. But the problem is that Starkiller, he didn't touch the economy. Like, the worker count was just left untouched. Now we have a 4th, we're muling. 5th CC on the way. Dolan just securing himself at this point. It denies the 4th. Does deny the 4th base, dropping back into the natural, catching more Ravagers. And at this point, Dolan is just pulling Starkiller apart. And will eventually build up towards that push. Starkiller is holding his own, but again, because of our low worker count, we just cannot maintain ourselves in a longer game. We're not going to be able to keep up. As here we go. This is the moment we were waiting for. The unsiege. The army just completely unsieges. And Dolan, he's moving out. He's moving out with a death bull of a Terran army. Starkiller keeping up with Roach Ravager, but again, he has inflated supply. So really down in army compared to Dolan. Armies do clash. Tanks yet to siege. Oh, the hot pickup. Let's go. Would you pull away? Dolan caught on siege. Starkiller taking the best fight he could have hoped for. Forcing back the army, the tanks, they're in the air. And they need time to siege up. Oh, as we do have them here on the high ground. The tanks, they will siege. And massive tank shots go up. Yeah, the Roach army melts. Yeah, once the tanks are in position, we just shut down the Roaches. And Dolan holds. But this at least buys time for Starkiller. You know, he forces back the army, forces the siege. But there's still no 4th base. There's still no 4th inside. There's still no economy. Starkiller, he did everything he could to hold on there, but again, we're just surviving, we're not really living. It's kind of the way to put it here. As Dolan once again falling back on drop play. His win condition is just deny the fourth. Deny the fourth over and over again. That's all we need to do. We clean up the roaches. Does cost us a tank. Trying to gain ground. Distracting the main army. Double drop into the natural. Starkiller somewhat in position. For the Blaststone connect, we pick off more Ravagers. And Dolan just going for almost like death by 1,000 cuts here. As drops, they just keep coming in, pulling Starkiller apart. Forcing a cancel in the fourth. And here we go, the second move out for Dolan. Once again, we have the Mass on Siege. This time, Starkiller, he has that much less to defend. Looking at the units tab here, we have 29 Roaches, only 3 Ravagers. It's an army, don't get me wrong, but it still pales in comparison to what Dolan has. As we are pushing in, Dolan taking a 5th. We don't even need a 5th base, but why not? Stimming on forward. Tanks they siege up. They're going to be focused down. I mean, a rough position for those tanks, but we didn't even need them. The reality is we didn't even need the tanks. We stim, and we win, papi. As Dolan is making his way into the grand finals. GG, well played. Good luck gets called, and Dolan will take the series 3-1, advancing on to those finals. GG. GG, well played. Once again, a very, very intense early game, especially with Starkiller maxing out on 44 drones. That was crazy. It was a crazy max out for Starkiller, but it was one and done. You know, he was all in with that push when he did move in towards the third base, and with the end of that attack, with the failing of that push, I mean, there was just nothing really left there for Starkiller. He was hoping that maybe Dolan would overextend or maybe get caught on siege. That was the hope, that was the goal for Starkiller. Alas, did not pay off in the end, or did not work out in such a way, and we won't see an ace match. GG, well played. Dolan will take the series, and we have our finals. We have our 2 finalists. It's going to be Dolan versus Rob in a best of 7. In a best of 7 grand finals. Oh boy, and I'm ready. I'm ready for the chaos. I'm ready for the nonsense. We saw so much from Rob previously. We saw a lot of 4-gate Blinkstalker aggression. We saw a lot of proxy Stargate into Void Ray. And I'm sure that's merely only the tip here. The tip of what Rob has to offer. Likewise, we haven't really seen that much aggression out of Dolan so far. I'm sure we're going to be seeing that as well. Let's go. Let's go. As it sounds like our players need a couple of minutes here. Our players need some time to prepare, to get ready, get their videos going, and get ready for those finals. So we might be going on a short break. Just catching up with the chat. Catching up, man. Starkiller effectively on 2 bases, pretty much. It was a, he was completely all in, I do appreciate though that Starkiller made a series out of it. He did fight back, and it wasn't a 3-0 by any means. So I do appreciate it. Here we go, as we are getting ready for those finals. Beautiful. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have that best of 7. Until then, hope you'll enjoy. What's the prize? 600 USD plus. Alright, to actually expand on that, if you're in the chat, if you want to help support the NA scene, the NA region, if you want to help support Cheeseadelphia, ! Matcherino in the chat. You will get a link to the Matcherino page where you can help boost the prize pool if you so wish. You don't need to by any means, but a shout out to Kami in the chat, actually. Oh my god, I say in the chat. We did actually get a $25 donation to the prize pool, so thank you so much. Big shout out to that one contributor in the chat. Do appreciate it. Oh, sorry, it was actually from Bel Air stream. You can see there in the comment, from Germany, watching from Bel Air. We appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. Shout out to Bel Air. He's also casting in German, so do love to see it. And yeah, if you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. Otherwise, make sure you tune in to the upcoming events. Again, there's going to be another Cheeseadelphia in a couple of months, and of course, another at the end of the year, around December. So plenty more events to come here for the Americas region. Yeah, be sure if you're interested to support it, to check it out, give some love, and spread the word as well. Spread the word. Spread the word. Otherwise, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have the grand finals. Until then, take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and marinate your marauders. We'll be back soon with that best of 7. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of Cheeseadelphia Summer LAN. Of course, the best of 5. Sorry, the best of 7 is finally upon us. It's been a long event here tonight. We went through the group stage, went through the playoff bracket as well. It has been 9 hours, just under 9 hours here covering Cheeseadelphia. And when it's still not done, we still have one series left. The grand finals to crown our Cheeseadelphia champion. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming. It is Rub. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran himself, one of our own, one of the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. And if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be our champion. Who will it be? Will it be our Terran or our Protoss, Dolan or Rob, the Duck or the Root? Let's go. Let us go. Again, I'm a little bit surprised here. Rob, he popped off. We mentioned before, at least I mentioned before, that I was favoring Epic to go for a deeper run. I was looking forward to seeing like an Epic versus Dolan finals, but no, Epic was denied that finals run. Rob popped off in a very NA way. He cheesed the hell out of Epic with Proxy Void Ray. It was wild, it was crazy. He got out of control. And we'll see if we see that again here in this series against Dolan. I'm sure we will at some point. I'm sure we will. For now, going to be a double gas opener. Double gas here from Dolan, going for a faster factory follow-up. Meanwhile, Rob back at home, going for a gate expand economic opener here out of Rob. A little bit greedier, actually, going for the expansion before the cyber core. So Rob cutting some corners. Meanwhile, back at home, Dolan opening up with that factory. We'll see what we kind of embrace here. Now, when it comes to Dolan's playstyle, when it comes to his builds, today we have seen a lot of fast tank production. We've seen a lot of like pseudo, I wouldn't say one base all in necessarily, but you know, fast factory into tech lab into tank into a double tank drop for a very committed, very aggressive push, especially on some of these smaller maps. I'm curious if we head in that direction this time, or if we embrace something a little more standard like Reaper Hellion or a Wood of Mine drop. We'll see where Dolan takes us, as Rob is scouting. I don't blame him. Rob, he is scouting them out with both probes, but oh my god, a big reaction here out of Rob. He's terrified. He's looking for proxies and there's nothing. Rob is expanding. Sorry, Dolan's expanding. Rob, he's in his own head a little bit here. This is a little bit inefficient because that's two probes, that's two workers that are not mining resources, that are out looking for something that doesn't exist. But at least we're able to have the peace of mind of knowing that I guess there is nothing on the map. Behind this, Rob opening up Robo. Okay, very safe play out of Rob. With a Robo opener, we can go one of two ways with this. We can go into early Immortal production. This can lead into early Colossus as well. You can be aggressive with a Warp Prism first, but for the most part, this is ideal against something like a one base all-in, or just two base aggression. If Rob felt unsafe, if he felt concerned of Dolan, then early Immortals would shut down any kind of early push. So just really safe play here out of Rob. I say safe. The downside of this build is, as opposed to a Stargate or Twilight Council opener, you are lacking Blink Stalkers and Phoenixes to shut down drop play and to gain map control and to head into the mid game. So a much more defensive style here out of Rob. Much more defensive. We have the initial Observer. Hellions move out. It was initially Hellion Reaper. And we're trying to race past the army, but alas, we are in position. The army gets knocked out of position. Hellions, they dive on in, but only 2 Hellions make it into the main base. Only 2, not 3. And as a result, we're going to take some damage, but not too much. Probes are going down. We get 5 worker kills, sorry, 6 probe kills. And barely 1 more volley goes off. 9 probes? That's okay. That's not bad. 9 worker kills, and Rob, he follows this up with a fast bait for fast Colossus production. Now, this will shut down any kind of bio push. If this was a 3-wax follow-up, 3-wax follow-up, then we would shut down any kind of stim timing. We can see that it's going to be a 3-1-1 with tanks and even with a Raven follow-up. Now, Dolan didn't scout the Bay, but he saw the Raven. That is enough of a tell. That is enough to say that most likely you're building up towards fast Bay into fast Colossus. So Dolan, he has seen enough to kind of piece it all together. For now, taking a defensive stance. For now, he's going to be walling up, has his initial tank production, getting up and running. Ravens on the way, and we are settling down. Meanwhile, with the completion of this Bay, we can get into that Colossus. It would be wild and crazy if we went Disruptor first. Oh my god, speaking of, he's wild and he's crazy. Disruptor opener here by Rob. This is so risky here. The reason why Colossus is consistent splash damage, right? It's like it's a good way to swipe away and deal with fire pushes. Disruptors rely on your own control and your opponent's control as well. So very risky here by Rob, but he's going for it. Again, Pappy, we're going full NA. We don't play it safe here. Not in Cheeseadelphia. Meanwhile, we do get into the mineral line. 4 SCVs go down. We deny any kind of mining time as well. Nicely done. As we do fly a little bit too close to the sun, too close to the tanks. Volley goes off. We do commit to the shade, getting almost another SCV. More denied mining time. The depth is cleaned up. Is shut down. And here comes that follow-up disruptor drop. Now, there is no war prism speed, so the prism itself is not as fast as it could be, but we're headed for the mineral line. Here comes our first Nova. Oh, disruptor is dropped in. Nova goes off, and we have a no reaction. 5 SCVs go down. Not bad. That's going to be 9 SCVs in total compared to the 10 probe kills of Rob. So pretty even trade economically, back and forth. It does favor Rob. Especially because the disruptor is still alive. Oh. But the Viking does find the prism. And without war prism speed, the prism is going to go down. Yeah, the prism is going to be chased down. Massive pick off. Thankfully, we do say, oh, the Nova! The lift! The micro! We save the Viking. The Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. The Viking's going to be forced back. It will go down. Not a bad pick off here by Rob. Does save the disruptor. Thankfully, does get away. Whew. Got a very tense situation here in the center of the map. Very tense. We do survive. Likewise, Dolan is going for his push. We do not have disable, but bearing in mind this disruptor lying in wait, the flanking Nova. Uh-oh. Dolan doesn't see. The Nova! It goes off! Up! The splits! No split. Massive connection. Oh my god. Robbie's crazy. Does find the vibe, does shut down the Marines, and he will lose the disruptor, but that was well worth it. That was well worth it for Rob. He delays the push, and back at home, what do we have? We have a Colossus. We have Colossus, we have Shield Battery, we have Overcharge, we have Immortals. Again, Dolan has lost a little momentum, and he will turn back. He turns back home, and he's only going for a drop instead. So very nicely done here by Rob. Shutting down the push, and we have another disruptor as well. He's crazy. Going for the double drop into the main. Not much in position. Not much. The Observer does spot the move out. And as Zola moves out, Rob is moving in. Uh-oh. We could end up in a weird base trade, but Dolan's in a really awkward position. Here we go. Drop into the main. Probes are going down. And Rob, do we recall or do we commit? At this point, we have to commit, right? He turns around? What? Rob turns back around. There was nothing at home. There was not much at home, by the way, and as a result, he's losing everything. He's losing everything back at home. Disruptor. Sorry, Colossus falls. The Colossus, the Zealots, we depower almost everything. We deny Blink. And we force the recall, but it's such a late recall. The Robo's under fire. Oh my god, the Robo goes down. Hot pickup. We avoid the Nova. We drop into the mineral line. At the same time, the main army hits the 4th base, and Robbie's falling apart. It's being pulled apart left and right. Dolan, he's all over him. Despite the amazing start that Rob had with worker damage, with the Nova on the main army. Here, under pressure, unable to keep up. And tanks are pushing forward. Big connections here with the Stalkers. There's no blink. And massive Widowmine shots. The Nova's not too bad, but that's a kill on the 3rd base. Ay, ay, ay. Do shut down the 3rd, and now we can drop into the main, and there's nothing here. Okay, calm down. Never mind. Jumping within range of the Cyber Core. Again, Blink still not being researched. Nova goes off. Takes 2 Novas to kill a tank. Does take 2 Novas. That's a kill on the Cyber Core. Massive pick off. Behind this, 3rd CC's on the way. Liberator production has begun. Dolan, he's done enough. He's done more than enough at this point. As he's still pushing forward, getting within range with a natural. There is still that 1 disruptor. And the disruptor's been good, but it's not that good. Scaways are pulling left and right. Blink, repowered. Has begun once again. But at this point, it's too little too late. Massive tank volleys going off. Rob up against the wall, and I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was gonna start with a Rob win. He was popping off. It was crazy. I'm in shock. Third base being taking the forward third to keep the pressure up. To just rally across the map. And we're just choking Rob out. Edging ever closer. Nova goes up. Takes down Marines, but the freedom is here. Liberation has arrived. And Rob is being forced further and further back towards his main. Oh, that's a lot of Marauders. That's purely Marauder. My god. Here goes Elsay, dive in. Overcharge gets popped. And then Nova will connect. Massive connection on the Marauders. Once again, Rob, his connections have been on point. And Dolan is forced to back off. Rob's holding. He's barely holding on, Bobby. That Disruptor's still alive, but we drop in towards the natural. Tank sieges up. Vikings going ham of the Colossus. And limited anti-air. Colossus are in danger. Nova goes off. Oof. Takes down some of those Marauders. Colossus being chased down. Down to one Colossus left. Dolan still rallying across the map. Third base about to be spotted. Still a very chaotic game. I'm impressed that Rob's been able to hold on for as long as he has. But he's still on the back foot. And we still have no good answer to these Liberators. Still no good answer. We have 2 Blink Stalkers. That's our anti-air. 2 Blink Stalkers and an Archon. Goes off. Gets a mine. And GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Dolan takes game number 1. Oh my god. GG. Dolan bouncing back after a brutal start to the game there, with economic damage, of course, with the Widowmine, sorry, with the Disruptor Shot going off as well. We're getting a massive connection, forcing drop play out of Dolan. And when we got to the point where Dolan's army was spotted by the Observer, remember, there was an Observer parked outside the natural, and Rob, he saw the move out. And as he saw the move out, his army was poised to go into the natural. He was pushing in. It looked very intentional from the side of Rob. And we didn't keep pushing. I was like, base raid, right? Like, it has to be a base raid. We have to just push in and commit, and then we can recall later. But no, Rob, he kind of crumbled under the pressure there, and he pulled away. He waddled back home, but he was so out of position, and he lost so much. By the time he got back home, it was too little too late. He lost control of all of his bases, and GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take a lead, but it's a best of 7. And after game 1, I want to believe that anything's possible. I want to believe that we can pop off in either direction. Grace under pressure for Dolan is what I will say. Grace under pressure, man. Beautiful. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on site Delta. Rob 4-gate blink next game? Most likely. If you remember, that's what he relied upon, and that's how he was able to bring down Epic for the most part. He relied a lot on his 4-gate blink, and it was very successful. Rob was just hyper aggressive against Epic, and it was hard to keep up with him. We'll see if that trend continues here. As we're getting into game 2. Again, we're going to be seeing 4-gate blink at some point in this series. We're going to be seeing proxy Void Ray at some point in the series as well. I'm sure of it. At least I hope so. We'll see what it's going to be. Let's go. I go to bed, light is casting. I wake up, light is still casting. Ah. The only thing you can count on, death, taxes, and light casting SC2. True, true. Ah. Smooch. But here we go. We are jumping into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. It's one of the Ducklings, pappy. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Root Gaming, down in this series, but it's a best of 7. Plenty of games ahead of us. It is Rob. Oh, mate, Robbie. Let's go. So we are going to be calming things down a little bit. Initial probe being sent across the map. As we are loading into Side Delta. Again, Side Delta known for its more defensive features in a way. We do have a ramp coming into the natural, which we can take advantage of. Can make use of here to have a little bit more of a defensive setup. Meanwhile, Dolan does fully wall off here at the ramp, denying the scout of Rob. What is he hiding? He's hiding an economic opener. One gas. This time, only one gas opener out of Dolan. He does hide his build, but his plan here is to go for a CC on the high ground. An economic opener from the Terran player. Meanwhile, across the map, Rob going for a gate expand. Likewise, economic opener out of Rob. The probe is being active. The probe is once again looking for proxies. We saw this in game 1. We're seeing it here in game 2. I don't blame Rob. Dolan has a reputation. Especially against Protoss players, Dolan has a reputation for cheesing, for proxying, for going for all-ins. What I will say, even though that it has been Dolan's reputation, Dolan hasn't really been too cheesy this day of StarCraft, to be honest. Like, we've seen aggression, yes, but never really too many all-ins or anything like that. It's been a very different Dolan this time. Oh, as we are opening up with a Rax expand into what looks to be 3 racks. Okay, very bio-heavy style here out of Dolan. I'm sure hoping that Rob opens up Stargate. And there it is. There's the 3rd racks from Dolan. So it's going to be 3 racks, a stim timing from the Terran player. On the side of Rob, we should be seeing a Twilight Council and Blink. Should be. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, once again, another Robo opener. Okay, we saw this in game 1. We're seeing it here in game 2. Very safe play out of Rob. To reiterate what this entails, once again, this can lead into fast Immortal production and fast Colossus production. Now, that's what it usually means. We saw in game 1 that Rob went for a fast Disruptor, which was wild, by the way, and it paid off. Did pay off in game 1. We could try to embrace that again in game 2, or go for a more standard response and go into Colossus and earlier Immortal production instead. So we'll keep an eye on Rob, as he does get across the map with the initial adept. Trying to get a read on what's going on. Natural base has been taken, and there it is. The bay is on the way. Tentatively, I want to say this should be for Colossus, but it's Rob. Could be disruptors. Could be. For now, we're building up towards that bio push, towards that 3-1-1. What I will say is that a Robo Colossus opener, I believe, is almost a hard counter to 3x Marine, to 3x Stim timing. Just because by the time the Bio Army moves out, Colossus are out in time with an overcharge, and they just shut down the Marines so hard. So I would want to see a Colossus here. Would want to see it. And there it is. Colossus is on the way. With the arrival of this Colossus, this Stim timing shouldn't get much done. We do have a lot of Marines and Marauders on the way, and Stim and Combat Shields are about to finish up. It is going to be a hefty army, but again, the power of the Colossus, alongside, you know, support like the Shield Battery, Force Fields, and the Ground Army, we should be okay. Should be okay. 3x in this map. Yeah, I mean, who do you think? Are you Cure? What's going on? Cure, is that you? The rush distance by ground is longer. On top of that, we have a ramp coming into the natural, so we have the high ground advantage. We have a choke point. We have force fields. Honestly, Rob, he is primed to shut this down. Like, this Stim timing should not get damage done. The only way we can get damage done here is if we miss the force fields. Like, if we slip up, if we miss the force fields, if we miss the overcharge, if we fumble in the defense, then maybe, but outside of that, Dolan checks for the 3rd. Scans the ramp. Nicely done. Does confirm the sentries. He sims in! The sentries! Late reaction! One sentry, both sentries go down, and there's no overcharge. The Colossus, though, it has arrived just in time, and it will force the army back. Whew. That was a crazy move out of Dolan. But we will defend, we will shut this down. Not a bad trade, though. Looking at the units lost tab, Dolan, he lost Marines for Stalker and 2 sentries. That's okay. We got more than we should have. Basically, if Rob had reacted in time, we would have force fielded the ramp and cut up the army and overcharged in time, preserved the units. Regardless, we hold nonetheless, and, you know, we're okay. We're okay on 2 bases, building up already towards a 3rd Colossus. And now suddenly, Dolan's in trouble. Now suddenly, Dolan, he's gonna be hurting here when it comes to the counterattack, when it comes to the triple Colossus timing of Rob. That's a lot of Colossus. Not just that, that's also a lot of gateways. Where's the third? We should have seen a third by now, and there is none. Rob, he's sticking to 2-base setup, and we're getting up to 7 gates. When I say 7, that's an 8-gate setup. 8 gateways on 2 bases. We're moving out across the map. With the arrival of this prism, 2-base all in. Essentially a 2-base all in here by Rob. Sure, we have a third soon to be on the horizon, but Rob is committed. At the same time, Dolan's moving out. And we could end up in a bit of a base trade here. We'll see. As both armies miss each other completely. Dolan's going for the third, a third that doesn't exist. Oh, does catch a prism. Prism goes down. And Rob, he's all in. He's committed. The tank is unsieged. Tank gets caught unsieged. We force field the red. We catch the tank. Boys are being pulled. The tank goes down. Massive pickoff. And Rob is pushing in towards the main. At the same time, Dolan, we have to keep going. A little bit late here to pull the trigger. Every SCV going down. What do we have in the main base? We have nothing. Nothing at home to defend. We can't recall. We do. The Colossus come back home. Rob recalls. The drop comes into the main. We don't get much done. We get a pylon, we get a zealot, we get a probe, and Rob defends. And back at home, what does Dolan have left? He has 22 SCVs, barely an economy. A very clutch recall there out of Rob, and Dolan, again, he did not get across the map in time. Did not pull the trigger fast enough. And with that, Dolan is committed. Now suddenly, Dolan is all in. Now, what do we have to work with? We have 4 Vikings, we have 1 tank, a good Marauder count. If Rob fought out in the open, then I want to favor Dolan. But if Rob stays back at home, where's the shield battery? Shield battery was not rebuilt. That's a little bit concerning. No shield battery, no overcharge. The all-in has arrived. Can Dolan pull this off? There we go, tank is sieged up. Big volley's going to be going up. But the tank is going to fall. Vikings, they take down one of the Colossus, they take down the second. 2 Colossus go down. Uh-oh. There's 1 Colossus left. 1 Colossus remaining, but again, Robbie's holding onto the ramp. He does hold his own. And it looks like we just don't have enough bio. Yeah, there's not enough Marines, not enough Marauders. We shut down the Vikings. And Rob holds. Rob does hold. Dolan trying to drag the army within tank range. Gets a shot off. Just the 1. And Dolan is still completely all in. Decent tank volleys going off. Oh! Oh my god. Colossus does overextend, but does not take any hull damage. Whew. Risky move there by Rob. Does save the Colossus. Behind this, still no shield battery, which is still concerning to me. That we are lacking that kind of defensive setup, but, I mean, so far we're holding our own so far. I mean, Rob, he's surviving. Taking a 3rd base. Rocks are being knocked down. Dolan distracting the main army, dropping into the main. And we're headed towards the 3rd. Not bad. We do take down 2 of those Stalkers. 3 Stalkers even. Very efficient trade here by Dolan, forcing the recall. And can we deny +1? It's going to be close. We do deny it. +1 barely doesn't finish. And now we're headed for the 3rd. There's only 1 Stalker. Not enough anti-air. Liberators do siege up. Yeah, big shots going off, and the Colossus is exposed. Or is it? Yeah, it looks like we have plenty of Zealots. We try to rotate around. We're going for the dive. We're going for the Colossus. We do bring it down. Not a bad pickoff. Dragging the army within Liberator range. Nice movement here out of Dolan. Bobby, he's cleaning this up. He shuts down the army, cleans up the Zealots and the Colossus. And what do we have left? No more Colossus. We have a Disruptor. True. We have a Nova. We have a Nova. Very nice control here from Dolan. The 3rd and the 4th Liberator has arrived. And Blink isn't done. Blink is not done yet. Nova goes off. Ooh, connects with the tank, but it takes 2 Novas. And we mule. We're repairing. We repair the tank. Dolan, can we pull this off? He's pushing in. Yeah, Blink finishing up just now, but we bleed off 4 Stalkers. Yeah, massive loss there for Rob. He's being chased down. We chase down the Stalkers. They're falling one after the other. We're down to 6. 6 Stalkers left. Oh my god, down to 5. GG gets called, and Dolan, he pulls it off. He takes a 2-0 lead. GG, Dolan was dead. It was over. How? Oh my god. Dolan was down to 1 base economy, 22 SCVs. He was up against 3 Colossus. He was up against a massive army, and somehow, some way, he's crazy. Oh my god. You know what it was? I mean, there were a lot of really good moments. Like, Dolan was trading so efficiently. He was popping off. He was on fire, trading as hard as he could with his bio army. But what was impressive was the fight at the third base, right? With the Liberators, with how he was able to rotate and bypass the Zealots, dive on top of the Colossus, drag the army within Liberator range as well. That was a wild setup. That was a wild fight from Dolan. It was crazy. Oh my god. Papi, calm down. Oh my god. Just some insane fights out of Dolan. And some rough positioning there from Rob. He was caught out of position multiple times, forced to recall, just pulled apart when it came to his army, of course. And Dolan, sorry, I have to update the out of game score there, but yeah, he takes a 2-0 lead. And I'll be honest, both in game 1 and in game 2, I was favoring Rob. Like, in both games, Rob had his moments. Especially here in game 2, Rob was ahead straight up. He was in a commanding position, but Dolan just refuses to give up time and time again. He sticks with it. Never give up, never surrender, Papi. Oh my god, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings, leading the series 2-0. It's still best of 7, still more games ahead of us. It's first to 4 wins. But he's that much closer. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming down in this series. Going for the proxy. Send it, Papi. Let's go. It is Rob. Here we go. Rob, if we can't take it to a longer game, if we can't take down the Terran in a longer macro game, we're setting up with the proxy gates instead. Let's go. The gateway has been thrown down. Dolan back at home going for a double gas opener. This is going to be more ideal for Dolan. Double gas leads into a faster factory. Delayed CC here for Dolan does mean into faster Cyclone production, faster Helium production. We'll see what Rob goes for in the backline. Is it just the 1 proxy gateway is what I'm curious about. Oh, as we get an SCV. Very nice. Good pick off here already here for Rob. Takes down a worker. Does impact the economy, going for a second SCV as well. Behind this gateway is done, and going for our initial Zealot. Cybercore's on the way back at home. Are we feeling... I'm curious. I mean, the probe is trapped in the main. I was gonna say, are we feeling something like a Stargate follow-up, but there's no second probe. So there's no proxy potential here. First Zealot is out, second Zealot's on the way. Probe still being a nuisance, almost getting another SCV. Workers are getting low, but the Reaper has arrived. We shut down the probe, and there was no SCV scout. No SCV scout from Dolan, so he's now moving out across the map with the Reaper. As he moves out, Zealots can move in. And does Dolan go for the CC on the low ground or the high ground? That is the question. It's going to be on the low ground. Which means the base is exposed. Which means as the Zealots move in, they're looking for a cancel. They're looking for a cancel on the command center. And Rob is expanding. And the Zealots, they have arrived. So a really strong start here for Rob. There we go, we force a cancel. Big delay in the expansion. There's a shield battery back at home. The Reaper does nothing. Stalker has arrived, and Dolan, he's in trouble. Straight up. He's in trouble right now. SCV's being forced back. The Cyclone's on the way, but we need time. We do need to buy time here. Forcing out more boys. SCV goes down. Marines are getting low. So far, we do quite well. Oh my god. So we Force back the army, CC on the high ground, and we've bought enough time. We're holding. We are holding on. God, one Marine goes down. But we are holding on. Cyclone has arrived, and Dolan does defend. Do we get another Marine? Oh, we do. Second Marine falls. We get the lock on the Zealous, not on the Stalker. It's going to be a rough trade for Dolan. Loses the Cyclone. Yeah, that was a rough lock on. Rob still trading very nicely. Honestly, really good control. Picking off the weakened Marines, sniping the Cyclone. And we're following this up with the Twilight Council, and it's got to be one thing, right? It's got to be one thing and one thing only. 4-gate blink. Give us the gateway. There they come. There they are. That's going to be the 3rd gateway for the time being, and we're waiting for the 4th. Again, Rob is being the aggressor. There it is. Well, Robo's on the way. Not quite a 4th gateway yet. Not yet, as the Robo is in production. Behind this, Dolan getting into tank production behind this. Tanks into Banshee. Do we go Banshee or Raven? What is our answer? Stalkers are warping in. Reaper goes for the dive. We got eyes on the tech lab. Sorry, the Twilight Council on the tech. I meant to say. And Dolan is going for Cloak Banshees. Now, Cloak Banshees can do well here, especially if there's no detection. They can do well just supporting the main army and going for harassment as well. And we'll see if we can pull this off. So Reaper is shut down. Dolan breaks out. The tank is under fire. A massive pickoff. The tank goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And this is just going from bad to worse for Dolan. We kite back. We shave off so many Marines. Going for an aggressive warp in. And this looks like the game to bounce back for Rob. We'll bleed out a Stalker. I mean, every game so far, Rob has been looking ahead at times. True, but I mean, here he has a solid lead. Shutting down so many Marines. Big delay here on the expansion. Stuck on one base. Behind this, Rob taking a 3rd. Dolan hasn't even expanded. Rob just being so greedy behind this and getting away with that greed as well. Is getting away with it. The Banshee was revealed. So we do have observers on the way. One observer moving out, so the other observer, I imagine, staying back at home. And Dolan is going for a desperation move. He's going for the double Banshee across the map. As I say that, the base is under fire. Banshees are moving out, but the base itself, yeah, with no mining, we dive on the tank. Dive on the tank goes down. Dolan, he's barely holding on. His hope here would be to force a recall. That is the idea. The ideal. Bunker goes down. More Marines and SCVs falling. Going for the CC. Banshees have arrived. But we have our detection. We have a defensive warp in. And the Banshees are being zoned away. We do get 6 probes, which is nice, but yeah, the Banshees are shut down. And Dolan still contained to 1 base. And how can Dolan bounce back here? I mean, if there's no detection, then maybe the Banshees can get some damage done across the map. Even here as well, we dive on the tanks once again. No fear here for Rob. Sometimes we should have fear, but it's worth it. We take out every single tank. 2 more tanks go down. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Rob finally does it. He bounces back, putting a point on the board. Putting a point here in the finals. Let's go. GG, well played. A very chaotic start here, but a little more ideal for Rob. Again, he was able to deny the expansion, able to contain Dolan, able to snipe the initial Cyclone, and very quickly snowballed out of control. A very solid game there out of Rob. And have the turns tabled. You know, Rob, has he finally gained the momentum he needs to fight back and tie up the series? At least it's not one-sided. At least it's not a 4-0. That's what I'm at least happy for. Let's go. As Rob does take game number 3. Now we have a back and forth. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting ready for game 4. Dolan still needs 2 wins to win the series. 2 wins to take the series. Rob still has quite a road to travel here, but has taken that first step. Has already taken that first step here. So we are getting ready for that next game. We're holding on, Pappy. We're holding on. We can do this. Again, it's been a long event, and that's another important thing to bear in mind when it comes to these big LAN events and these offline tournaments. Is it is also an endurance test. We've been live for 9.5 hours, and it's not just us casting, but our players have been playing for most of that as well. There've been a couple of breaks here and there for food. That's true, but it's been a very intense day for both Dolan and Rob. Playing all day. And can they maintain themselves as we're getting into our next game? We're going to be loading into Alcyone for game number 4. Let's go. Let us go. Holy crap, they've been grinding, Poppy. All over each other. And we've been watching. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our American turn player still ahead, still with the lead in this series, but is being forced into a back and forth. Can he bring it back? Representing the CranKy Ducklings, it is Dolan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss, representing Root Gaming, fighting back in the last game. And can we make a series out of this? Can we tie things up? It is Rob. We go. Here we go. Don't forget, posture check in the chat. Don't forget to posture check and stretch and look after yourselves. Hydrate, drink plenty of water. As we are settling in. Dolan once again going for a double gas opener. Double gas here from Dolan. Likewise, getting ready to prepare against that probe. Does fully wall off. Goes down the depot in time and will zone Rob out of the main. Does keep him out. And now Rob is in the dark. It could be an economic opener. It could be an aggressive opener. Regardless, Rob will not know. Back at home, going for a gate expand. No proxy this time. No cheese, no shenanigans out of Rob. Really, my eyes are on Dolan. Where is he going to take us? Where are you taking us? As again, with double gas, leads into a faster factory. Rob is unaware. With this, we can head towards an early tank for an early tank push. We can head into Reaper Hellion, or even into Cyclones, or even a Mine Drop. Have a wide array of follow-ups here for Dolan. What do we go for? Reactors on the way. We can see Rob scouting for proxies. Making sure we're on the up and up. Make sure you massage your marinito, papi. Sí. Massage him. Look after him, papi. Okay. As the probe scout will actually confirm the CC, as the CC is close enough. Meanwhile, Reaper gets across the map, does threaten the mineral line. Probes are under fire, and we do get two probe kills. Not bad. 2 probes go down. The Reaper will back the hell off. Ooh! So we try to juke the Adept. Alas, Rob keeps up. Nice movement. Nice movement out of Rob. Reaper gets the hell out of there. And once again, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Rob. This time, we're done with the Robo openers. We're done with the safe play. It's time to be aggressive. It's time to be assertive. We'll keep an eye on the gateways here to see if it is once again 4 gate blink. We shall see. Behind this, Dolan getting into his own. Interesting. That is a second and a third racks on the way. Do you see what I see? The beginnings of a 2-base all-in. What I'm referring to, no starport. Big delay on the starport, big delay in any kind of drop play. Instead, we're building up an early tank and early bio army as well. And by the time we throw down our starports, by the time we get our medevacs up and running, we can move out. So we can go for a big committed push. This could be an all-in or it could be a third. What I'm referring to is that when the medevacs arrive, we can pull the boys and just go for a 2-base all-in, or we can throw down a third CC and take a delayed expansion. Like, Dolan has both options available to him. We'll see what he embraces. See how aggressive he wants to be on this map on Alcyone. Meanwhile, that is a Dark Shrine follow-up. Oh my. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting here. So it is not a Blink-based opener. It's Twilight Council into a Dark Shrine, the Invisible Man. Instead. Bold move. We're going for the Invisible Man, and if we don't have detection, if we don't have scans, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Dolan is going to be in a lot of trouble here. There's no Raven production as the starport is delayed. Reaper Scout is denied as well. Stalkers, they do shut it down. And there's a lot of potential here in the Invisible Man. Here's a lot of potential. There we go. Dark Shrine into a bay. Just taking up quite heavily here. And we're building up towards a third tank even. Now what I'm worried about when it comes to this all-in, I mean, perceived all-in, we'll see if we commit. We have an eBay for +1, just the one singular eBay, bear that in mind. It's on the way. Reaper gets shut down. Back at home, we have Immortal production, getting into the bay, working towards Colossus, very safe play, or very safe follow-up here out of Rob. And here comes that Prism, here come those Dark Templar. DTs are warping in. Here we go, we have our drop coming in towards the National. Do we have a scan? We do. We do have a scan available. DT gets shut down. Ooh, Prism barely does escape. Barely gets away into the main base. Gets a full scout of the production. But nice hold position micro there out of Dolan. Oh, we get the lock on. Look at his brittle. We shut down the Prism. We get 3 SCV kills. That's okay, but we needed more. We did need more. We go for the scan. DT escapes. Not bad. DT does get away. We're going to force another scan. We've got 7 SCV so far. Shutting down the final Dark Templar. But this does delay the push, and this does hinder the economy of Dolan. So if we wanted to pull the boys, we are going to have that much less bio army to work with. And here we go. Medivacs are on the way. Tanks are on siege. A brutal supply block here for Dolan. And do we pull the boys? That's the question, Papi. Do we just double down and commit? DT waddling in once again. No third CC for the time being. Dolan does move out. And he's just moving out with the army. Okay. We'll be expanding. We'll be expanding behind this. We're diving on forward. The Colossus is already in position. We have our Colossus. DT waddling in as well. The army does try to sim on forward, but the Colossus, they stand strong. The overcharge is pulsed. Big tank bullies go on the Colossus. They're exposed. Oh my god. And the tank bullies are solid. The overcharge, they will barely keep the Colossus alive though. Yeah, we're holding. And Rob is holding on. He preserves his Colossus, saves the third base, and he forces Dolan to back off. And behind this, we don't really have anything. There's no third CC, there's no expansion. We throw down 2 more Raxes. Dolan becoming that much more committed, but that first push, that first wave was meant to hit the hardest. And The longer this goes on, the better it becomes for Rob, as he's up 20 workers. He's up 20 workers at this point, working towards disruptors. Oh my god. DT waddling in. Dolan rotating around. DT is going to be shut down. And essentially, Dolan is 2-base all in without pulling the boys, but like still very committed and very all in. Sims in the main catches some stalkers, not bad. Forcing a recall. Do force a recall. Main army's pushing forward. Headed towards the third. I am getting some deja vu, but especially with DTs in the mix, it's just so difficult for Dolan to really push in. So difficult. As we take down another tank. Dolan now throws down a third CC, but this is so late. It's so delayed. Such a late expansion for Dolan. Still has a comparable army to Rob. Not up in army supply. Is going to rotate over towards the natural. Not a bad tank position here. Does rotate around. Trying to force a fight out of range of the shield battery. But they'll say collapse in. Yes, they'll say take down the first tank, the second, the third, and soon the fourth. Yes, they'll say wreak havoc in the tank line. Tank bullies going off doing what they can, but last we just don't have enough of a buy. There's just not enough Marines, not enough Marauders. Rob holds. Rob does hold, and Dolan, he's lost any momentum that he had here. He has a third base, but it still hasn't been morphed in. This is quite an uphill battle here for Dolan. Back at home, Rob is chilling, taking a fourth base, taking a fourth, taking up into Storm, so now he's not just reliant on Colossus, but now Storm as well. Diversifying his splash damage. And really, Rob just has to take it slow. Just has to take it slow here, slow and steady for Rob. Dolan is still trying to recover. Has taken a third true, but Dolan, he's pretty far behind here. Behind in workers, economy, army as well. There is a chance, there's a world where if Rob overextends, right? If he overextends, pushes in, doesn't reinforce correctly, and gets caught with like a fragmented army, then sure, I mean, Dolan can take a fight, but outside of his opponent making a mistake, it's going to be difficult to really win a fight here for our blue Terran. Here we go. Yo, I see Sal in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? It's been a wild finals. If you missed out on game 1 and game 2, mate, Dolan popped off. It's been a wild finals. Here as well, Dolan was hyper aggressive, but alas, the DTs did shut him down, and Dolan has lost a little momentum. That is true. Has a little momentum in this game, but overall in this series, it's been a wild back and forth. There's a world out there where Rob is up 3-0. Just saying. Just saying, Pat. Dolan out here grabbing his tent and sleeping bag. He's camping, Pappy. True. We're pitching our tent. Pulling a Miguelito. Pulling a Vendetta. Tent is being pitched. I mean, that's all we really can do here for Dolan, is just turtle up, defend, take a fight on our terms with tanks, with our bunkers, of course, as well. Is our best chance, but here we go. Rob pushing in. Storm is done. We break down the first bunker. EMP's on the go. Storm grazes the army. Not ideal. Does graze the army as Rob does pull back. Sorry, Dolan, he holds, he survives. Soon to take a fourth. Fourth CC is now done. Who's finishing up? And we'll see if we can actually establish that fourth base. Storm is coming in! Oh my god, massive storm on the army! Dolan not ready. We have more where that came from. More of a zoning storm. Towards the end. Rogue does rotate around. Does wedge himself in between the bases, catching SCVs. Rotating back. We do pick up some Archons, not bad. Nice pickups here out of Dolan. Solid EMP as well. EMP does connect. Colossus going down. We get one, we get two. Just barely not the second. Not the worst trade for Dolan, but Rob, because of his economy, because of the fourth base, because of the goal base as well, Rob can afford these losses. He can rebuild, he can remax. Dolan less so. Oh yes, I see the Vindicate emote in the chat. The 10th battle. As with these Novas, we can just zone the army away. That's a kill of the 4CC. It's going to be a kill. And Rob, he's just starving Dolan out. Denying the fourth over and over again. That's all he needs to do. Deny the fourth base. And eventually he will overwhelm. Eventually Dolan will run out of steam. Nova's going to be going off once again. Good enough connections here. Takes down a Ghost, takes down a Marauder. Oh, massive connection on the SCVs. And the boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for Dolan. Ugh, the Novas are brutal. Not again. No. Better splits. Very nice there. From Dolan. Does split away. Bleeding out more Vikings. Does bleed out more Vikings. And Rob, his supply just doesn't lie, doesn't really move whatsoever. So quick to rebuild. As the army does collapse in, GG gets called. The writing was on the wall there. It was just such an uphill battle for Dolan, and Rob will tap the series 1-1. Whew. GG. We have a series, we have a back and forth. We're tied up 2-2, and Rob, he's really been able to find his footing here. We've just stepped aside. We've just put away the robo openers. We're done with them. Done for now. Embracing Blink, embracing DTs, finding a lot more success with this, a lot more aggressive style here out of Rob. None of this defensive robo play. Not anymore. We're done with it. We're done with it. And with that, Rob does tie things up. And now we're getting ready for game number 5. Now, as a reminder, best of 7 grand finals, so we still have at least 2 more games ahead of us. Could still go either way. We could even go the distance as well and go all the way to the ace match. Okay, we'll see what we get. I'm a little bit torn. Personally, I would love to see an ace match. I'd love to see this go the distance. At the same time, though, I'm also giga tired. It's 10:30 a.m. in the morning. It's 10:30 a.m. I'm giving it my all, Poppy. I'm giving it my all. Let's go. We have our map of choice. Going to be loading into Crimson Court. Let's go. Do have Crimson coming up next. And our eyes are on both our players. We have yet to experience Rob's Proxy Void Ray in this series. We saw it quite often earlier against Epic. We still have yet to see it here against Dolan. Is this the time? Is this the moment to whip it out? I want to believe. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He was at one point up 2-0, but now forced into a tied-up series. Can he bounce back? It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Yellow Protoss, representing Root Gaming. bringing it all back. Despite being down in this series, has brought it back to a tied up scoreline. Can we take a lead? It is Rob. Here we go. Whew. Again, we've had a much more aggressive outlook so far these past couple of games out of Rob. Has worked out quite well and is a little bit paranoid, checking for a proxy Rax. I don't blame him. Don't blame him whatsoever. Checks for the proxy, confirms nothing quite there, going for the probe scout. And back at home, Dolan is opening up with a full wall off at the ramp. Gonna be a Rax into factory. Again, because of the full wall off, the Protoss player is gonna be in the dark. Rob is unaware. Rob is unaware of what's going on. And behind this, it could be a Rax expand or it could be a double gas opener. Rob is in the dark. Rob is going to be in the dark here as the factory is thrown down further back, just out of vision, out of range of that probe. Behind this, just going for a standard opener himself, going for a gate, cyber expand. Nothing too crazy out of Rob. Nothing too crazy. As a... Wait, what? Is this... Okay, I think we're just hiding. For a moment there, I was like, did we just like somehow wedge ourselves in a place we can't? No, okay, we're good. Just looked a little bit awkward. Probe is coming back in, Reaper's in position, and we just shut down the probe. Alas, we were hoping we could keep the probe hidden at least long enough for the Reaper to move out, but the Reaper was lying in wait, and Dolan does deny the scouts. Behind this, oh my, we have our 1-1-1. Thankfully, we're not going for one base all in. It's going to be a Rax into factory into CC on the high ground, followed by that starport. Rob has yet to piece this all together, but with the arrival of this adept, we should get eyes on the building CC. So a nice scout here from Rob does confirm that there's an expansion. Pulling back, chipping away at the Marines. Gets one. One Marine does go down. A Reaper as well. And the adept escapes. The trades here out of Rob, very nicely done. Gets a Reaper, gets a Marine, pulls back. Behind this, Dolan once again embracing very early tank production. Early tanks with that medevac should be going for a push. Should be going for an early double tank drop. So aggression on the horizon here for Dolan. Meanwhile, back at home, Rob opening up with Blink Stalkers. And how many gateways do we see? That's 3 gateways in production, 1 gateway already done. 4 gate Blink. 4 gate Blink Stalker out of Rob. It's time. It's time to do what we do best. And that's a Blink Stalker spot. But that's diving in when we shouldn't, but still having a payoff. Classic Rob. Let's go. As Dolan's moving out, it does pull some of the boys. The boys are here to repair, throw down a bunker if need be. And Rob does spot this, moving out across the map to delay the push, to slow it down, pick away at the Marines. Oh, the tanks do get behind the Stalkers, but we overshoot. Yeah, we do overshoot. Ideally, we did want to drop on top of the Stalkers to focus them down. And we're buying so much time. Yeah, even forcing the recall, we got 1 Stalker kill. But the other 2 do make it back home. Once again, Rob being proactive, moving out. Trying to engage with the main army. Here's a moving out. Chipping away at the at least medevac. Gets a volley off. Gonna volley off. Tanks to be sieging up, but we just dive on the tanks here. No fear whatsoever. We shut down both the tanks. We shut down the medevac as well. And Robbie's cleaning this army up. There's barely anything left. We have a reinforcing tank on the way. But the Marine army, it crumbles. Barely standing strong. And Dolan is still committed. Behind this, we have additional tanks on the way. We have medevacs as well. bleeding out too much. It's going to be another tank falling. Not just the tank, but the Liberator as well. Yeah, nice movement here by Rob. Shuts down the Lib. Is going to cost him some Stalkers, but well worth it. Get the trades here. That was 11 Stalkers for 2 Libs and 2 tanks. Of course, the Bio Army. And now Dolan is on the back foot. Being chased all the way back. Barely escaping with a Marine, and we can just keep going. The aggression does not subside, not from Rob. Bleeds off some Stalkers, but once again is worth it. You got a tank. Behind this War Prism's on the way, that's to reinforce across the map. At least until then, we're just poking in. Dolan trying to stabilize, but he's just lost so many tanks in the process. What does this mean? This means by the time the reinforcements arrive, by the time the Prism arrives, what do we have to defend? We're going to have 1 tank on the high ground, potentially a 2nd tank barely, but this natural base is looking so exposed. If the boys aren't pulled in time, the bunker is going to be focused down, and we can get more than just the bunker. Can it get the SCVs? And here we go, the Prism has arrived. Rotating into the main. Gonna be distracting the main army for now. At the same time, we break down the bunker. Bunker does fall. We blink into the main. We get no fear. No fear whatsoever. We focus on one of the tanks, the 2nd tank as well. Boys are being pulled. And we do somewhat punish these Stalkers, but only somewhat. As, yeah, Robbie's snowballing out of control. He's just getting so much damage done. Dolan forcible boys once again, and we're bleeding out too much. Stim, it's only halfway done. Until Stim finishes, what can Dolan do? What can he do, man? He can bleed out Marines. He can lose his entire ground army here. GG gets called. It's far too much. And Rob will take a 3-2 lead in the grand finals. GG. We are 1 game away from crowning our champion. Rob needs 1 more. Uno mas to become our Cheeseadelphia champion for the summer season. And Dolan, he's up against the wall. He's up against the wall. He's a very strong start. He had a beautiful start to the series, but it's all just slipping through his fingers. It is all slipping away. And the pressure is on. 1 more slip up and it's over. We need to win this game to force the ace match. We're loading in to Ghost River. A very aggressive map. I would not be surprised if Dolan goes for the same build. I wouldn't be surprised if Dolan, he goes for an economic start into an early tank push. He's done it before. We'll do it again. Shall see. So we are getting ready for this. Rob is on fire. He's on fire, Bobby. He took down Epic earlier. Now taking down Dolan. I mean, it has been a back and forth, don't get me wrong. But it feels like Dolan has yet to really find his stride here. Here we go. As we are getting into that next game. Into Ghost River. Max would have won already? No, Max would have lost already. What do you mean? Aye. We're here with the NA boys, Bobby. Max Packs who? Shaking my head. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. Potentially the final game of the series. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our American Protoss player. The blue Protoss, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's up against the wall. 1 more loss. He's out of this. He has to win here and now to force the ace match. It is Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red American Protoss. Representing Root Gaming, uno mas, 1 more is all he needs. It is Rob. Here we go. The 9 stim is always a risk, but hot damn, it was hard to watch even as a Protoss player. Yeah, I mean, risky moves there out of Rob. Did it pull it off? And now we're loading into one of the smaller maps in the map pool, known for aggression, known for some very aggressive plays, even all-ins at times. See Rob scouting the bottom half of the map, checking for proxies. Meanwhile, Dolan opening up double gas once again. Double gas opener out of Dolan. Now, where are you taking this, Papi? Where are we headed? Where are we headed? As the probe moves out. Alas is denied the scout. We do fully wall off. And we are going for that factory. Meanwhile, back at home, Rob opening up. Oh, never mind. I was going to say opening up Zealot. And is in fact going for a double gate opener. Okay, 2-gate opener here out of Rob. What does this mean? This means Adept Aggression. We're going to get into 2, followed by a 3rd and 4th Adept as well. Very aggressive start here from Rob. And we still have that probe out on the map. But we are keeping our eye on, for now, just scouting. Just scouting, just making sure that everything's on the up and up. Make sure that nothing crazy is going on. Likewise, Reaper moving out as well. Not going for any kind of add-on swap. Going for the reactor on the racks. Hellion production behind this. Reactor Reaper Hellion. Haven't really seen too much of that in today's broadcast, but that's what it is. Let's go. Now, we could just cut Reaper production at 3, or we could build up towards 5. So we'll see how aggressive Dolan wants to be, and how many Reapers we invest into. And now, opening up Reaper Hellion, the goal here is to break through into the natural, to bust into the main, get economic damage done, and also scatter our opponent. We'll see if we can. Otherwise, the CC is going to be delayed. If they shade, oh, they don't quite shade in. Just in time to do fully wall off. We do wall off. Additional Hellions on the way. Reaper barely not focused down. But that was a brutal trade here, bleeding out both of those Hellions, and as a result, Dolan is going to be stuck at home. He's stuck at home for the time being, waiting for an extra wave of Reapers and Hellions. Following this up with 2 more Raxes. I mentioned this before, but this could just be the beginnings of an all-in. It could be. As the CC's under fire, it's going to be delayed. We delay the CC. Massive pickoff there for Rob. Back at home, what's the follow-up? Once again, 4-gate Blink. Blink is on the way. We have 3 gateways in the main. We have a 4th gateway on the low ground. 4 gateways in total. Rob once again soon to be active on the map. Meanwhile, Dolan does retake that natural. Let's get progression once again. Likewise, diving into the main, he can throw in the mineral line, but Stalkers are in position. We zone Dolan out. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, so far this opener hasn't really achieved what he was looking for. He was looking for scouting as well as economic damage. So far, he hasn't really gotten much of either. Just has not gotten much. As Dolan pulls back, it's still just building up towards Stim. Stim is on the way, tank production as well. Are getting there. And maybe we do catch some Stalkers, but I mean, and Reapers don't really scale amazingly into the mid game, so whatever we can get, ever we can pick off, we'll take. Go. Yeah, as we do siege up our tanks just in time. Blink is now done. Ooh, but we do get a second tank volley. Not bad. Yeah, big tank shots here to the Stalkers. Rob has to be careful. Has to respect the army. No high ground vision yet, but we're working on it. Do we have a Robo? No Robo, by the way. Going for another 2 gates. Interesting. So Rob is not committing. again, because there's no robo, there's no high ground vision, there's no way to blink into the main base and threaten the add-ons and threaten the tanks, of course. Rob taking a much more macro approach, expanding and taking up towards Archon production. Okay. We are taking a longer macro approach, and that does benefit Dolan here. Doesn't mean he can break out. We can break out of our contain. Pushing forward. Storm is being researched, is being prioritized. Before Storm can finish, though, here we go. Dolan's pushing. It is time. Dolan is moving out. Rob pulling back. We scan ahead of time. And Rob's in trouble. Rob, he's been focusing on his next step, on the third base, on his economy, on his tech, but not on the army. Do we have a shield battery? We have one. We have one shield battery here on the low ground. Storm is halfway done. High Templar, they can do nothing. And Dolan, he breaks out. He moves out across the map. The boys have been pulled. And we're completely all in with this. Two base all in from Dolan. Just as Rob was being a little bit too greedy. Big tank volley is going off. Storm is finishing up in still 10 more seconds. And can we get there? 3, 2, 1, and we have one Storm. We have one Storm available, but just the one. Nice free spread there from Dolan. The Storm does connect. But it may just not be enough. It's still close. The army is heavily battered and bruised. The army's getting low. Third tank has arrived, pushing in. 22 probes go down, and it looks like we've done it. It looks like we have done it. There's just not enough to defend. There's slow lots on the ground. GG gets called, and Dolan, he pulls off the two base all in. Rob a little bit too greedy there, and we are going all the way to game 7. Let's go. GG, well played. I was so concerned when I saw the 4-gate blink follow-up, and I was concerned that that of course we'd see a repeat of what we've seen in the past, with Rob being able to break the defending Terran player, where he were able to push into the natural, push into the main, focus down those tanks. But instead, Rob did not go for the robo, did not go for extra warp ins or anything like that. He expanded, he tried to macro out of it, and we spoke about this before. Papi, what is this tournament called? It's not called Macroadelphia. No. Cheeseadelphia, Papi. Cheeseadelphia. Trying to macro? That's not gonna work. Not here. Not in this tournament. Kappa. So as Rob was trying to work towards a longer game, towards the mid-game, Dolan, he pulls the boys, Papi. He sends it across the map. And it all comes down to this. It all comes down to game 7. It all ends here on Amphion. Let's go. Let us go. Don been clowning people left and right. Been watching him a lot. Oh, so has Rob. You missed. If you missed out on the earlier rounds, I do recommend watching Rob versus Epic in the semifinals. And Rob was also an animal, absolute animal. Watch the VODs, Papi. Watch the VODs. Do recommend it. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and I guess alluding to some of those previous series, I'm a little bit surprised we have not seen Rob embrace the proxy Stargate. We saw him rely on it quite a lot here today. Proxy Stargate Void Ray I'm referring to, and we have not done it yet. Do we risk it on Amphion? As a reminder, this was a map where Rob did go proxy robo before. Fun fact, this is how Rob defeated Epic in the previous semifinals on this map with a proxy. Do we do it in the ace match? Are we that crazy? Are we that wild to go for an all-in in game 7? Let's find out. Let's find out, Papi. Is spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Amphion. We have our American Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings. He was up against the wall. He's bringing it back. We have made it to the ace match of the grand finals one way or another. It all ends here. It all ends on Amphion. We have Dolan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Root Gaming, being forced into the ace match. But this could go either way. Will it go the way of the Protoss or the Terran? It is Rob. Oh, mate, Robbie, let's go. Here we go. Once again, Rob checking for proxies. So far, we have not seen Dolan actually embrace any proxies in this series. Has done a bit in the past. And Rob is a little bit paranoid. Does check, does confirm before going out with the probe scout. Meanwhile, Dolan once again, double gas opener, once again, fully walls off. So he's keeping his opponent in the dark. Could be an economic opener, could be aggressive. Robbie's gonna have a hard time figuring it out. Let's go. Let us go. So probe has arrived. Tasing away at the front door. Trying to be a nuisance and trying to kill the SCV if at all possible, but the RNG is working well for Dolan. At the same time, Dolan moving out with his own SCV scout does confirm the expansion being taken, does confirm that there is no crazy proxy or one base all in. Is going to be looking and feeling safe and secure. The Marine shuts down the probe. Do have our factory on the way, as it was a double gas opener, as we did mention. And last game, this led into Reactored Reaper Hellion, which was not too successful. We'll see if we embrace that again, or if we go for something a little bit different. Could be seeing Widow Mines, could be seeing Cyclones, could be seeing Marine Tank. We'll keep an eye on Monsieur Dolan. We'll keep an eye on him. Across the map, Rob just chilling and settling into his expansion. CC on location for Dolan. Oh, and we're going for the add-on swab. Okay. I'm here for it. I'm ready. Going for the add-on swab, going for the Reactored Hellion. No SCV out on the map, so we're not going for anything crazy like a Hellion drop into the main. There's no proxy starport. But Hellion Reaper nonetheless. We are opening up Hellion Reaper. And the goal with this opener, as the Hellions will initially be scouted. First SCV goes down, we do delay the expansion. Yeah, CC is delayed. Second SCV going down. Nice pick off here from Rob. Taking down 2 workers, delaying the depot, delaying the expansion. Supply blocking Dolan. Yeah, rough start. So we keep that Hellion alive. But the goal here is to get into 4 Hellions and go for a dive. The goal is to go for a dive. Rob, for the most part, has slowed this down, has scouted this, and we're walling up. We're fully walling up here, and the likelihood of these Hellions actually getting economic damage is that much lower. It is going to be quite low. Now, even though the wall is getting up and running, even if there's a Stalker in position, the goal is to throw down the KDHRs to knock the unit out of position and to rush into the mineral line. Meanwhile, Stalkers are in the main base. They're ready for potential drop play. Here we go, Dolan going straight for the natural. There's a KDA charge. Yeah, we knock the Stalker out of position. We dive in. We go for the dive. We go for the mineral line. Probes are going down. 4 Hellions, that's more than enough to one-shot a worker. And probes are lining up. The body blocking! Oh my god, not quite enough. The Hellions, they slip in. But only 2 Hellions make it through. Only 2 Hellions. We will clean this up, but it will cost us 8 workers. That could have been so much worse. That could have been worse here. Thankfully, Rob, he was able to stem the tide, shut down the Hellions. That was 8 probe kills for 4 Hellions and 1 Reaper. I would say that was an okay trade for Dolan. Again, he was hoping for a little bit more, but is going to be enough to keep Rob back, as Dolan is trying to reestablish himself and saturate his 2-base setup. Behind this, we do have our 3-1-1. 2 more Raxes on the way. Raven production as well. We are going to be settling in. And now the ball is going to be in Rob's court. What I'm referring to is Blink. Blink is on the way. Now, actually, looking at the opener here, looking at the build of choice, this is not 4-gate Blink, this is 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink is just a very safe way to play. It gives you map control, it allows you to expand and take a 3rd base, and work towards the mid-game. So, a much more safer approach here from Rob. You can still be assertive with this, that's true, but not as much as 4-gate Blink, for example. So we're settling in. We have a game. We have a game here. Reaper does go for the dive. Reaper? What? Sorry, Raven. Meant to say does go for the dive. But there's a shield battery in position. We shouldn't lose any workers. Rob does defend. But now is probing up. Saturating his bases. We have a bit of a gateway explosion on the way. Getting up to 6 gateways on 3 bases. Everything looking as it should. And it looks like Rob is going for a gateway-centric composition. We're not working towards like a bay into Colossus or Disruptors. No, instead, Charge. Charge is on the way, going for a gateway-heavy composition. Just Stalkers and Charge Dots. Now, this will most likely lead into Storm, with the Templar Archives, Archons, and Storm production. That should be... oh, never mind! I was expecting Storm, but no, that is a bay on the way, not the Templar Archives. So, it's not going to be Storm as a splash damage, it's going to be, I imagine, Colossus. I say I imagine because Rob has been known to be quite fond of Disruptors, so he could go Disruptor first instead. That is an option. That is definitely an option here for Rob, but it comes down to what he does prefer. Whether he wants to take a risk and a chance, or whether he wants to be just a little bit more solid and secure. As Dolan is moving out with that double drop. At the same time is massing up Zarmi. As the high ground as his tanks. Double drop moving out. And we did just mention it. Yeah, it's Disruptor first. Of course it is. Rob taking a chance, going Disruptor first, not Colossus. And we saw this can pay off. We have seen Rob, as we have another Disruptor on the way, we have seen Rob be very, very adventurous with these Disruptors. And the goal here is to hide the Disruptors in the center of the map and pop off with these insane Novas. We saw this earlier in the series. I mean, Dolan still did manage to take the game just barely. It was off the back of these brutal Novas. Here we go, we have the double drop into the main base. At the same time, Dolan ready to move out. But as he moves out, there is that Disruptor waiting for him. Drop does come in. Disruptor getting in position. Never goes off. Up! No split. Massive connection. Oh my god. I'm afraid to look, but that was 5 Marauders, 7 Marines, 3 Widow Mines. I mean, some of those Marines went down across the map, but that was a brutal connection. And Rob, I believe he did lose the Disruptor, but that was worth it. That was well worth it for the Protoss. And that's what he does best. And I believe we have a second Disruptor. Yes, we have a second and a third Disruptor. He's going to do the same. Again, he just fans out his Disruptors, and he bides his time, waits for the opportune moment, and then he just pops off when you least expect it. Another Disruptor moving out. At the same time, Rob, he dives on the main army, shuts down the tank, shuts down the Widow Mine. And Dolan, he just doesn't have enough. He cannot hold his own, not anymore. And we still have that flanking Disruptor at the same time. Does go for the drop across the map, is getting some damage done. But Dolan, he barely has a standing army. The drop, it gets damage done on the Nexus, but not much more than that. Rob, he's looking to snowball out of control. Will bleed out a Disruptor. Disruptor does go down. So the double drop does come back in, forcing a defensive warp in. Dropping at the third. Before picking up and getting the hell out of there. Distracting Rob, giving Dolan some precious seconds here to recover, to stabilize. Now I still want to give, actually, I was gonna say I want to give the edge to Rob, but worker-wise, like, Dolan, if he can get his third base up and running, he can recover. We just need the third. That's the thing right now. We need to expand. We need a third base. 5 probes do fall. Meanwhile, Rob in position, lying in wait. Our move is out once again. Rob was ready for this. He collapses on the bio. The mine shot, so up. Big connections. Big connections on those zealots. But Robbie's going for the kill. He's going for the throw. Boys, they have to be pulled. Never goes off. Gets an SCV. Not ideal. Does get a worker. We collapse on the Disruptor. Good pickup. And Rob is getting punished. We do get 5 SCV kills. At the same time, Dolan, he expands, takes the third base. And Dolan is recovering economically. Getting back in there. We do see Dolan trying to chase us down. Drop once again. There's not really much working that we can work with across the map. Oh! Stolen, he's getting his base up and running. Has the high worker count plus mules. So Dolan can outpace Rob. Can outpace him here. But alas, I still feel like Dolan can't really take the fight out on the map. The Zelzay collapse on the army. Medevac's so low. We're going to be losing everything. We lose one Medevac and almost a second. Reinforcements have arrived, cutting back against the army. Ooh, might just go up. Good connections here on the Zealots. Very nice connections. And the drop comes back in. 13 more probes. Oh my god. Mate, we're crippling the economy. We got 13, 14 more probe kills. Stalkers as well. We focus on even more workers as much as we can. 20 probes. 22! The target firing! Dolan, calm down at the same time that we're pushing in! Yeah, Rob's committed. Rob is committed. We have to push forward. Ooh, we take a mine shot to the face. Late blink. But again, Rob's economy is in shambles. He's down to 29 workers. No economy in the main base. Barely an economy here at the natural. If the game goes on any longer, it's better for the Terran. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Dolan. And Rob, I mean, he has stalkers, yes, but not much else. Yeah, bunkers on the way. I like this. Bunkers on the way. We're pitching our tent, Pappy. Turtle up. That's all we need to do. Just wall up and stabilize. That's the name of the game for Dolan, but he's gonna chase this down. He's crazy. Doesn't need to chase this down, but he will. Takes down stalkers. Not bad. 3 stalkers go down. Dolan picking up, going for a Dune drop as well. Moving out across the map. Rob backs off. Doesn't go for his own counterattack. But when do we find the probe? Or do we find the drop? We do not. Probe barely does miss it. And behind this, we're getting to a field of Widow Mines. We're getting to Ghost Production. Third base getting fully saturated. Sensor towers on the way as well. Rob is in position. Oh, the blinks! Up! We have our blink stalkers and we do not catch the medevacs. We do barely unload, and the Bio Army will stim forward. We recall Zealots, but we're going for the Stalkers. We get one more Stalker before pulling away. And Dolan, he gets out. He does cost him a medevac full of units, but does manage to get out. Oh, do we get another medevac? It's close. Oh, full medevac goes down. Not a bad start there, not a bad pickoff by Rob, but we mentioned it before, the macro. The macros that matters right now. Dolan on 3-base saturation, building up a death ball of an army. And no more disruptors. No disruptors, no Colossus. There's one disruptor on the way, just that popped out. And this Nova needs to connect. If the Nova lands, we can hold on. A lot of the supplies in medevacs. Widowmine's going to be spreading out. Mine shot's going off. Overcharge is popped. We have our Nova and it doesn't connect. Takes down Zealots. GG gets called. It's not going to be enough. And Dolan, he bounces back. And Dolan will be our Cheeseadelphia Summer Champion. GG. Yeah, Papi, God. GG, well played, Dolan. He will take it just barely. It went all the way to Game 7, went all the way to the ace match as well. And Dolan, he's our champion. GG, congratulations, Papi, congratulations. Oh my god, things are looking dire. Not gonna lie, things were looking dire, Papi. Rob, he was popping off. Rob, he was down in the series, and Rob, he won 3 games in a row. Oh, there he is. Hold on, can we see him there? Oh, it's Dolan. Look at him. I think he's going to see Rob. He's going to see Rob on the left-hand side. Oh my god. GG, well played. Dolan, can we get... I was going to say, can we get an interview? I don't think we can. I don't... Unfortunately. But GG, well played. Rob will take... Sorry, Dolan will take it. Rob had an amazing run, though. He had an amazing performance. To make it all the way to Game 7, to go all the way to the ace match was wild. It was insane. And in the end, Dolan, he brought it back. Even in that final game, things are looking a little bit shaky there for Dolan as well. Yeah, I think they're discussing the match right now. Yeah, there he is, Papi. Dolan. He's talking to Rob. Rob is next to him. They're discussing the game. GG, well played. Esther Dolan. Congratulations. He was feeling confident. Fun fact, I was talking to Dolan in the lead up to Cheeseadelphia. We have Rob here on the right. Rob is in the red shirt. For those who are curious. Rob is in the red shirt. I was talking to Dolan leading up to this, and he was expecting to face off against Epic. He was expecting Epic in the finals. He's like, yo, okay, well I'm feeling confident in my TVT, like I can bring Epic down, I believe. But no, it wasn't Epic, right? Like, a shout out to Rob, because Rob, he popped off. He caused a massive upset earlier. You can see here on the bracket, Rob took down Epic 3-2, and it was Rob, not Epic, instead. And it was a finals. It was a wild finals, a wild back and forth, aggression from both sides as well. We had Dolan going for his own all-ins on Ghost Shiver. We had, of course, Rob opening up with his own aggression as well, not embracing the proxy in the ace match, but with Blink Stalkers nonetheless. And oh my god, yeah, GG, well played. They both popped off. They both did well for themselves. Of course, Dolan is our champion, and with that, I believe we'll confirm his seed into the championships. What I'm referring to is for Cheeseadelphia. There was Cheeseadelphia Spring. There was also this tournament, Cheeseadelphia Summer. I believe there's going to be a Cheeseadelphia either winter or fall. I'm not too sure what it's going to be called, but there's going to be one more Cheeseadelphia in a couple of months, and then there's going to be kind of like an end of year grand finals, where I believe the top competitors from the previous Cheeseadelphias are going to be coming together for, you know, an end of year rumble, if you will. So yeah, big shout out to Cheeseadelphia, to Nerd Street Gamers for making this event a possibility, for making this happen. Thank you so much, of course, for allowing us to cast it as well. We do appreciate it. For those that are curious, usually it's NA casters like Ravi, right, like Fear Dragon and Tempo. Usually it's Fear Dragon and Tempo covering events like this, but it seems like they weren't available here for this event, so we were able to chip in, we were able to fill in instead. Obviously, we weren't able to be a part of the venue live just because I'm in Australia. I'm on literally the other side of the world. I'm on the other side of the world, so I couldn't be there live, but it looks like a lot of fun. And hey, I was there in spirit through Dolan, Bobby, through Dolan. GG. Shout out to our Duckling, of course, our Duckling. But again, a shout out to Joe, of course, for organizing, Nerd Street for hosting and sponsoring, and if you want to help support this tournament as well, I got you. Hold on, I got to do the payouts, of course, the payouts. But if you want to help sponsor or help support this tournament, Matcherino, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat. And you can get a link to the Matcherino page. You can help support the NA region and the NA scene if you wish. Otherwise, look forward to future tournaments. Look forward to the future events for Cheeseadelphia. If you happen to be local to the region or to the scene, if you happen to be like in a neighboring state, in a neighboring, you know, American county even, I don't know what you then consider heading over. Consider, you know, taking the trip there to find some like-minded individuals, to meet other players like Dolan, like Epic, like Rob. Even more than that, I think it was in the previous Cheese where we had Vindicta and Jon Snow as well as many others. The NA region does come together, and I'm sure we're seeing many other faces in the upcoming Cheese lands. So look forward to it. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Fun fact, it was almost a 10.5 hour cast. Hold on, I gotta switch my scenes over. It was 10 hours and 22 minutes here on the CranKy Ducklings. Not our longest broadcast. We've had like 14-hour casts before. But it's 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. in the morning, Bobby. Let's go. If you want some more CranKy Duckling action, I know there's Cheeseadelphia in a couple of months. True. But if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft this weekend, we're going to be live. We're going to be live in 8 hours' time. In 8 hours, this channel is going to be live once again with Sparkling Tuna Cup. You may be wondering, what the hell is Sparkling Tuna Cup? That is one of our own tournaments here. That is our own bi-weekly, sorry, not bi-weekly, it's a weekly now. It's a weekly open tournament. It features players from Korea, from Europe, from the Americas as well, from Southeast Asia. They all come together in an online weekly tournament. So if you're interested in some weekly StarCraft, and players like Geralt, Christiana, Nicaract, Nightmare, Honmono, Miyamaika, Eva, and many others, then do consider checking out our weekly tournament. Again, it's going to be in 8 hours time. hopefully I'm well rested. I'm gonna go get some food and quickly get some sleep, and I'll try to get like around 6 hours or so, and then bam, back into casting. After if STC, if Sparkling Tuna Cup doesn't do it for you, right after STC, we're gonna be casting World Team League. WTL World Team League does typically go over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But we casted Friday, we missed out on Saturday though, we missed out on today's broadcast because of Cheeseadelphia. Cheeseadelphia was actually clashing and going over day 2 of World Team League, so that is why we weren't casting it. Fun fact, there wasn't a single English cast going on for it, so I do apologize. There was no English coverage for WTL today, but we will be there tomorrow. We'll be there technically later tonight, but tomorrow for most of you, I'm sure, for day number 3 of World Team League. If you're curious what that is, World Team League, it is kind of like the new Pro League. It features the best teams in the world, the best players in the world, teams like Team Vitality, Basilisk, Shopify Rebellion, Mystery All Gamers, Team Liquid, Platinum Heroes, Berserker Esports, and many other big teams as well, and even some collaborations between some teams. They do face off every single week in WTL, and we're going to be featuring that after STC in like 12 hours. That's going to be in 12 hours time, so yeah. For now, I'm gonna go get some breakfast or get something to eat. Gonna pass the hell out, and we'll be back in 8 hours. See you then. Hopefully I don't oversleep. I'm a little bit concerned about oversleeping. I'll set all of my alarms, and I'll try to be there in time. I'll make sure I don't oversleep. Otherwise, thanks for watching. A shout out to Zergburger007. Oh my papi, thank you so much for gifting subs. My apologies. Gifting subs to the community even. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, for gifting them to I has burrito. I would like a burrito too. I'm jealous. To Coffee Good, to Der Internetzer, Dominats, and many others. So thank you so much. Hope you'll enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting as well. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. If you're curious, we cast on a daily basis, as you just heard. Sometimes we cast multiple times a day as well. That's just how we do here on the CranKy Ducklings. We are live more often, and we cast more than any other channel out there. We take pride in that. We got the quantity, and we hope that you think we have the quality as well. Hopefully. We're live on a daily basis. Plenty of content. We also stream over on YouTube. We are live on both channels. We have Twitch and YouTube currently live concurrently, and our VODs are available on YouTube immediately. So check out the live tab on YouTube for those VODs if you are interested, if you want some more content. Otherwise, bam, exclamation mark socials in the chat. You can get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. You can support us on Patreon as well if you're interested. Our Patreon specifically does fund our weekly tournaments. You can see just under Rob's name, you can see there that we have our current Patreon goal, and we're building up towards it. But more importantly, above all else, Matcherino. Exclamation mark Matcherino for Cheeseadelphia. Check it out, support him, follow Nerd Street Gamers, all things Cheeseadelphia. Time for bed. See you guys next time. Congratulations to Dolan, shout out to Rob, and we'll see you guys in 8 hours for some more StarCraft. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.